A dark room. The wall is dappled with light and shadow. Su Xiao opened her eyes on the cold floor, pushed herself up, and looked around. Is this the ghost story world in Mom's note? At that moment, a voice rang in his mind. Talent analysis: if you weigh 100 pounds, you have 99 pounds of rebellious streak. Talent effect: born with a rebellious spirit, one can ignore the right and wrong of the rules, directly rebel in the world of ghost stories, and in the process of rebellion, one will not be contaminated or devoured by any strange things. Born with a rebellious streak? Su Xiaoxin was overjoyed. A few days ago, the chosen one from the Eastern Island nation only drew an A-level talent, yet they flaunted their power in front of the Dragon Nation. Now, it's true what they say, fortunes change, so never underestimate a young person's potential. At this time, LG, in the conference room. Yeah, we don't know what Su Xiao's talent is either. We have 3 chances to pass messages. Should we ask him first? No way. The 3 hints are precious. Besides, this is a global live broadcast. If Su Xiao tells us the talent he drew, it's the same as exposing himself to other countries. That's right. What we need to do is to ensure that Su Xiao passes the challenge as much as possible. Our Dragon Kingdom must wash away the shame of 5 consecutive defeats. In the conference room, all the LG leaders looked hopefully at Su Xiao on the screen. All their hopes were pinned on Su Xiao at this moment. The leaders were well aware of this. After 5 consecutive defeats, the Dragon Kingdom was on the verge of destruction. This time, they would fight for their honor, not for the sake of steamed buns. Su Xiao carries on his shoulders not only the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, but also the hopes of the entire nation. Reporting to the leader, the island nation of Japan, where the Japanese are doing quite well, has sent us a video. Open. After the video finished playing, the leader's fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. You son of a bitch. You got an A-level talent and immediately started barking and snarling at us. Do you really think there's no one else in our Dragon Kingdom? This is absolutely outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that my Dragon Kingdom is now deeply influenced by the world of supernatural tales, I would have led 200,000 people to raze the Eastern Island Kingdom to the ground long ago. You ignorant fools, how dare you, from such a tiny place, look down on our great nation. The LG leaders were so angry that their faces turned ashen. But the current situation is indeed unfavorable to the Dragon Kingdom, so they had no choice but to suppress their anger and turn their hopeful gaze to Su Xiao on the screen. Su Xiao, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom this time depends entirely on you. Now, in the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao had already become familiar with the surroundings and found the note left by her mother. My dearest baby, Mommy has left and will be back in a week. Be a good girl/boy, and please read the following carefully and do as I say. The note began with these words. Below this passage are 10 rules left by the mother. Rule 3, the bathroom is permitted, but the lights must never be turned on while using it. Rule 4, your wall clock will tell you the exact time, but never use it as an alarm clock. Rule 5, do not go outside. If you hear someone knocking on the door, do not open it until the person leaves. Rule 6, take good care of your cat and don't name it randomly. Rule 7, feed your cat noodles, never cat food. Rule 8, always keep your cat with you when you sleep at night. Never leave it alone in the living room. Rule 9, your neighbor may sometimes come over for a visit. Please open the door for them and give them cat food. Rule 10, never turn on the TV at home. If you're bored, let your cat keep you company. Looking at these 10 rules, Su Xiao fell into a brief silence. Outside the screen, countless people from the Dragon Kingdom were watching Su Xiao's every move. They were all stunned. Su Xiao's actions completely stunned them. Are you sure this is Su Xiao's first time entering the world of ghost stories? What's with his practiced movements? To be able to accurately determine that the first rule is wrong in less than 3 minutes, that's incredible logic. A genius, an absolute genius. The Dragon Kingdom is finally saved. In an instant, the entire Dragon City was in an uproar. Su Xiao's performance far exceeded everyone's expectations. On the Eastern Island nation side, In the conference room. What? The chosen one from Dragon G determined that the first rule was wrong in less than 3 minutes? Investigate the background of that chosen person. Damn it! We've been tricked by the Dragon Kingdom this time. Immediately send a reminder message to Richuan Steel Plate, telling him that the first rule is wrong, and that our Eastern Island nation must not lose to the Dragon Nation. At the same time, the United States, India, the United States, and other countries are all paying close attention to their chosen candidates. When they learned that the first rule was wrong, they all chose to do the same thing as the Eastern Island nation. They did not hesitate to use their prompting opportunity. As a result, everyone firmly believed that the first rule in Mom's note was wrong. Almost all of the chosen ones were corrupted by the strange phenomenon. Their skin was covered with dark, spiderweb-like marks. And this is precisely the symptom of contamination. Mild pollution may not be fatal, but if the pollution continues to worsen, they will be completely swallowed by the eerie atmosphere until they become part of the ghost story world. At this time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. What's going on? What am I seeing? How come all the chosen ones from other countries have been corrupted? Holy crap, we made a mistake. The first rule was wrong. Then why is Su Xiao alright? Yeah, how come Su Xiao is alright? The people of the Dragon Kingdom were all bewildered. They couldn't understand why Su Xiao hadn't shown any signs of contamination after the same procedure. Moreover, it's not just the Dragon Kingdom that can't understand it, other countries can't understand it either. Damn it! The Dragon Kingdom is too despicable, actually using such methods to drag us into this mess. Damn it! Such a simple trick, and we actually fell for it. You bastards! Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao, you're all dead. There was a chorus of curses outside. Damn it! That was close. Luckily, my A-rank talent can grant immunity to 3 strange attacks, otherwise I would definitely have been corrupted by the strange attack. How could my country send me the wrong information? Didn't they say that the Dragon Kingdom had already tested and found that the first rule was wrong? At this moment, Richuan Steel Plate couldn't help but feel a little doubt about his country. But this doubt did not last long before it vanished. From now on, I need to be more careful. I have 2 chances left, which should be enough to get me through the challenge. On Su Xiao's side, Su Xiao was unaware of the situation of the other chosen ones, and she never imagined that her actions would be imitated by them. After basking in the sun for a while, Su Xiao touched her belly and glanced at the wall clock. The clock on the wall showed 8 a.m. I'm a bit hungry, let's see what food we have in the fridge. Although this is a world of ghost stories, food is still one of the essential conditions for survival. Su Xiao walked to the refrigerator. Opening the refrigerator door, I saw neatly arranged whole-cut steaks inside. Su Xiao counted the steaks, there were only enough for 5 days. Although this was enough for Su Xiao to survive until the end of the challenge, Su Xiao was not about to let himself go hungry. You need to know. Su Xiao is different from the other chosen ones. What he needs to do is not listen to his mother, but rebel. If I remember correctly, there should be noodles for the cat at home. As soon as Su Xiao entered the kitchen, she saw an orange cat lazily lying on the microwave. The cat's eyes were filled with a human-like glimmer. Su Xiao picked up the cat and gently stroked it. Big orange cat, you're so cute, I'll call you Ugly Monster from now on. As soon as the words Ugly Monster were uttered, Su Xiao clearly noticed that the human light in the cat's eyes seemed to have dimmed considerably. Su Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that Rule 6 stated that you couldn't just name a cat randomly. But Su Xiao didn't care what happened to the cat in the end. Su Xiao's principle is to survive. In the world of ghost stories, Mom's notes are known for their 99% mortality rate. Su Xiao didn't believe that kindness and compassion alone could get her through. Su Xiao cooked and ate the noodles she had prepared for the cat, and then grabbed a handful of cat food for the cat. After doing all this, the cat was clearly acting a little strange. It no longer gets close to Su Xiao, but instead sits by the window in a daze. Su Xiao didn't care about the changes in the cat. He doesn't believe anything in the world of ghost stories. As long as he continues to act rebelliously, he will always be protected by his talent, and no strangeness can corrupt him. No matter what method is used, as long as we can survive in the end, that's all that matters. I have to say, having a talent that doesn't require you to judge whether the rules are right or wrong is just awesome. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Su Xiao lay down on the sofa to rest. Hope is shattered, Dragon Kingdom, this time it is truly doomed. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were all dejected and greatly disappointed with Su Xiao's performance. But just as the leaders were about to send a notification message to Su Xiao, a different voice rang out. Why do you think Su Xiao, who violated the first rule, wasn't corrupted by the strange entity? What's the meaning? What I'm trying to say is that things might still turn around. What we see isn't necessarily the whole truth. At least, Su Xiao is currently in a better state than any of the chosen ones. Are you saying that everything we've seen was done intentionally by Su Xiao? At present, we cannot rule out this possibility. We still do not know what Su Xiao's talent is. Perhaps Su Xiao will give us a surprise in the end. Su Xiao's actions of naming the cat and feeding it cat food were also noticed by high-ranking officials in other countries. The leaders of these countries all wore expressions of schadenfreude. Eastern Island Nation. America. The Dragon Kingdom is unlucky, its young upstarts can never make much of a splash. India. In the world of ghost stories. To make himself more comfortable, he even changed his position. His outrageous actions completely stunned the entire population of China. Damn it! I thought Su Xiao was a genius, but now I realize that he clearly guessed the first rule by mistake, and what's worse, he guessed it wrong. What's with that blissful expression on his face? This is outrageous. This isn't a challenge, it's clearly a slacker's move. If he can pass like that, then I can do it too. Su Xiao's actions directly provoked dissatisfaction and criticism from the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At times like these, shouldn't we be thinking about finding out the flawed rules and bringing glory to our country? Su Xiao is doing well. He didn't look like he was going to participate in a challenge, he looked more like he was going on vacation. The people of Longwa were discussing Su Xiao's behavior of giving up. But their attention was quickly diverted. A strange and chilling voice echoed across the globe. The chosen ones from 6 countries, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, are being devoured by a strange entity. A world of eeriness is about to descend. The countdown is on, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Holy crap! In just a few hours, 6 contestants from small countries have been eliminated. What's going on? This is almost the fastest elimination ever. Holy crap! This is absolutely outrageous. 666. Su Xiao single-handedly deprived the chosen ones around the world of precious trial and error opportunities, thus accelerating the process. The sound that resounded across the globe sparked heated discussions among people in various countries. At this time, the leaders of 6 small countries, including Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar, collapsed to the ground. They never imagined that simply imitating a move by a major power would lead to their country's chosen candidate being eliminated so quickly. The U Kingdom's high-ranking officials cried out with long faces, "It's over. Our U Kingdom is finished. Immediately activate the highest level of alert." The arrival of the supernatural world in 6 small countries has attracted the attention of various major powers. Among them, countries like the United States, India, and the United States gloated over the misfortunes of these 6 countries. The world of ghost stories. It was almost noon. At this moment, all the other contestants who hadn't been eliminated were staring blankly at the stake with strange expressions. Since the selected countries no longer have the opportunity to make mistakes, they are all being extremely cautious. Because of such a common rule, it's difficult to judge it's right or wrong based on your own subjective judgment. But while the contestants from various countries were looking at the steak and hesitating, Su Xiao happily threw the steak directly into the frying pan. As the steak sizzled in the pan, the aroma of beef mixed with butter and black pepper wafted into Su Xiao's nose. The aroma of the delicious food made Su Xiao grin. "Wow, the steak is pretty good." After grilling the steak, Su Xiao brought it to the table and began to enjoy it. Just then, the ugly monster who had been spacing out smelled the aroma of steak and came running over, meowing. The ugly man's behavior was very abnormal. But Su Xiao completely ignored it. Su Xiao started clearing away the dishes, but the ugly monster sat down in the spot where Su Xiao had just been sitting, staring at Su Xiao's back with a strange look. At this moment, the ugly monster's eyes had completely lost all traces of humanity. Its eyes were bloodshot and gave it an eerie look. That cat is completely acting strangely. Quickly remind Su Xiao to stay away from it. However, the hints were different from those from the Dragon Kingdom. These countries are merely indicating to the selected individuals that the second rule is incorrect. This time, some smaller countries did not choose to follow suit, because they had already suffered heavy losses the first time they did. As it turns out, the decisions made by major powers are not necessarily correct. But the chosen ones from 5 countries, the Kingdom of Outrageousness, the Kingdom of Kampa, are being devoured by something bizarre. A world of strange tales is about to descend. The countdown is on, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Those small countries that didn't choose to follow suit all deeply regretted it. Of course, there are also small countries that did not choose to follow the trend, but those that did make the right choice. For example, Pakistan. In this wave of trend-following choices, the trend is still dominated by China. It's important to remember that the United States has always been in a dominant position in the past. Su Xiao's appearance seems to have changed this situation. The United States has lost its authority as a leader, and other countries can only follow in China's footsteps and make their own choices. This is unprecedented. In the world of ghost stories, he has brought shame upon the United States and made it lose face. Because of him, the United States standing with other countries has been shaken. Holy crap! Just who is Su Xiao? I drew an S-level talent, yet he still managed to leave me behind twice. Su Xiao, our contest has only just begun. I hope you can hold on for a few more days. When John in the United States received the notification, Su Xiao also received a notification from China. There are only 3 hint opportunities, and each hint cannot exceed 20 characters. Therefore, Su Xiao only received a very brief notification. Cats are dangerous, stay away. Imitating you, 6 small countries have been eliminated so far. The message from the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials was limited, but it was enough for Su Xiao. I didn't expect that in less than half a day, 6 of the chosen ones would be eliminated. Is imitating me the first thing you did? Su Xiao frowned slightly. A moment later, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Since you like to imitate, then let you imitate to your heart's content. Since suffering 5 consecutive defeats, the Dragon Kingdom has lost all its deterrent power in the eyes of other countries. Even small countries like East Island in South Korea dare to speak rudely to China. If China hadn't gone through 5 rounds of the strange tales and rules, how could it have fallen to such a state? Thinking of the humiliation that the Dragon Kingdom had suffered before, Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. In the afternoon, Su Xiao continued to slack off, doing nothing but lounging on the sofa. Other selected individuals have cats to play with when they are bored. But Su Xiao glanced at the now bizarrely ugly creature and spat out, "Pop. What a piece of trash. It gets uglier the more I look at it." If that ugly monster could talk, it would probably have already started cursing Su Xiao's ancestors for 18 generations. Unfortunately, it's a cat, and it can't talk. Su Xiao noticed that the ugly monster was looking at her in a creepy way, so she grabbed the ugly monster and locked it in the toilet. Su Xiao felt much more at ease now that she couldn't see the ugly monster. He found the TV remote and turned on the TV. The TV was turned on, and a pink pig appeared on the screen. Su Xiao shifted to a more comfortable position. Why bother teasing the cat when you're bored? It's not as fun as watching TV. Su Xiao stared at the TV with great interest. Holy crap! Too bad I'm uncultured, so I just say holy crap all I need. What kind of weird thing is this? Watching Pink Piglet in a ghost story world? Damn it, I thought Su Xiao was going on vacation, but now I know I was wrong. This is totally an experience of life. You're a true big shot. Please accept our bow. Me too. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Island nation were almost speechless with astonishment. Compared to the miserable Rikawa steel plate, Su Xiao seemed like a complete free spirit. That's the difference. That's a huge difference. This is simply unacceptable. Baka. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's nothing remarkable about Su Xiao's file, so why is he so carefree watching TV in the world of ghost stories? What's wrong with that John guy? Does the US just want to be trampled on by China? In the past, they always followed the United States' lead, so they were sometimes able to get away with it. But this time, John from the US seemed to have no presence at all. Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom stole all the limelight. So what if the Dragon Kingdom is having a lucky streak for a while? I don't believe it can stay that lucky forever. Since Su Xiao turned on the TV, none of the major powers wasted any further opportunities to remind him. Because television is not a necessity. For those selected, it's basically dispensable. Those selected weren't so bored as to want to turn on the TV, but there are always exceptions. One of the chosen candidates from a small country, unable to resist his boredom, turned on the TV. However, before everyone's eyes, the chosen one from that small country was mysteriously dragged into the television and completely disappeared into the world of ghost stories. Until we see what happens to the chosen one. At this moment, the leaders of various countries seem to have been doused with cold water, and suddenly woke up. Why is Su Xiao fine when watching TV, while the chosen one from the small country is mysteriously devoured? Finally, some major powers have realized what's happening. Su Xiao probably drew an A-level talent. Because among the A-level talents, there is one that grants immunity to bizarre contamination 3 times. In the conference room, the US executives narrowed their eyes. In this bizarre world, Su Xiao stared at the television until 6 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, the toilet was pitch black, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In the pitch black shadows, a strange shadow seemed to be wriggling. At this moment, a chilling sense of dread crept into Su Xiao's heart. If you follow Rule 3, you should never turn on the lights when using the toilet. But it's impossible not to turn on the lights. Su Xiao was rather rebellious, so he decisively turned on the bathroom light. Moment. The toilet was very clean, with nothing strange about it, except for an ugly monster that darted out from under the floor. On the wall, there were several scratches that looked like cat claws. The scratches spelled out a word perfectly. Die. Death? This was caused by that ugly monster? Su Xiao was somewhat surprised, and immediately pulled up her pants and walked towards the living room. At this moment, the ugly monster was sitting on the sofa, staring at the direction of the toilet with a strange look in his eyes. Seeing Su Xiao storm out, the ugly monster tried to run away for some reason, but Su Xiao was faster and grabbed it, lifting it up. Without saying a word, Su Xiao slapped the ugly monster twice in the buttocks. What, you look like you're not happy about it? Behave yourself, no matter what you are, I have ways to deal with you. Su Xiao gave the ugly monster a good scolding. After cursing, he kicked it away. Looking at the ugly man's actions, Su Xiao knew that his approach was undoubtedly correct. But that wasn't enough, he had to continue rebelling. You ugly freak, clean up those scratches on the wall tonight, or you'll be in for it tomorrow. Dragon Kingdom. Wow, what a show! I thought Su Xiao would be terrified when he saw the word death in the toilet, but who knew he would actually give the cat 2 big butts? I really didn't expect this move. Just kidding, he's incredibly brave. Kitties are so cute, those 2 big cunts must be really hurting, right? I have to say, after those 2 big punches, the cat actually started avoiding Su Xiao. Look, even the pretty good-looking Hikawa steel plate couldn't hold it in and rushed into the toilet. Holy crap, is he about to undress? The lights aren't even on. The people of the Dragon Kingdom all focused their attention on the screen displaying the steel plate from the river. Just as Rikawa was about to sit on the toilet, shadowy vines began to climb all over the dark toilet walls. Holy crap! The steel plate from Nikawa is about to break. Look, a golden halo has appeared on the Nikawa steel plate. The aperture is about to disappear. This thing seems to be disposable. Holy crap! This guy actually turned on the light at the crucial moment. It's such a shame we didn't kill him. Seeing that the steel plate of the Japanese Nico had escaped the strange phenomenon, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Island nation cheered for him. After Su Xiao and Richuan Gangban entered the restroom, the other selected contestants from other countries also entered the restroom one after another. However, most of the chosen ones chose to turn on the lights, while only a few chosen ones from small countries made the opposite choice. Making the wrong choice comes with a price. Within the world of ghost stories. At 10 p.m., Su Xiao took a shower and went to bed early. Unlike the other chosen ones, Su Xiao did not follow Rule 4. He took down the wall clock, set an alarm, and placed it on his bedside table. When he went to sleep, Su Xiao did not follow Rule number 8. He did not take the ugly monster with him, but left it in the living room to fend for itself. Late at night. All the live stream footage was completely black. The other chosen ones silently followed the rules and fell asleep with their cats, but Su Xiao was different. He slept alone with a wall clock by his bedside. When it came to choosing a cat, Su Xiao's approach was completely different from the other participants. This means that Su Xiao chose a completely opposite direction from them. Nothing strange happened at night while the other chosen ones were sleeping. But the ugly creature in Su Xiao's room underwent an astonishing change. The figure stood there eerily, facing the bedroom. This bizarre scene terrified all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, their hearts leaping into their throats. Damn it, I was so scared I almost choked on my own poop. Did this really come out of that ugly monster's body? This scene is more terrifying than watching a horror movie. Damn it, that ugly monster has turned evil. I wonder if Su Xiao can still hold on. The higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom should inform Su Xiao, right? If they keep him in the dark, it feels like something big is going to happen. Under the intense gaze of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, the woman stood blankly at the bedroom door, making no move to open it. The moment she turned her head, all the live stream feeds went black. This scene gave the people of China another fright. Great, I'm completely wide awake now. I'm more energetic than if I'd been injected with chicken blood. My mom asked me why I wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night. I showed her the video of what just happened, and now she and I are huddled together under the covers, shivering. Sigh, never mind, I'm going to change my pants now. I'll go too. Me too. Half an hour later, Su Xiao's livestream gradually returned to normal, and the ugly monster also returned to normal. Because what just happened was really too bizarre. They have to take this seriously. However, this also proves that Su Xiao was right not to bring the ugly girl into the bedroom. That cat is problematic, very problematic. If I hadn't warned Su Xiao beforehand, who knows what terrible things might have happened. Su Xiao's bizarre live-stream footage from midnight was played repeatedly by high-ranking officials from various countries within an hour. Eastern Island Nation. The high-ranking officials of the Eastern Island Nation, who had been constantly clashing with the Dragon Nation, were particularly excited at this moment. The cat's bizarre behavior undoubtedly proves that Su Xiao has chosen a dead end. Yoshi. Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao, let's see how long you can hold out. When the world of ghost stories descends upon the Dragon Kingdom once more, the Dragon Kingdom will be utterly dethroned. America. Breaking the rules 3 times in a row, not only naming the cat and feeding it cat food, but also leaving the cat alone in the living room, TSK, the good luck of the Dragon Kingdom has come to an end. I'd really like to know if the Dragon Kingdom can withstand the consequences of defeat. Pakistan. In the simple meeting room, all the senior executives of the Pakistani government were filled with worry. They stared intently at the live stream, cheering for Su Xiao in their hearts. Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao, you must hold on. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiao was woken up by her alarm clock. As soon as Su Xiao woke up, he received a second notification from the Dragon Kingdom. In the middle of the night, a cat's body is torn apart strangely. Woman, be careful. After reading the message that was only visible to herself, Su Xiao frowned slightly. This is the second time the Dragon Kingdom has warned me about the danger to cats. What exactly did they see last night? Could there be a woman inside that ugly monster's body? And she comes out at night? Who could the woman be? Is it something eerie or something else? Without a doubt, the woman posed a threat to me last night. She might even be standing at my bedroom door. Otherwise, Longwo wouldn't have been in such a hurry to warn me. Su Xiao roughly sorted out her thoughts. Even if the ugly monster is truly part of the supernatural, it shouldn't be able to do anything to me now. Otherwise, it should have attacked me yesterday, and I wouldn't be alive today. After careful consideration and confirming that the ugly creature posed no threat to him, Su Xiao was no longer worried about its changes. Su Xiao got out of bed and opened the locked bedroom door. When the door opened, Su Xiao immediately saw the ugly monster sitting on the sofa licking its paws, seemingly without any abnormality. The wall is perfect. It was as if those scratches had never appeared. Seeing this, Su Xiao already had some guesses in her mind. That ugly thing is definitely suspicious. How could a cat possibly handle all those scratches perfectly? I just mentioned it casually yesterday, but I didn't expect that the ugly monster would actually clean up the scratches. Does this mean that this cat actually has masochistic tendencies? We really shouldn't be too nice to it, there might be a huge pitfall inside. After leaving the restroom, Su Xiao washed her hands and began preparing breakfast. Breakfast was still noodles, and the ugly thing was still cat food. While Su Xiao was enjoying her breakfast, the live streams of the other selected participants were deathly silent. What's going on? Su Xiao has already started eating breakfast, so why is our chosen one still sleeping? What the hell? Even the Pasha from Pakistan is awake, why are the others still lying in bed? In the livestream, many of the livestream scenes looked rather strange. High-ranking officials from various countries, especially the United States, expressed their incomprehension of the actions of their chosen candidates. Until they discovered that Su Xiao and Pasha, who woke up on time, had one thing in common. That is it. They all took the wall clock down and used it as an alarm clock. Because of the alarm clock, they were able to wake up from bed on time. On the other hand, for those selected who did not do this, the time on the wall clock had not changed at all since last night. For those chosen ones lying in bed, it is still night. Because in their minds, time has been frozen since last night. In the world of ghost stories, getting the time wrong is fatal. If the selected person cannot clearly remember the passage of time, then they have no concept of time. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that the challenge time in the ghost story world is only 7 days. There have been precedents for this before. There was once a great nation that, because the chosen one exceeded the time limit during the mystery challenge, caused hundreds of different rule-based mystery stories to descend upon that great nation. Overnight, that great nation vanished. The entire land and countless people evaporated completely. Fuck. Rule 4 is actually a rule that's half right and half wrong. Quickly, wake up the selected person immediately with a prompt, this is a last resort. When the chosen one receives a prompt from the outside world, a notification sound will ring in their ear, and this notification sound will be the key to waking them up. The US leadership was relatively rational and made the first choice, and other countries followed suit. However, with the chosen ones being woken up one by one, the 3 precious hints have now been used up. Currently, apart from China and Pakistan, which have one last chance to receive a hint, all other countries have run out of hints. Those of them, watching from outside the screen, are essentially powerless to do anything but be spectators. Whether one wins or loses ultimately depends on the ability of the chosen one. These countries, big and small, all came to laugh at my Dragon Kingdom when it was in danger. Now, let's see how you laugh. I will not attack unless attacked, if attacked, I will retaliate. Su Xiao made the right choice this time. He's not simple. He was able to see through the trickery hidden behind this rule. By the way, send a secret telegram back to Pakistan, saying that we accept their goodwill and that they will always be friends of our Dragon Kingdom. Within the world of ghost stories. Since all countries used the final hint, all the chosen ones understood what was going on. Su Xiao's renewed lead greatly displeased John from the United States. This was unacceptable to him. Do you really think my S-rank talent is just for show? It's just a measly A-rank talent. I'll let you be smug for a while, but you'll be crying soon enough. John was extremely annoyed with Su Xiao. Meanwhile, Japan's Hikawa steel plate was also unhappy with Su Xiao. Richuan steel plate is still unclear about the situation. He only thinks that Su Xiao is a clown and that the one who will lead him to victory in the end will definitely be John from the United States. John has kept a low profile so far and has been completely invisible. Although Hikawa's steel plate did not understand why this was. But he believes this is all part of the US plan. After finishing breakfast, Su Xiao continued watching TV and slacking off. Rule 3, the bathroom is permitted, but the lights must never be turned on while using it. Rule 4, your wall clock will tell you the exact time, but never use it as an alarm clock. Rule 5, do not go outside. If you hear someone knocking on the door, do not open it until the person leaves. Rule 6, take good care of your cat and don't name it randomly. Rule 7, feed your cat noodles, never cat food. Rule 8, always keep your cat with you when you sleep at night. Never leave it alone in the living room. Rule 9, your neighbor may sometimes come over for a visit. Please open the door for them and give them cat food. Rule 10, never turn on the TV at home. If you're bored, let your cat keep you company. Currently, Rules 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10 appear to be correct. Rule 2 and Rule 3 are incorrect. Rule 4 is a mix of right and wrong. Rule 5 states that you must not open the door, while Rule 9 states that you should let your neighbor open the door. The selected participants noticed a strange point in Rule 5, it did not mention the word neighbor. In other words, you can't open the door to strangers, but you can open the door to your neighbors? How can you be sure that the person knocking is your neighbor and not something else? These two rules seem ordinary, but the more ordinary the rules are, the more likely they are to harbor hidden dangers. Normally, if two rules contradict each other, then it is very likely that only one rule is correct. This is normal human thinking. But the problem now is that this is a world of ghost stories, and how can the rules of a world of ghost stories be judged according to normal thinking? If it were that simple, Mom's Notes wouldn't have a 99% mortality rate. Most of the chosen ones who survived from day one were intelligent. Therefore, they speculated that both Rules 5 and 9 were likely correct, or both were incorrect. While the chosen ones were still transforming into Conan, trying their best to find a loophole in the rules. At this moment, almost simultaneously, the doorbells rang in the rooms of all the chosen individuals. Immediately, all the chosen ones except Su Xiao were on tenterhooks. The sudden ringing of the bell startled them so much that they dared not breathe. On Su Xiao's side, Su Xiao was watching Boonie Bears when she heard the doorbell ring. She immediately yelled at the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, I'm your neighbor." Outside the door, a polite response came from the knocker, the voice sounded like a man's. Hearing that incredibly polite yet masculine voice, Su Xiao frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao got up and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, when the people of Longwa saw Su Xiao preparing to open the door, they couldn't help but hold their breath and worry for him. Is Su Xiao really planning to open the door? We can't even be sure if they're neighbors yet. Are these two rules right or wrong? Nobody can figure it out yet, it's driving me crazy. What should we do? It looks like Su Xiao is really going to open the door. If we misjudge, our Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Don't panic. I trust Su Xiao's judgment. Every choice Su Xiao makes is unexpected, but he's still alive and well. Maybe the person outside really is a neighbor. If it is a neighbor, opening the door would be the right choice, right? Who knows? What if the neighbor is also part of the supernatural? Wouldn't that be like throwing lambs to the slaughter? Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I am willing to shorten my lifespan by 10 years to bless Su Xiao to successfully pass the level. I'll add 20 years. Me too. The hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom were in turmoil, and they couldn't help but pray for Su Xiao in their hearts. Some have even started performing rituals, hoping to change their fate with their own. Amidst the trepidation of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao finally opened the door. The door opened. There was no one outside the door. Su Xiao has been swallowed by the strange entity. The bizarre tale of rules is about to descend. It's over. Our Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Heaven has forsaken my Dragon Kingdom. Heaven has forsaken my Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, several countries, led by the United States, also saw Su Xiao's live broadcast. The United States, China, your era has come to an end. I will be here to witness your demise. 2 minutes have passed since Su Xiao blocked the live stream, but to the disappointment of the other nations and the surprise of the Dragon Kingdom, the strange rule story did not arrive as expected. Baka! What's going on? Su Xiao has already been eliminated, why hasn't the rule of tails descended yet? It's a cover-up. There's something fishy going on. The United States, the Eastern Island nation, and many other countries are all hoping that strange rules and legends will descend upon China. But to their surprise and astonishment, what they had imagined did not happen. The strange rules didn't come true, and they were somewhat exasperated because their wishes had been dashed. At this time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were also confused about what had happened. But as if by telepathy, countless people were staring intently at Su Xiao's livestream, hoping that a miracle would happen. However, after being black for a full 3 minutes, Su Xiao's livestream actually returned to normal. Seeing Su Xiao standing unharmed at the door, the entire Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but cheer with joy. Just as someone was about to doubt Su Xiao's identity, Su Xiao grinned and waved to the camera. Sorry, I was just attacked by a strange entity, and the screen was blocked by it, but it's fine now. Su Xiao's simple sentence caused an uproar throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. What? You just got attacked by a weirdo? That's making it sound so easy. That was a weirdo. How exactly did Su Xiao do that? Listen to this, let other countries hear what true great power composure looks like. Su Xiao, my idol, I love you, I want to have lots and lots of monkeys for you. Su Xiao's fake death won cheers from all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In the world of ghost stories, this is the first time someone has dared to be so dismissive of the supernatural. While the Dragon Kingdom was celebrating nationwide, several high-ranking officials from the Eastern Island Kingdom had gloomy faces. Seeing Su Xiao standing there unharmed, they were so angry they almost vomited blood. Su Xiao appeared somewhat mysterious, and this mystery clearly posed a threat to them. Within the world of ghost stories, the knocking had been going on for 10 minutes. So far, apart from Su Xiao who dared to get up and open the door, the other chosen ones were huddled on the sofa, trembling with fear. They didn't have Su Xiao's guts. However, because they haven't opened the door for a long time, the knocking outside has turned into banging on the door. In a state of intense fear and high tension, Park Busung from South Korea was the first to give in. He shouted something towards the door as if possessed. Who are you? What do you want? With a loud bang. It looked like an axe had chopped directly at the door. The huge commotion terrified Park Busung, a grown man, so much so that he burst into tears and even peed himself. Seeing Park Busung's cowardly state, the people of China naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass by, and started verbally attacking him. Holy crap, he actually peed his pants in fear. My God, is this what the Koreans are like? Disgraceful wretch. Get back home right now. When did Mr. Park become so pathetic? Can't this guy be brave for once? Can't he open the door like a man? Compared to our Su Xiao, he's miles ahead of him. After mocking Park Bo-chung, the Dragon Kingdom people started ridiculing Rikawa's steel plate. Look, even the steel plate from Rikawa is acting differently from Park, it's twitching with fear. They're birds of a feather. These two are two of a kind. China has never been stingy with its verbal attacks. Now that they've finally gotten the same opportunity, how could the people of the Dragon Kingdom let it go? In the past, when the Dragon Kingdom was humiliated by other countries, it could only endure it because it had no power to refute them. Just like losers have no voice at all. However, the Dragon Kingdom's patience is also limited. After experiencing 5 consecutive defeats, the Dragon Kingdom has long seen through the true colors of these countries. At this moment, in the conference room between South Korea and East Asia, the happier they were when they mocked China, the more miserable they are now. It feels as uncomfortable as if I ate some kind of spicy food. This also proves the old saying, you reap what you sow. Hikawa's steel plate was slightly better, he was just a little pale and couldn't stand up. But Park Bu-chang wasn't so lucky. He couldn't help but tremble all over, repeatedly saying ABA ABA, and even lost control of his bladder and bowels. It is clear that Park Bo-sung has developed some mental health issues. Park Bo-sung's mental state naturally attracted the attention of the South Korean leadership. These high-ranking officials really wanted to pass on a message to Park Bo-sung, but they had already used up their 3 chances to give him a hint, so they had no way to help him anymore. As the high-ranking officials of South Korea watched Park Bu-sung's condition, their legs involuntarily went weak. Perhaps they already knew what their fate would be. Noon. Su Xiaomei happily fried a steak. After finishing lunch, Su Xiao sat on the sofa to rest. Su Xiao frowned slightly, but still looked up and asked, "Who is it?" "I'm your neighbor, I'd like to borrow something from you." The voices outside the door were normal, and just as polite as they were in the morning. Actually, when Su Xiao was about to open the door for the first time, she had already determined that the person outside was not her neighbor. Why would a neighbor in a ghost story speak in the tone of a normal person? Only something eerie would use a human tone to guide someone to open the door. Although Su Xiao determined that the person outside the door was not her neighbor, she had no choice but to do the opposite of the rule, which was that she could not open the door according to rule number 5. Even though he knew the person outside the door wasn't human, Su Xiao had to open it because only then could his talent be put to use. Only through rebellion can his talent grant him immunity to bizarre contamination and attacks. This is why Su Xiao was unharmed despite suffering a strange attack. Because he has his own immunity. But this time, things are a little different from last time. There was nothing outside the door. Perhaps the strangeness was just for show, knowing it couldn't harm him, they were too lazy to attack him. Boring. Su Xiao rolled her eyes speechlessly and closed the door. The current eerie practices are really unprofessional. I've already opened the door, and you're not even attacking? You have absolutely no professionalism. Outside the livestream, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was deeply impressed by Su Xiao's courage to open the door even after being attacked by a strange force. Why didn't Su Xiao encounter any strange attacks this time? Park Bu-sung sighed. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Park Bu-sung, who had already lost his mind, opened the door without any hesitation. Then, Park Bu-sung's live stream screen went black instantly. However, unlike Su Xiao's situation, as soon as Park Bu-chang's livestream went black, a cold voice rang out across the globe. Hearing this voice announcing the imminent arrival of the strange tale, the people of the various nations were all filled with confusion. Damn it! That Park Bo-sung, he actually got scared silly by the knocking on the door, he's really something. Damn it! He's trying to drag our entire Korea down with him. The ghost story is about to descend. Park Bo-sung, I'm so grateful to your ancestors for 8 generations. I want to know, is it still too late to swim to the Dragon Kingdom? The high-ranking officials of South Korea were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, and the people of South Korea all extended their warm greetings to Park Bu-sung. If Park Bo-sung hadn't already been devoured by the monster, the entire Korean nation would probably have torn him apart alive. On the Dragon Kingdom side, upon witnessing the arrival of strange and unpredictable rules in the land of kimchi, the people of the Dragon Kingdom applauded and cheered. The Koreans finally got their comeuppance. It's so satisfying. With their skinny arms and legs, they actually dared to mock us so loudly. Our Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources. We have a huge population and we withstood 5 waves of strange and unusual rules. I just don't know if the Korean kingdom can withstand this one? I doubt it. Their tiny territory isn't even enough to clean up the mess my Dragon Kingdom is making. What a pity that Kid Hikawa Koban didn't get ahead of him. But I've always had a question, who came up with the name Hikawa Koban? It really fits the style of the Eastern Island. I bet a dime he won't live more than 3 days. In terms of experience, large countries have far more information about the strange rules of the game than small countries. This is why those chosen by large countries tend to be more composed when faced with problems than those chosen by small countries. Knowing more naturally makes one fearless. However, the world of ghost stories is complex and diverse, and there is more than one kind of eeriness within it. After 2 consecutive knocking incidents, the surviving chosen ones are now even more cautious. But just when they thought things had reached their limit, the 3rd knock came. What's going on? Once or twice is acceptable, but a 3rd time is not. This is too bizarre and doesn't follow any normal rules. Who could it be this time? Do you think it could be that neighbor? It's not impossible that he might be a neighbor, but whether or not to open the door for him is a difficult decision. The people of Longwa watched the live broadcast nervously, wondering how Su Xiao would handle the knocking incident. Su Xiao finished speaking. A slightly hoarse, cold voice came from outside the door. Neighbor, do you have any cat food? I can trade you some food. Su Xiao frowned, realizing that this time it might really be a neighbor. However, he had plenty of food, and Su Xiao didn't plan to exchange cat food or anything like that with the other party. Just when everyone thought Su Xiao would get up and open the door, Su Xiao stepped to the doorway instead. Su Xiao had no intention of opening the door, but instead yelled at the door, "My cat has eaten all the cat food, so you can leave. I don't need any more food right now." I see, then I apologize for disturbing you. After his neighbor left, Su Xiao didn't dwell on what had just happened. He returned to the sofa, crossed his legs, and continued watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Was that really our neighbor? Why didn't Su Xiao change her food? What's the point of changing it? What if there's danger if we open the door? Wouldn't it be better to have a cool peach? Have you all forgotten that Su Xiao ate noodles all morning? There wasn't enough food in the fridge, but Su Xiao ate the cat's portion of noodles, and the food shortage was filled immediately. Sigh, it's just a pity that the cat can only eat cat food now, and it's even turned into a dark creature from eating so much cat food. Isn't Su Xiao being a bit too much of a jerk? What dog? It's true that Su Xiao feeds the cat food, but he also feeds it big lobsters for no reason. I bet the cat is traumatized by this now. Holy crap, that's cruel, but I like it. I think Su Xiao did the right thing. You can't believe anything in the supernatural world. The viewers in the live stream were discussing Su Xiao's behavior enthusiastically. At this moment, a different comment caught everyone's attention. Brothers, go check out the other live streams, some people have already made other choices. Upon seeing this comment, a large number of Chinese netizens immediately flocked to other live stream rooms. First, it was John's live stream in the US. John made the exact opposite choice to Su Xiao. After careful consideration, he chose to open the door and exchange food with his neighbor. Huh, how come John is alright? Does that mean Rule 9 allows you to open or not open the door? No way, is this a two-way choice question? With these questions in mind, the group from the Dragon Kingdom then went to the live broadcast room of Richuan Steel Plate from the Eastern Island Kingdom. Are you kidding me? This bastard is still shaking there. I've seen cowards before, but I've never seen one as cowardly as him. I'm impressed. I've learned something new today. With such a wretched appearance, how dare the Eastern Island nation challenge my Dragon Nation? If nothing happens if we don't open the door, then wouldn't Hikawa Steel Plate be considered to have gotten away with it? Just when the people of Longwa thought that Richuan Steel Plate was about to get away with it, an unexpected scene unfolded. At this moment, Rikawa Steel Plate was completely unaware of the shadows around him, because he was lying face down on the sofa with his butt sticking out, and he had no idea that the eerie shadows were slowly approaching. As more and more shadows surged into the room, it was as if the god of time had cast a spell, and everything inside was decaying at an accelerated pace. By the time Hikawa Steel Plate noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. But just as the eerie shadow attacked Hikawa Steel Plate, his innate immunity activated for the last time. Gazing at the vanishing halo, Rikawa Steel Plate gasped for breath, still shaken. If it weren't for the protection of his talent, he would have been devoured by the monster. In the world of ghost stories, if you are only being corrupted by the supernatural for the first time, there is still a chance to struggle. But if you are attacked by the supernatural directly, there is absolutely no chance to resist. He's still alive? That's too good for him. What exactly is the halo around Hikawa's steel plate? Is it talent? I counted, and so far, this halo around Rikawa's steel plate has appeared 3 times. Without a doubt, this should be his talent, and this talent can make him immune to strange attacks. 3 immunities, that's at least an A-level talent, right? Holy crap, he's got incredible luck. He actually drew such a great talent. Speaking of talent, as of now, we still don't know what Su Xiao's talent is, right? Su Xiao has never played by the rules. Take this knock on the door, for example. He didn't open the door either, so why was he unharmed? What's the meaning? Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Have you noticed that Su Xiao does many things that are the opposite of what others do? As of now, there are still 8 chosen ones left in the world of ghost stories. Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom, John from the United States, Arthur from the Football Kingdom, Adela from the British Empire, Adolf from the Paris Kingdom, Ivanov from the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, Pasha from the Pakistani Iron Army Kingdom, and Richwan Steel Plate from the Eastern Island Kingdom. The 3rd day. Rule 11, cats will protect you, but they can also hurt you. Rule 12, if you notice your cat behaving abnormally, kill it immediately. Rule 13, sometimes a strange woman may appear in your home. Try to communicate with her and trust her completely. Rule 14, time can be confusing, you can't rely on a wall clock all the time. Rule 15, you can go outside, but you must keep an eye on your shoes at all times. Rule 16, do not double lock the bedroom door. Do not double lock the door. Do not double lock the door. Rule 17, there is nothing on the balcony, do not be curious about any sounds you hear. Rule 18, Mom won't be coming back. Open the door in 7 days and it will all be over. The 8 brand new rules made the chosen ones feel uneasy, because the first 2 rules alone made them shudder. In the eyes of the chosen ones, the cat had always been a good character, but the appearance of Rule 11 and Rule 12 made them doubt the cat. The key point is that, apart from Su Xiao, the other chosen ones have been sleeping with their cats for 2 days. If the cat really has a problem, then they. The thought sent chills down the spines of all the chosen ones. While the other chosen ones stared blankly at the new rules, Su Xiao had already gotten up and opened the locked bedroom door. Last night, the ugly duckling was still allowed to roam freely in the living room. As she spoke, Su Xiao turned her gaze to the ugly monster. Perhaps noticing Su Xiao's unfriendly gaze, the ugly monster let out a strange cry and slunk into the toilet. I wonder if anything terrible happened to the ugly cat last night? This cat is a menace, but I can't touch it yet. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe we'll really have to eat cat meat. Su Xiao was about to go into the kitchen to cook noodles when he noticed something extra in the room. No, there's something new on the balcony. What the hell is that? Su Xiao walked curiously towards the balcony, only to find a human-shaped doll placed in the very center of the balcony. The doll wasn't made of cloth, it was more like leather. Su Xiao didn't know what kind of leather it was, but it felt soft and smooth to the touch. Su Xiao held the doll in her hand. What is this? Is it another one of those ugly monsters' creations? I don't remember it being here yesterday. As Su Xiao held the doll, she suddenly felt a chill in her hand. Su Xiao looked down. The hand that held the doll was now covered in bright red blood, which seemed to be trying to burrow into his palm like living bloodsuckers. By the time Su Xiao came to her senses, the blood on her palm had disappeared. But then, the doll's eyes suddenly moved, and its skin began to fester and peel off, with blood gushing out. The doll was instantly covered in blood. Ugh, disgusting stuff. Su Xiao knew this thing couldn't hurt him, so he wasn't scared of it, but it still made him feel a little nauseous so early in the morning. Su Xiao grabbed the doll, walked quickly to the toilet door, and threw it inside. He's snatching bamboo shoots. Su Xiao has practically taken all the bamboo shoots within a radius of several kilometers. Could this doll also be part of the supernatural? Is Su Xiao planning to use the supernatural to fight the supernatural? The people of Longwo were abuzz with discussion when they saw Su Xiao throw the doll into the toilet. I don't know if you noticed, but the puppet just now clearly wanted to attack Su Xiao, but Su Xiao neutralized it using some kind of method. A golden light seemed to appear on Su Xiao's hand, which was somewhat similar to the halo that appeared on Richuan's steel plate. Could it be some kind of immunity? It's confirmed, they are immune. It must be Su Xiao. Su Xiao has already been immune more than 3 times. In this bizarre world, apart from Su Xiao who abuses cats, all the other chosen ones are very friendly towards cats. They haven't found anything wrong with the cat yet. John's side in the US. John was debating whether or not to use his S-rank talent, which was misidentification. Simply put, he has 3 chances to identify incorrect rules. In addition, his talent also grants him the right to have a half-minute conversation with any chosen one. He doesn't plan to use remote communication yet, but it will be surprisingly effective at this crucial moment. He has 3 chances to identify incorrect rules. Since he has already used 2 of them in the past 2 days, he now has 1 last chance left. If the role a cat plays isn't absolutely good or bad, then from now on I should be wary of it. Rule 15 says you can go out, but what's the point of going out? After much deliberation, he suddenly smiled confidently, then let's give the last chance to the 18th rule. With the activation of her talent, the 3rd chance to identify the wrong rule had been used up, but at this moment, a piece of blood-red writing appeared on the note left by her mother. John was about to smile when he suddenly heard a baby crying from the balcony. My God, how can there be a baby here? Kitty? Are you trying to warn me not to go? John crouched down and stroked the cat. Under his gaze, the cat actually nodded slightly. Seeing this, John thought to himself, it seems that the cat really does protect me, it's definitely not just an ordinary cat. Actually, even if the cat doesn't appear, John won't risk going to the balcony to check, because Rule 17 clearly states, don't be curious about the balcony. He pretended to go check the balcony just to confirm whether the cat would protect itself. That's all. While John was testing the cat, the same baby crying could be heard in the homes of the other chosen ones. Needless to say, the steel plate from Hikawa made him tremble all over at that moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to go forward and check, he simply didn't have the courage to. Most of the respondents chose to ignore any sudden noises on the balcony. Ever since Adolf entered the world of ghost stories, he has been on edge and unable to sleep. 2 days and 2 nights of sleep deprivation caused him to momentarily lose his sense of whether he was in reality or a world of supernatural tales. Before Adolf could even react, the doll, with a sinister smile, pounced on his face. Adolf's death was announced, and announcements were made around the world. The people of Paris were immediately thrown into panic. Notify the whole country to activate the highest level of alert, activate the chips, and transmit all the information our government has about Mom's note into the minds of the people as soon as possible. What we need to do now is to save ourselves and control the death toll of this incident as much as possible. Unlike smaller countries, after experiencing several bizarre rule-breaking events, all major countries have independently developed a type of chip. This chip can transmit information to the public in a timely manner. For example, in this case, the world of Mom's note has arrived, and Paris is using chips to transmit data to the public, which can greatly control the death toll. The only downside is that Adolf died too quickly in the ghost story world, and the progress of the challenge was not enough, so the Paris kingdom did not have much information. But this information alone was enough to allow the people of Paris to get through the first 2 days safely. The strange rules that have befallen Paris have no bearing on other major powers. Because unless it happens to them personally, no one will bother to care about such things. Watching from the sidelines is the trick these major powers love to play these days. Even if there are temporary alliances, everyone knows the real reason behind them. In the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao and the other chosen ones were unaware that Adolf had been eliminated. In such cases, not knowing is a good thing, otherwise it could easily affect their mindset. Su Xiao had a very pleasant morning, because she witnessed the ugly monster jumping around all morning. Su Xiao didn't know who won or lost, but as noon approached, just as Su Xiao opened the toilet door, the ugly monster rushed out in a flash. Su Xiao looked closely and saw that the ugly monster's fur had all dried up, leaving it bald. It looked like it had lost the fight, and it looked rather pitiful. The ugly girl ran to the windowsill on the balcony and sat there staring at Su Xiao with a resentful look on her face. Meow. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the ugly creature on the windowsill let out a strange cry and leaped more than 3 meters high. It stumbled and hurriedly hid under the sofa. Seeing the ugly monster's frightened appearance, Su Xiao laughed, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom also laughed. Wow, Su Xiao's move was absolutely amazing. He made that ugly guy fight for a full 300 rounds. Come on, we're only doing this because Su Xiao dares to do it. If we did it, believe me, we'd be dead in a heartbeat. It seems that the puppet is still superior. Ha ha, I suddenly feel a little sorry for the ugly monster. This time it has finally met its nemesis. Hey, what do you think would happen if we put a doll outside the bedroom door to guard it at night? While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were discussing it enthusiastically, Su Xiao had already taken the doll out of the toilet. Su Xiao discovered that apart from 2 scratch marks left by the ugly monster, the doll had no other wounds. Seeing this, Su Xiao reacted quickly and tore the doll's mouth apart. You can't possibly make your mouth crooked. We'll tear your mouth apart and see how you can still make it crooked then. He ripped the doll's mouth apart, and the doll cried. Su Xiao laughed, luckily I was quick-witted and successfully avoided a fierce battle. This thing is pretty useless now, just throw it in the toilet. Maybe it'd be a good choice to use it as a guard at night. Su Xiao gave the doll 2 large pockets and then threw it back into the toilet. Su Xiao's lunch was still steak. Although Su Xiao wanted to change things up, there were no other ingredients at home. Let's just eat this for now, and we'll have a proper meal at home after we succeed in the challenge. Su Xiao felt that he couldn't go too far. If he really treated the challenge like a vacation, the high-ranking officials of other countries would be furious. After lunch, Su Xiao turned on the TV as before, but this time the picture was black and white instead of color. Su Xiao had never seen such a terrifying and creepy scene before. Without saying a word, she ran into the bathroom and took out the doll. Then, the doll was dumbfounded, and the reptile was dumbfounded too. After those 2 big bastards finished hitting, not only were the dolls and reptiles stunned, but even the ugly monster was stunned. Su Xiao's crisis is over. But the live stream was a huge hit. Outside of the live broadcast, Su Xiao's actions have already caused a huge sensation. Not only the entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked. Even the other major powers were shocked. Holy crap! A brand new version. Su Xiao has unlocked a new pose. What the heck? Why do I feel like laughing when I see these 3 bewildered faces? Is this Chinese guy crazy? What on earth is he doing? My god! He actually scared away the monster with 4 huge blouses? Teach me, how exactly did he do that? Mom, I want to be his fan. I want to join the Dragon Kingdom to support him. People in several countries found Su Xiao's actions unbelievable. Su Xiao is definitely the #1 person in the world of ghost stories who can scare away eerie creatures with his big purse. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a warrior who charges in with uncanny speed. While the footballing nation and the British Empire were beginning to show goodwill towards China, the leaders of the Eastern Island nation and the United States wore gloomy expressions. On the Dragon Kingdom's high-level side, we have just received overtures from the footballing nation and the British Empire. The British Empire even sent us their latest information on the strange rules of the game. What do you think? The purpose of all those who take the initiative to show goodwill is not pure. We know their motives perfectly well. Yes, when our dragon country was weak, they sided with the United States. Now, seeing Su Xiao's performance, they've turned to us like a weather vane. The reason is self-evident. Su Xiao, this young man is really hard to fathom. His performance has far exceeded our expectations. If he can handle the cat situation well, succeeding in the challenge isn't impossible. However, we can't let our guard down yet. Hold on for a few more days. If he can come out alive, he will be a hero of our dragon kingdom. We have one last chance to give a hint, and we must use it at the most critical moment. Should we accept these overtures from both countries? Within the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao was unaware of the commotion his actions had caused outside. The afternoon passed relatively peacefully until nearly 7 p.m. At 7 p.m., Su Xiao was frying steak in the kitchen, but just as he was concentrating on making the food, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels walking in the living room. Their eyes met. The woman looked to be in her 30s and had a voluptuous figure, but Su Xiao didn't have time to admire her figure. Su Xiao was very curious about how the woman had gotten in. Su Xiao remembers clearly that all the doors and windows in the house were locked from the inside. As Su Xiao sized up the woman, she also recalled the contents of the note her mother had left behind. Rule 13. Sometimes a strange woman may appear in your home. Try to communicate with her and trust her completely. Su Xiao's mind started racing. If this rule was correct, then what Su Xiao needed to do was to understand the woman in front of him. But clearly, Su Xiao didn't want to do that. So, after a brief eye contact, Su Xiao didn't speak to the woman. He served the steak and walked out of the kitchen with it. After leaving the kitchen, Su Xiao's first task was to search the entire house for the ugly monster, but strangely, the ugly monster had disappeared at that moment. Could it be true, as the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom have suggested, that women are related to ugly monsters? A chill ran down my spine instantly. Is it because I slapped that ugly bastard a few times that women are now coming after me for revenge? Su Xiao was completely confused. What do you mean? Appearing out of nowhere and then disappearing out of nowhere? What's the point? It can't be just for fun, right? With these questions in mind, Su Xiao carefully examined the entire kitchen, but found no useful clues. In other words, the woman simply appeared and then simply disappeared, leaving no clues about her intentions. Outside the live broadcast, the people of China were equally bewildered by what they saw. When the woman appeared, Su Xiao's livestream went black briefly, so even they didn't know how she appeared. Have you noticed that this woman's back view is quite similar to the one that appeared that night? So it's very likely that it's the same person. From my observation, the two women who appeared one after the other were very similar, but also somewhat different. What's different? Your words are as good as words. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were still discussing the woman's identity, the same woman appeared in the homes of other chosen ones. Meanwhile, Arthur from the Football Nation has already started trying to get close to women. In Arthur's judgment, Rule 13 was likely correct, so he was willing to communicate with women and even trust them. However, his communication did not go smoothly. Because the woman didn't utter a single word from beginning to end, she only gave Arthur a meaningful smile and then disappeared from the spot. Staring at the spot where the woman disappeared, Arthur stood there dumbfounded, completely bewildered by her actions. However, unlike Su Xiao, the woman left a note for Arthur before disappearing. Arthur opened the note and saw a line of small writing, "I am me, I am not me. I am me, but I am not me? What the hell does this mean?" The woman's appearance and departure took only 10 minutes. According to this rule, a total of 3 people received the woman's note. They are Arthur from the football country, Ivanov from the grizzly bear country, and John from the United States. The 3 of them showed the same expression when they received the note, confusion and blankness. Clearly, they didn't know the specific meaning of that sentence either. Back to Su Xiao's side. The ugly monster emerged from under the sofa less than 2 minutes after the woman disappeared. The moment the ugly monster reappeared, Su Xiao frowned, because he had carefully checked under the sofa and there was no trace of the ugly monster at all. Su Xiao boldly guessed, could it be that only one of an ugly monster and a woman can appear at the same time? Su Xiao is currently unsure what the relationship is between the ugly man and the woman, and he is also unsure whether the woman is good or bad. That ugly thing might have been problematic from the start. If you get close to it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Xiao was somewhat relieved that she hadn't brought the ugly guy into the bedroom. It might be safer not to have this kind of protection in the first place. Night. Arthur, Edra, Ivanov, Shapa, and Hikawa Steel Plate all brought the cat into the bedroom. The cat is behaving normally so far, so they don't think there's anything wrong with their actions. However, John from the United States did something different from them at this time. John may have already realized the danger posed by the cat. Therefore, he was very decisive when he gave up. Midnight. The cat that John left in the living room was meowing incessantly and even started scratching frantically at the bedroom door. But John, in the bedroom, undoubtedly made the right choice at that moment. He locked the bedroom door from the inside, so no matter how hard the cat tried, it was no use. Midnight. The ugly duckling was clearly more terrifying than the cat in John's room. If the cat in John's room is currently in the early stages of its corruption, then the ugly monster has definitely reached the later stages of its corruption. The ugly creature in the living room sat there eerily and quietly, the moonlight shining on its bald body, making it look particularly unsettling. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared toward the bedroom. Its two sharp claws tore open the skin on its body, and in an instant, bloody liquid flowed all over the floor. The woman's face is still not visible, and at this point, no one will be curious about what she looks like, because as soon as she turns her head, the entire livestream will go black. Brothers, has that woman come out yet? Any brave guys out there who can let me know? I'm too scared to look. The woman has already emerged, brother. Don't worry, it's not censored. You can look at it without worry. Holy crap, the same oppressive feeling. This is definitely the woman who appeared the first time. Just like last time, the woman kept staring towards the bedroom as soon as she appeared. Will she just rush in and kill Su Xiao this time? Pa! What the hell are you spouting? I suggest you tell the truth, are you a walking 500,000? Holy crap! Look! That woman's not playing by the rules, she's reached for the doorknob. You audacious demon, how dare you harm the descendants of Yin and Huang? Demons and monsters, leave now. Demons and monsters, leave now. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were extremely nervous at this moment, and the barrage of comments about their father began to appear. Of course, this is really just a form of psychological comfort. Under the terrified gaze of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the woman's hand finally grasped the doorknob. But just when everyone thought the woman was about to break down the door, someone discovered that the bedroom doorknob couldn't be turned at all. Before anyone could finish speaking, there was a click, and the door lock seemed to have broken completely. But just as the woman was about to push the door open, the doll that Su Xiao had specially placed to guard the bedroom door suddenly opened its eyes. The doll's dark pupils stared intently at the woman, and a ferocious smile slowly spread across its face. Just as the woman was about to open the door, the doll pounced on her. The sudden anomaly in the livestream disappointed the people of China. At such a crucial moment, how could it suddenly turn into a blackout? Of course, they weren't interested in dolls and women. They were more concerned about Su Xiao's safety than the dolls and the woman. This was practically divine foresight. If we hadn't placed the doll at the bedroom door beforehand, who knows what terrifying things might have happened. Everyone, I've always had a question, Su Xiao, is he really 18 years old? According to the official information, he is indeed only 18 years old. Why do you ask that? The people of Longwa stayed in Su Xiao's live broadcast room from midnight until dawn. On the fourth day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiao's livestream finally returned to normal. Su Xiao just got out of bed and was shocked by what he saw when he opened the bedroom door. Holy crap, just as I thought, last night's battle was pretty intense. Actually, Su Xiao knew about the commotion outside his bedroom door last night. In this highly tense environment, even though Su Xiao knew that the strange things couldn't harm him, he didn't dare to sleep too soundly. In this eerie world, letting your guard down completely is like lighting a lantern in a toilet, it's suicide. The doll's right hand was gone, one of its eyes had been gouged out, and its body was in a terrible state, covered in wounds. Looking at the doll, Su Xiao suddenly sighed, for the sake of you protecting me last night, I'll sew your body back together, but don't blame me if it doesn't look good. With this free bodyguard, at least I don't have to worry about a woman suddenly rushing in and choking me while I sleep at night. Su Xiao found a needle and thread in the room and sat on the sofa to begin sewing crookedly. To Su Xiao's surprise, the doll did not scare her as it had before during the sewing process. The doll seemed quite human-like. After Su Xiao finished these two tasks, she looked up at the time and realized it was already noon. Looking at the time on the clock above her head, Su Xiao suddenly frowned. Sewing a doll and fixing a door lock should only take about an hour, but now, a full 4 hours have passed? Su Xiao remembered that Rule 14 stated that time would become disordered, so one could not rely on a wall clock indefinitely. But the problem is, if we can't rely on the time on the wall clock, wouldn't we completely misremember the passage of time? At home, the wall clock is Su Xiao's only source of accurate time. Even on television, the time has never been shown. Since my talent is rebellion, I have to look at this from a different angle. Perhaps the rules are meant to make me completely distrust the time on the wall clock. However, John and Su Xiao had completely opposite views on the matter of time. After learning that the time was disordered, Su Xiao chose to continue to trust the wall clock, while John began to question the accuracy of the time displayed on it. Apart from Su Xiao and John, no one else had noticed the time issue. Because they didn't realize it, their subconscious choice became the same as Su Xiao's. The fourth day was peaceful, unexpectedly peaceful. But perhaps it is because it is too calm that some people suspect that this is an abnormal phenomenon. Indeed, tranquility is an anomaly in the world of ghost stories. Edra, from the land where the sun never sets, actually wants to explore the world outside her room. Because there is such a rule. Rule 15, you can go outside, but you must keep an eye on your shoes. It was precisely because of this rule that Edra made a mistake in her judgment. His idea was correct, because no one dared to go out, so he wanted to be the pioneer. To put it bluntly, this is similar to gambling. If he wins the gamble, he will likely pass the challenge safely with a high probability. If he loses, he will lose his life and his country. This was undoubtedly a huge gamble, but after much deliberation, Adela decided to take the plunge. Under the watchful eyes of millions, Edra resolutely opened the door and walked out. Because Edra hadn't gone very far before he was swallowed by darkness. As Edra disappeared into the darkness, announcements were made across the globe. Although Hikawa Steelplate was a coward, he managed to survive until the fourth day. Date, Day 5. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiao opened his bedroom door, only to be greeted by a scene of utter chaos. As expected, the woman and the doll had another fight last night. Su Xiao picked up the doll's arm that had fallen to the ground, looking helpless. They sew it up every day, and every day it's missing an arm or a leg. I wonder how many more days this doll can last. Su Xiao wasn't feeling sorry for the doll, he was really feeling sorry for himself. For the past 2 nights, there had been a lot of noise outside his door, making it hard for him to sleep. Su Xiao sat on the sofa and sewed the doll as quickly as possible. After sewing the doll, Su Xiao threw it directly into the toilet. Of course, the ugly monster was also thrown into the toilet along with the doll. Su Xiao had thought it through. Since the woman was keeping him up at night, he would have the puppet collect some interest from the ugly monster during the day. Anyway, that ugly thing is inherently rebellious and deserves to be taught a lesson. While the doll and the ugly monster were fighting in the toilet, Su Xiao sneaked into the kitchen and made herself a bowl of noodles. She sat quietly opposite Su Xiao. Her eyes were fixed on Su Xiao, making Su Xiao feel quite uncomfortable. Looking at the woman, Su Xiao frowned slightly, but he dared not talk to her casually. Once he engaged with her, he would no longer be protected by his talent, which would be a loss for Su Xiao. But this time, the woman left Su Xiao a note. Puzzled, Su Xiao opened the note, where the blood-red handwriting stood out: "Kill the cat before noon, and I'll contact you tonight." Kill the cat? A string of question marks flew above Su Xiao's head. What do you mean? Is the cat going to be executed so soon? Su Xiao stared at the note left by the woman, suddenly feeling a bit dazed, because he wasn't sure if this counted as a rule. If this statement is considered a rule, Su Xiao should logically do the opposite. But if it's not a rule, then Su Xiao should consider the purpose and significance of this statement. If this woman is the same woman who tried to kill me last night, then her words need to be considered, but I have a feeling that this woman has no ill intentions towards me. Su Xiao was in a difficult position. He suspected that the woman who had just appeared was actually his so-called mother, but the woman who appeared outside his bedroom door at night was also likely the same person. If it really is the same person, then why did their attitudes change so drastically? Su Xiao was completely baffled when, just then, a miserable scream suddenly came from the toilet. When Su Xiao rushed into the toilet, she saw that the ugly monster was already lying in a pool of blood. That's right, the ugly duckling is gone. The puppet killed the ugly monster. Upon seeing the scene in the restroom, Su Xiao frowned deeply. Everything before him had exceeded his expectations. Su Xiao didn't understand. While he was staring at the toilet, the doll beat the ugly monster badly, but it didn't kill it. Could it be that the doll accidentally saw the information in the note and is killing that ugly monster for me? The ugly monster died at the hands of the puppet, so even if the information on the note was the rule, Su Xiao was still protected by his talent. Because he doesn't violate the rebellious nature of his talent. After the puppet killed the ugly monster, the other chosen ones faced the same choice as Su Xiao. Because they all received notes left by the woman. John, Arthur, and the other 4 chosen ones were all filled with surprise and doubt upon seeing the message left by the woman. Among the notes left by my mother, there were several rules about cats. Rule 6, take good care of your cat and don't name it randomly. Rule 7, feed your cat noodles, never cat food. Rule 8, always keep your cat with you when you sleep at night. Never leave it alone in the living room. Rule 11, cats will protect you, but they can also hurt you. Rule 12, if you notice your cat behaving abnormally, kill it immediately. These 5 rules show that cats can play both good and bad roles. The problem is that, apart from John and Su Xiao, the other 4 people's cats have not shown any abnormalities so far. If Rule 12 is correct, then the note left by the woman contradicts Rule 12. After a fierce internal struggle, Arthur, Ivanov, Pasha, and Hikawa Steelplate all chose to keep the cat. Only John made the choice to kill the cat. Because John's cat, which he left in the living room for 2 nights, had started acting a little strangely. However, just as John was about to kill the cat, a problem arose in his path. Because John didn't trust the time on the wall clock, he couldn't be sure what time it was. The note left by the woman demanded that he kill the cat before noon. John glanced at the clock and realized it was exactly 12:01, which meant that, normally speaking, it was past midnight. Just as John was about to kill the cat, Pasha had received a tip from high-ranking officials in Pakistan a few minutes earlier. This was Pakistan's final instruction, and the instruction was simple: Pasha must kill the cat. In fact, the reason why the Pakistani High Command suggested that Pasha do this was because they had already taken Su Xiao as a reference for their selection. Although Pakistan is a small country, its leaders unanimously believe that Su Xiao will be a dark horse in the world of supernatural tales. At this moment, off-screen from the live stream. Holy crap! This time, the moment a woman shows up, they're sentencing the cat to death? That's a bit too harsh, isn't it? Exactly. Cats are so cute, how could you kill them? Of the 6 people, only Su Xiao, John, and Pasha have killed the cat, and John seems to be a little late. I knew Su Xiao would definitely target the ugly monster, but who knew the puppet would beat me to it? Everyone gets confused, even normal people get confused, but you'll find out as you read on. Amidst the discussions of countless people, time quickly reached 10 p.m. in the world of ghost stories. The bright moon hung high outside Su Xiao's room, and the moonlight that shone into the room carried a hint of coldness. Under Su Xiao's gaze, the woman stood in front of him. For the first time ever, the woman spoke, and her first words were actually "thank you." Thanks? Su Xiao stared at the woman, puzzled. The woman offered no explanation, but instead muttered to herself. Those notes with rules were left by me. I know I have become part of the eerie world, and I can only stay here by turning into a cat. Thanks. The woman's voice grew increasingly choked and low, just like a normal mother lamenting her longing for her child. Su Xiao kept staring at the woman, and at that moment, he saw in her a persistent and great maternal love. After saying her last thank you, the woman completely disappeared from Su Xiao's sight. Perhaps I should have guessed sooner that you are actually her child? No wonder you would rather lose an arm or a leg than hurt her every night. I finally understand what she meant. She is the real her during the day, but she is no longer herself at night. Cry if you want to. If your mother knew that you've always been by her side, no matter where she goes, I think she would be very happy. After Su Xiao finished speaking, she didn't say anything more. At this time, the doll beside her could no longer hold back her tears. Amidst the doll's silent weeping, a notification suddenly rang in Su Xiao's ears. Hidden within the ordinary fabric of life lies a great love, a mother's love, steadfast and profound. Congratulations to the selected participant. You have perfectly completed the Mom's Note challenge. Completion rating, 5 stars. Completion reward, doll, +1 to ghost resistance, current ghost resistance is 1%. Doll introduction, a mysterious part of the ghost story world, it will protect you in crucial moments. Explanation of strange resistance, when strange resistance reaches 100%, you will be completely immune to strange phenomena. The voice beside her left Su Xiao completely bewildered. Could the first paragraph of Mom's Note also be a rule? And a wrong rule at that? Have we all been misled, and the Mom's Note challenge actually only lasts 5 days? I remember now, the food in the refrigerator was only enough for 5 days from the beginning. The sudden notification that the level was cleared filled Su Xiao with elation. While Su Xiao was still overjoyed at clearing the level, a black mark was quietly imprinted on his arm. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully clearing the level. The Dragon Kingdom will now exempt him from this round of the mysterious rule. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom has achieved a 5-star victory and received a special reward. The lifespan of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has increased by 10 years. A voice resounded across the globe. The live stream of Su Xiao passing through customs was instantly broadcast to streets and alleys around the world. Hearing Su Xiao pass through the checkpoint, the people and high-ranking leaders of China were incredulous, while the high-ranking officials of the United States and the Eastern Island were gloomy and so angry that they gritted their teeth. Dragon Kingdom. On the streets and alleys, countless people watched the frozen live broadcast footage, and they all wept bitterly. The life expectancy of Chinese citizens has increased by 10 years? Holy crap, I suddenly feel that my back doesn't hurt anymore, my legs aren't sore anymore, and even my uncle, who has been paralyzed for many years, can get out of bed. Did we really succeed in the challenge? It's true, it really happened. Su Xiao did it. Our Dragon Kingdom is finally free from the effects of the 6th supernatural tale. All you dogs who have bullied China, do you see this? China has stood up. From now on, Su Xiao is my idol, and I want to have lots and lots of babies for him. After successfully completing the challenge in the ghost story world, the chosen participant can be teleported back to the real world, but there is a 3-day time limit. America. The conference room in the U.S. high-level leadership building was completely silent. A moment later, a high-ranking U.S. official stared at John's livestream and immediately became furious. Can someone tell me why John wasn't the first to come out? How could Su Xiao from China steal our thunder? What will other countries think of us now? Will our authority still be respected? John has done his best. Fuck. What do you mean by trying my best? I want results, you understand? We still have a chance. Maybe John will be out soon. So what if we come out? We've already fallen behind China. Now those countries will definitely flock to China, and that's not the outcome we, the United States, want. Eastern Island nation. Damn it. Doesn't John from the US have the right to communicate remotely? Why didn't he use it? Why didn't he remind Hikawa Koga about the decision to kill the cat? Is he planning to burn bridges after he's done his bidding? That idiot John actually gave the Dragon Kingdom, which had suffered 5 consecutive defeats, a chance to catch its breath. Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom and the United States, they're all dead. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were celebrating, in the world of supernatural tales, a woman also appeared in the rooms of the other chosen ones. On the Pasha side of Pakistan. Because Pasha killed the cat on the instructions of high-ranking US officials, he saw the woman emerging from the cat's body after Su Xiao. After saying those words to herself, the woman disappeared, and Pasha was declared to have passed the test. However, Shapa only received a 1-star rating after completing the game, so he did not receive any rewards from the Ghost Stories world. After Shapa and Su Xiao were teleported out of the Strange Tales world, there were 4 people left in the Strange Tales world: John, Arthur, Ivanov, and Hikawa Steelplate. At this moment, the same woman was standing in front of the 4 of them, but the woman looked strange and somewhat eerie. John sighed. After a brief eye contact, John was already being tightly gripped by the woman's neck. Before John could finish speaking, the woman interrupted him with a wicked smile. Unfortunately, although you made the right choice, you went over time. John struggled to look at the clock on the wall. The woman replied calmly, if you don't believe in time, why are you looking at it? Don't you feel that last night was longer than any other night? John roared hoarsely, having originally hoped to use his talent to live to the 7th day, but now he had no chance. Of course, John will never know that 5 days is actually the correct time to complete the game. Click. At the same time, Arthur, Ivanov, and Hikawa Steelplate all stared at the woman in front of them with expressions of horror. They couldn't believe that the woman had actually emerged from the cat's body. They hadn't noticed anything unusual about the cat until the woman appeared, but once they truly understood the meaning of Rule 11, they had no chance to leave alive. As Arthur, Ivanov, and Hikawa Steelplate fell one after another, announcements were made all over the world. The announcement has been issued. The United States, the Football Nation, the Grizzly Bear Nation, and the Eastern Island Nation were all very unwilling to accept the result, but there was nothing they could do. However, even knowing that the strange rules were about to descend, the leaders of these 4 countries did not take it seriously. Because all the chosen ones in their country survived to the last day, and they witnessed Su Xiao's entire process of passing the level, even if the strange rule appeared, passing Mom's note would be a piece of cake. But just as the countries were full of confidence and preparing to receive Mom's note, the Eastern Island Nation was the first to wet their pants in fright. Damn it, the strange rule that has descended is actually not Mom's note. Fortunately, they made the right choice by following the Dragon Kingdom at the crucial moment, otherwise, they would have had a hard time escaping being plagued by the strange rules and superstitions. Amidst the eager anticipation of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao was finally teleported back to the real world. After returning to the real world, Su Xiao's life changed completely because he enjoyed the highest treatment that a hero should have. Just like the first time he was transported into the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao opened his eyes from the cold carriage seat. The moment Su Xiao opened his eyes, a voice rang out in the carriage. Inside the carriage, the announcement ended. Su Xiao glanced around her carriage with practiced ease, then quickly memorized the carriage number, 06. Rule 2, if passengers urinate, defecate, or smoke in the carriage, please ignore them. Rule 3, losing things in the carriage is common. If a passenger asks you to help find their lost item, you can refuse. However, if a child is lost, you have an obligation to help them. Rule 5, food will be provided in the carriages, but do not take food from the connecting areas between carriages. Rule 9, the flight attendant rules must never be seen by passengers. If a passenger accidentally sees them, kill the passenger immediately. The last page of the crew rules should be hidden in this carriage. I can try to find it while there are no passengers yet. Meanwhile, outside the live broadcast, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, watching the brand new world of supernatural tales, started a new round of discussions. A brand new instance. Brothers, come and see. Su Xiao has started a new exploration. Bro, you didn't watch the live stream, did you? This is a new dungeon, and it looks much harder than the notes your mom wrote. No matter the difficulty, I believe Su Xiao can rise to the challenge. Hey Muji, maybe you haven't gotten on the bus yet. Holy crap, guys, I just checked out the live stream from the East Island Nation. Their chosen contestant looked like a wilted eggplant. His expression was absolutely hilarious. In the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao searched the entire carriage but couldn't find the so-called last page. Is the last page of the cruise code not even in the carriage? Carriage 06, which connects to 2 other carriages, is currently completely sealed off. The sleeping environment inside the carriages was quite good, they were mostly comfortable soft sleeper berths. Surprisingly, it was quite soft, and the view out the window was sunny and breezy, not at all like a world of ghost stories. After admiring the beautiful view outside the window for a while, Su Xiao took out the doll from her arms and placed it on the bed. Su Xiao placed the doll on the bed, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his own bed. He was about to look under the bed when he suddenly noticed that the doll's eyes were staring at the white pillow on the bed. Why is the doll staring at this pillow? Could there be something inside it? Su Xiao picked up the pillow, squeezed it with his hand in confusion, and then the texture of paper entered his mind. No way, there really is something? Su Xiao picked up the paper from the ground with a look of surprise. Holy crap, it really is the last page. The paper clearly recorded the rules that had not been read before. Rule 11, respecting the elderly and caring for the young are traditional virtues. If a passenger wants to exchange pillows with you, please give them a comfortable pillow instead. Rule 14, if anyone in the carriage is injured or suffers a relapse of an illness, please try to provide medical assistance. Rule 15, the connecting passage between carriages will open each time meals are served. Other passengers may try to slip in during this time. If you find a passenger who does not belong to this carriage, be sure to ask them to leave. Rule 17, midnight to 6 a.m. is a dangerous time. If someone contacts you during this period, please ignore them. Su Xiao frowned. It seemed that the passengers of this carriage had boarded. As Su Xiao walked into the carriage corridor, she saw that every sleeper berth was already full of people, and the sounds of arguing, noise, and children crying created a chaotic scene. Seeing this, Su Xiao walked over without saying a word, and to the bewildered looks of the men, Su Xiao directly stubbed out the cigarettes in their hands. What a piece of junk! They won't even let us smoke. Are they trying to suffocate us for 3 days? Exactly. Just because you're a flight attendant doesn't mean you're something special. I bet you don't smoke behind my back. Let's sneak off to the toilet later. So what if we do it? Let's see what he can do to us. Su Xiao's threat annoyed the men, who immediately decided to fight him. But when Su Xiaolian revealed the doll hidden in his clothes, the men immediately chickened out. The dolls themselves are part of the eerie world of ghost stories, and these passengers are merely forced to become substitutes for the eerie after being devoured by it. Therefore, the doll's suppressive power is absolute. Seeing the cowardly appearance of the men, Su Xiao ignored them and instead turned to call out to an older woman not far away. The woman who was about to help the child with diarrhea froze instantly, a strange look flashing in her eyes. A moment later, she reluctantly took the child to the toilet. Before entering the restroom, the older woman couldn't help but mutter in Su Xiao's direction, "What kind of person is she? Just because she's a flight attendant doesn't mean she can be so arrogant, and she has such a bad temper." Suddenly, the carriage, which had been filled with lively conversation, fell silent, and the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. However, this was exactly the scene Su Xiao wanted to see. On the Eastern Island Nation side, Ichiro Ibe, the chosen one from the Eastern Island Nation, was patiently persuading passengers not to smoke, but he was met with punches and kicks. Several male passengers pinned Ichiro Ibe to the ground and rubbed him violently while doing so, taunting him as they did so. "You son of a bitch, how dare you meddle in our business as a flight attendant? Have you never experienced the harsh realities of life? Today, I'll show you how cruel society can be." After hitting Ichiro Ibe, several passengers spat several mouthfuls of phlegm directly into his face. While Ichiro Ibe was beginning to question his existence, the other chosen ones from other countries were also not receiving a friendly reception from the passengers. However, Nicola, the chosen one from Grizzly Bear Kingdom, revealed his S-rank talent right from the start. At this time, in the Dragon Kingdom. As expected, Su Xiao is still in his usual style, starting off in an unconventional way. The scene where he warned the passengers just now was just too cool. He truly lives up to his idol's reputation. He managed to subdue the passengers with just a few words. No way, what kind of trash are the chosen ones from the Eastern Island Nation? Ichiro Ibe got humiliated by the passengers right from the start. Is he just here to make up the numbers like Hikawa steel plate? Not long ago, the Eastern Island Nation was barking and howling in front of our Dragon Nation. They didn't expect the situation to turn around, did they? Mocking my dragon country? How dare a tiny island nation like us? Those Japanese from the East Island are just like the Koreans, they have no skills, but they're good at being disgusting. Brothers, look. It seems like Nicola from Grizzly Bear Country has revealed his talent. Holy crap, what kind of talent is this? It can actually make passengers obedient. This is too incredible. It seems that this is undoubtedly an S-level talent leader. S-rank talent leader? Wow, Grizzly Bear Country has had an amazing start. Let's see if they can seize this opportunity. Speaking of talent, do you know what Su Xiao's talent is? I don't know. I guess apart from a few important high-ranking leaders in China, nobody knows. This doesn't make sense. Logically, the talents of those chosen should be announced. Why hasn't the government made it public yet? Yes, you're right, I give you a thumbs up. In the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao surveyed the carriage but didn't find anything unusual. The passengers seemed well behaved and showed no abnormalities. Su Xiao looked up at the timer in the carriage, it was exactly 7 in the morning. Bite. At exactly 7 o'clock, the sound of a door opening rang out. Suddenly, the sealed door at the front of the carriage opened, and then a dark, eerie hand reached out from the other end. Breakfast? The strange hand put down the breakfast and then withdrew, and the door closed immediately. But Su Xiao stood there, stunned. The moment the door opened, Su Xiao stared intently at the space behind that hand. Su Xiao had assumed that his carriage was connected to another carriage, but to his astonishment, that was not the case. This made Su Xiao wonder if the two carriages were actually connected to other carriages at both ends. Does this mean, as Rule 8 states, that flight attendants are really not allowed to leave their assigned carriage? Su Xiao frowned slightly, then relaxed after a moment. Forget it, let's eat first. We'll have the energy to think about these things when we're full. Although Rule 5 clearly states that food must not be eaten in the connecting area between carriages, Su Xiao immediately realized that it was actually a wrong rule, just like Rule 2. After collecting the boxed meal from the connecting area between the carriages, Su Xiao returned to her berth and began to eat. The flight attendant's breakfast wasn't very lavish, consisting of only 2 steamed buns and a small packet of pickled vegetables. However, Su Xiao didn't mind. After all, this was a world of ghost stories, what more could she ask for? Just as Su Xiao was enjoying his breakfast, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Xiao looked up and saw that it was an old man. Hearing the old man's words, Su Xiao frowned slightly. Sure enough, they came, and so quickly. Su Xiao remembered that there was such a rule in the flight attendant's code of conduct. Rule 11, respecting the elderly and caring for the young are traditional virtues. If a passenger wants to exchange pillows with you, please give them a comfortable pillow instead. This rule seems unremarkable on the surface. But the key point is that this rule comes from the last page of the flight attendant's code of conduct. Su Xiao couldn't understand why, since he already knew the rules, this rule about changing pillows was meaningless. Su Xiao's expression suddenly changed, but I won't change. The old man? The old man was speechless. If you don't want to change it, then you don't want to change it. Is it fun to tease an old man like me? Young people these days really lack manners. The old man left, grumbling and cursing. But he hadn't gone far when he immediately changed his attitude, and the pillow he was holding in his arms began to emit wisps of black energy. After Su Xiao experienced the pillow-swapping incident, the other chosen ones encountered the same thing. If they swap the pillows, they will most likely never discover the secret hidden inside. When asked to exchange pillows, most of the participants declined the offer. Most of the chosen ones were quite rational. Finally, the 3 selected countries chose to exchange their pillows. Upon witnessing this scene, the high-ranking officials of the 3 small countries, who had just ended the disturbance caused by the strange rules, were so enraged that they vomited blood. The Kampa leaders launched into a tirade of profanities. Fool, you idiot! Ha ha, with such a fool, how can the country not perish? I don't want to stay in this damn country for even a day longer. My teammates are hopeless. I've already applied for a Chinese passport, and I'm moving tomorrow, no, right now. Leader, let's talk this out. The country can't do without you at a time like this. Get out of here. If I don't leave, these idiots will kill me sooner or later. The leader ultimately left resolutely, leaving behind only a group of high-ranking officials from the Kampa kingdom looking at each other in bewilderment. After a long moment of bewilderment, someone finally stepped forward. After the pillow-changing incident, some of the more astute participants have already realized something. On Su Zhao's side, the noise came from a woman sleeping in bed 2B. After inquiring, Su Zhao realized that the woman had lost her instant noodles with pickled cabbage and beef that she had just made. She had only gone to the toilet for a short while when the noodles disappeared. The older sister, of course, didn't quite believe their explanation, so they had a heated argument. At times like these, the advantages of Su Zhao's status as a flight attendant become apparent. Fortunately, Su Zhao was playing a flight attendant rather than a passenger, otherwise, being manipulated by a flight attendant would have been truly terrifying. Flight Attendant Code of Conduct, Code 3, losing things in the carriage is common. If a passenger asks you to help find a lost item, you can refuse. However, if a child is lost, you have an obligation to help them. Based on his inherently rebellious nature, Su Zhao had to find the instant noodles for his older sister no matter what, at least to give her an explanation, right? Seeing Su Zhao's serious expression, the eldest sister suddenly felt a little reluctant to trouble him. Don't worry, ma'am. The flight attendant's duty is to protect the safety of all passengers' property. Instant noodles are property too, so leave this to me. Su Zhao's resounding words commanded the respect of the older woman and the passengers present, who were almost moved by Su Zhao's earnest and pragmatic spirit. But just as their eyes were starting to well up with tears, an older woman suddenly rushed over. The woman grabbed Su Zhao's hand. Flight attendant, quick, my child is lost, please help me find him. The woman looked very anxious, and all the surrounding passengers looked at Su Zhao, thinking that Su Zhao would step forward to help without hesitation. Hearing the cold words coming from Su Zhao's fiery mouth, all the passengers present were completely dumbfounded. The older woman's words made a lot of sense, prompting the surrounding passengers to nod in agreement. Big sister, I understand what you're saying, but things have to be done in order. Finding the child is important, but finding instant noodles is just as important. Let's not talk about it anymore. Finding instant noodles for you is the priority. Otherwise, the noodles will get soggy and won't taste good. Su Zhao spoke with such seriousness that the surrounding passengers were stunned. To say that Su Zhao did something wrong, there seems to be some truth to it, but to say that she did something right, they always feel that something went wrong somewhere. The elderly woman who had lost her child was frantic with worry. Seeing that Su Zhao refused to help but still spoke so kindly, she gritted her teeth in anger. If you don't want to help, then don't help. What kind of person are you? The older woman glared at Su Zhao and angrily began searching the entire carriage for the child. Su Zhao didn't linger either, and began looking for the lost instant noodles in the carriage. Carriage 06 is neither particularly large nor small, but finding a cup of instant noodles in it is practically impossible. Fortunately, Su Zhao wasn't really looking for instant noodles, he was just putting on an act. The pickled cabbage and other condiments were probably already in someone else's stomach. Su Zhao pretended to look around the carriage for instant noodles. He noticed that the passengers had all kinds of flavors of instant noodles on their tables, but none of them had pickled cabbage. There's no other way. There's only one place left to check, but are you really sure you want to go? The last place Su Zhao didn't look for was the toilet. Running to the toilet to find instant noodles, you wouldn't come up with this crazy idea unless you had a stroke at least 30 years ago. Without almost any hesitation, Su Zhao walked quickly to the toilet door and pushed it open. As the toilet door was pushed open, the scene inside left Su Zhao slightly dumbfounded. There, squatting in the toilet, was a naughty child, holding chopsticks in one hand and a cup of instant noodles in the other. He was actually eating instant noodles from the toilet bowl. I'll eat your grandpa. As Su Zhao stared at Teddy, Teddy also looked up and made eye contact with Su Zhao. During their eye contact, Su Zhao noticed a distinctly human-like light in Teddy's eyes, and looking into it sent a chill down her spine. For some reason, Su Zhao always felt that Teddy's eyes were like those of a doll. From its eyes, Su Zhao could see a thick and eerie killing intent. At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly remembered flight attendant code 13. It's obvious that the pet mentioned in the rules is the teddy bear-like thing in front of us. Although the rules suggested that Su Xiao should escape immediately, given Su Xiao's rebellious nature, escape was out of the question. Since escape is impossible, the only option left is to confront it head-on. Su Xiao stared intently at Teddy, while one hand had already taken out the doll she was carrying with her. But just as a major battle was about to break out, the old woman who was looking for her child suddenly burst in. I told you not to run around, but in the blink of an eye, you ran into the toilet. I had to look for you for ages. The woman was gagging while disciplining the unruly child. She was clearly about to vomit from the fumes. However, Su Xiao noticed that the older woman was all bark and no bite. She didn't actually use much force when she did hit him. The mischievous child was grinning and even making faces at her. While the older woman was relentlessly disciplining the unruly child, Su Xiao noticed that the pure black teddy had disappeared without her noticing. Su Xiao frowned, then put away the doll and left the restroom. At this moment, the old lady in the toilet was still rambling on, but Su Xiao had no interest in paying attention to her. Su Xiao washed her hands outside the toilet and then went to bed to tell the lady who had thrown away the instant noodles what she had seen. All Su Xiao told her was that she saw the naughty kid eating instant noodles in the toilet. Meanwhile, outside the live stream. If it weren't for the bamboo shoots, it wouldn't be the Su Xiao we know. But brothers, I just discovered something. What's up? Eating popcorn. Ha, indeed, you really fooled the older sister and the others, especially the part about looking for instant noodles or a child. That was just a crazy move. And that brat, I'm really fed up with him. He keeps saying Ollie gay all the time. I almost threw up from watching him. You can't spoil a brat. It's obvious that he's been spoiled by adults and has developed a lot of bad habits. Who knows? Maybe it was a pet dog that one of the passengers brought on board? A pet dog? But the rules say that pets are not allowed in the carriages. At this time, other participants also encountered incidents such as losing instant noodles and losing their children. Almost all of the participants unanimously chose to find the child first. Of course, the familiar and unforgettable scene of the naughty child shoveling feces in the toilet was also deeply etched in their memories. However, as the chosen ones covered their mouths and prepared to leave the toilet, the same scene unfolded. All of them discovered Teddy hidden in the toilet. In an instant, most of the chosen ones looked horrified. Without the slightest hesitation, they decisively chose to flee. The chosen ones from 5 countries, the Kingdom of Outrageousness, the Kingdom of Kampa, the Kingdom of Burma, are being mysteriously devoured. A world of strange tales is about to descend. The countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the chosen ones from the 5 small countries were mysteriously devoured, the leaders of those 5 countries collapsed to the ground. These small countries were among the first to be eliminated from Mom's Note. These successive blows are simply beyond the capacity of a small country like theirs to withstand. The bizarre rule is about to descend, and at this critical moment of life and death, the outrageous country has taken the lead. Soon, the other 4 small countries followed suit and made their own statements. These small countries have always been dependent on the United States and have always followed the United States' lead. But now, China's momentum has quietly surpassed that of the United States. They are like reeds in the wind, swaying from side to side, so they don't care about breaking ties with the United States. At times like these, preserving one's own country is clearly the most sensible choice. However, our Dragon Kingdom has indeed suffered a lot of damage from the 5 consecutive strange occurrences of the rules, and the shortage of food is indeed a problem that our people need to solve. Here's what we'll do. We'll reply to these small countries that we'll trade food for chips, but our chips won't be delivered for another week. These small countries are used to being arrogant and domineering. This time, we'll use this incident to let them know that our Dragon Kingdom is not easy to bully. A bizarre world. At exactly noon, the gate at the passageway connection opened on time, and lunch was delivered to Su Xiao on the other side of the gate. After receiving her boxed lunch, Su Xiao returned to her bed, put down the small table, and began to eat. After Su Xiao finished lunch, carriage 06 gradually quieted down as passengers prepared for their afternoon nap. Su Xiao placed the doll on the table, and then prepared to lie down on the bed for a short rest. However, just as Su Xiao lay down and was about to close her eyes, the loud shouting and commotion of the unruly child rang out in the carriage. Su Xiao took the doll and walked out. When Su Xiao arrived at the bed where the unruly child was, she only intended to give the child a few words of reprimand. However, the child didn't get angry, but the aunt who was taking care of the child got angry. First, the woman stood with her hands on her hips, acting completely unreasonable. "I'm telling you, you're a flight attendant, how can you argue with a child? He's just a kid, what could he possibly know? So what if the kid is playing? He's not bothering you, it's none of your business." He, is that so? Hearing the aunt's words, Su Xiao suddenly grinned. No wonder there are so many unruly kids these days, it turns out they're spoiled by their parents. Since you won't listen to my kind advice, then don't blame me. The aunt was about to challenge Su Xiao, but before she could finish speaking, 2 loud slaps landed on her cheeks. The woman covered her face, stunned for a second, then exploded in anger. You actually dared to hit me. So what if I hit you? I'd like to kick you too. I'm going to hit people like you who have no manners. I'll fight you to the death. The older woman rushed over, ready to fight back, but Su Xiao kicked her to the ground. Although the rules say not to argue with unruly children, everyone has the right to discipline them. If you don't teach them a lesson, someone else will. Of course, disciplining unruly children is not the ultimate goal. The most satisfying thing would be to also discipline the unruly parents when disciplining the children. Now, Su Xiao plans to teach both the unruly child and his unruly parents a lesson. After reprimanding the unruly parents, Su Xiao walked step by step toward the unruly child. He grinned, and the child was terrified, his whole body trembling. Just as Su Xiao was about to teach the brat a lesson, the woman who had been kicked to the ground suddenly stood up in a strange posture. The woman's face turned deathly pale, her skin began to crack, and blood gushed out from the cracks, instantly turning her entire face blood red. It looks extremely terrifying, comparable to a ghost in a horror movie. Without saying a word, Su Xiao took out the doll. Just teach them a lesson, don't kill them. Su Xiao gave the doll some instructions, and then threw the doll out of her hand. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, the strange methods are not easily seen by us, which is why we lack understanding of the strange. Sigh, when will humanity be able to completely unravel these mysteries? Perhaps by then, these strange tales of rules will no longer befall us? With the current capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom, it's difficult to figure out where these strange phenomena come from. However, if Boss Su Xiao can continue to live, I believe he can provide the Dragon Kingdom with powerful clues. In the live stream room of Ichiro Ibe from the Eastern Island country, the people of China were dumbfounded by Ichiro Inobe's incomprehensible actions. Holy crap, wasn't this guy all high and mighty to teach that brat a lesson? How come he ended up being taught a lesson by the brat instead? This is disgusting. What a loser. He can't even handle a brat, let alone his parents. Su Xiao fought the parents, but this guy just knelt down before them. You're a flight attendant, aren't you? Kneeling down to a passenger, where's your shame? Perhaps the Eastern Island nation is more adept at kneeling. Anyway, they've already abandoned all sense of shame, as long as they can live. That's true. The Eastern Island nation is still suffering from the invasion of the strange legends of rules, so they probably can't even take care of Ichiro Inoue. While the people of China were criticizing Ichiro Inobe, Su Xiao's livestream had already resumed. At this point, the battle between the doll and the old woman had ended. The result was predictable. The aunt was beaten black and blue by the doll, and this was only because Su Xiao had asked the doll to show mercy. The aunt was completely beaten and lost her arrogance, while the brat was now huddled in a corner of the bed, his face pale. The boy's face was filled with fear of Su Xiao, he knew that his backer was gone. You brat, I've already finished disciplining your bratty parents. Now it's your turn. Get over here right now. Su Xiao beckoned to the trembling, unruly child. The little rascal cried so pitifully. Heartbreaking. Seeing that the brat was genuinely remorseful, Su Xiao didn't make things difficult for him anymore, but gave him 2 large pockets as a parting gift. After dealing with the unruly child, Su Xiao returned to her bed to rest. Inside the carriage, the passengers were all discussing Su Xiao's actions. "This kid is a bit naughty, but you can't give him 2 big diapers. Do you know how much psychological damage 2 big diapers can do to a naughty kid? Giving that brat a big bag is already pretty good. If it were my kid, I'd teach him a lesson about why flowers are so red." Even those passengers who were originally planning to make things difficult for Su Xiao put aside their wicked intentions. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Xiao's dinner was still quite substantial, consisting of a French pasta dish and a fruit salad. As Su Xiao was enjoying her meal, a voice that was both strange and familiar rang out in the carriage. The middle-aged woman wearing an apron tilted her head and glanced at Su Xiao, then whispered with a smile, "Hey flight attendant, want some snacks or something? They're free for staff." Seeing that Su Xiao was not polite at all, the aunt was quite honest and gave Su Xiao 2 bottles of drinks and 2 bags of sunflower seeds. After giving her the items, the woman pushing the cart left, but Su Xiao noticed that she left from the connecting area between the rear carriages. Looking at the drinks and snacks in her hand, Su Xiao didn't intend to eat them, but instead casually tossed them aside. In this carriage, apart from the food that is regularly distributed to the dining car every day, Su Xiao doesn't eat anything else. However, accepting it doesn't mean you have to eat it. Acceptance and eating are 2 different things. The other selected participants also encountered an elderly woman pushing a small cart. When they learned that the snacks and drinks were free, several of the participants immediately accepted. However, these chosen ones are not stupid. They knew they were in a world of ghost stories, and although the food in their hands looked fine, they weren't foolish enough to eat it immediately. Some of the chosen ones, like Su Xiao, accepted the food but did not intend to eat it. They planned to keep it in case they ran out of food later. The first day went by quickly. As night fell, all the chosen ones began to organize the information they had gathered during the day. Rule 2: If passengers urinate, defecate, or smoke in the carriage, please ignore them. Rule 3: Losing things in the carriage is common. If a passenger asks you to help find their lost item, you can refuse. However, if a child is lost, you have an obligation to help them. Rule 5: Food will be provided in the carriages, but do not take food from the connecting areas between carriages. Rule 9: The flight attendant rules must never be seen by passengers. If a passenger accidentally sees them, kill the passenger immediately. Rule 11: Respecting the elderly and caring for the young are traditional virtues. If a passenger wants to exchange pillows with you, please give them a comfortable pillow instead. Rule 14: If anyone in the carriage is injured or suffers a relapse of an illness, please try to provide medical assistance. Rule 15: The connecting passage between carriages will open each time meals are served. Other passengers may try to slip in during this time. If you find a passenger who does not belong to this carriage, be sure to ask them to leave. Rule 17: Midnight to 6 a.m. is a dangerous time. If someone contacts you during this period, please ignore them. It is currently known that rules 1, 3, 13, and 16 can be basically determined to be correct. Rules 2, 4, 5, and 11 can be basically judged to be wrong. The rules for right and wrong are currently unclear, namely Rule 6, Rule 7, Rule 8, Rule 9, Rule 10, Rule 12, Rule 14, Rule 15, and Rule 17. 8 p.m. Clearly, Su Xiao had no intention of turning off the lights. Of course, Su Xiao didn't feel that anything was wrong. After all, it was still so early, and the passengers were still having a great time. While the other chosen passengers were already in bed by 8 o'clock, Su Xiao was still having a great time playing. 10 p.m. The lights in the carriage automatically turned off, and the passengers began to rest. Su Xiao lay in bed, unable to fall asleep early, thinking about the pure black teddy in the bathroom earlier that day. What exactly is that thing? Why does it feel somewhat similar to a doll? Could it be, like the dolls, part of the eerie world of ghost stories? Is there any pattern to the appearance of that thing? Or does it appear randomly? Midnight. At this time, Su Xiao had already fallen asleep, while the doll by his bedside was keeping watch for him. Even with the protection of his talent, Su Xiao never dared to sleep too soundly. With a puppet watching over him, he could barely manage to get a good night's sleep. In the pitch-black carriage, Su Xiao, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a strange chewing sound. When Su Xiao opened her eyes, she saw the doll standing in front of her bed, its eyes fixed on a dark corner. Because there was no light, Su Xiao couldn't see anything in the dark corner, he could only hear crunching sounds. The chewing sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to send chills down your spine. What the hell is that? Su Xiao was very annoyed to be woken up from her sleep by this thing, but the thing in the darkness also seemed a little annoyed to have its meal interrupted. Fortunately, before the dark figure could reach Su Xiao, it was slapped away by the puppet guarding the bed. In the darkness, Su Xiao couldn't see the fight between the doll and the thing, he could only hear the constant sounds of objects colliding. The puppet and the thing fought for about 10 minutes, and the battle ended with the thing leaving. The thing left, but Su Xiao was a little annoyed. He just wanted to get a good night's sleep. What the hell did he do to deserve this? While Su Xiao was experiencing strange events, the other selected individuals who had been collecting snacks from the aunties' carts during the day also encountered the same strange occurrences. However, they were not as lucky as Su Xiao. But those chosen ones are different, if they encounter a truly bizarre entity, they will surely die. Unfortunately, the thing in the darkness was precisely the real eeriness. As several screams rang out, their live stream froze forever, and announcements were made around the world. Hearing the announcements ringing out across the globe, the people of China were incredulous. Holy crap! What happened? The chosen ones from the British Empire were eliminated so quickly? What was that thing in the darkness just now? Were they attacked by it? The attack on them must have been bizarre, otherwise they wouldn't have been eliminated. The higher-ups in the UK are probably crying their eyes out in the bathroom. The last supernatural invasion of their country hasn't even ended yet, and now another supernatural event has descended upon them, which is like doubling the fun. I think I understand now why they were attacked in such a bizarre way. Why? The crowd looked on with curiosity. You mean, the old lady with the pushcart is weird? No. In my judgment, what they had in their hands was the key to their deaths. Perhaps the strange creature was attracted by the snacks in their hands. The chewing sounds in the darkness just now perfectly illustrate this point. Hearing this person's rational analysis, everyone gasped. Holy crap! That's amazing. The analysis is spot on, it's so damn accurate. It seems that this is undoubtedly the case. Dude, this is practically Conan in real life. So, these chosen ones were too clever for their own good. They thought that as long as they got the snacks but didn't eat them, they would be fine, but they never expected that it would bring them such a deadly disaster. They're just incredibly unlucky. Only someone as fearless as Su Xiao would make such a choice. For them to follow suit is suicide. Forget about donating underwear or anything like that, I'll donate a ladle of Ganges water instead. I don't have much to donate, but I'll donate some love. Early morning. Last night, nothing else happened except for that strange thing in the dark. The first thing Su Xiao did upon waking up was to carefully examine the crime scene. Looking at the mess on the floor, Su Xiao frowned. Could it be that Dong just stole my snacks last night? Su Xiao awkwardly twitched her li since it likes to eat these things, then we can try to find out what it is. Su Xiao had some guesses in his mind, but he wasn't sure. Looks like I'll have to ask the lady with the pushcart for some more snacks today. Su Xiao understood that what appeared last night must be something strange, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to escape from the puppet's grasp so easily. After having breakfast, Su Xiao made a round of inspections in the carriage. Now, the passengers are much more obedient when they see him. After being educated by him, the old lady and the unruly child from yesterday have also begun to reform. The winners are from the kimchi country. When Park woke up, he was in a panic because his flight attendant's rules of conduct had mysteriously disappeared. Park searched left and right, but couldn't find it. Damn it, where are you? Come out now, damn it. Park was almost in tears because Rule 9 was very clear. Rule 9, the flight attendant rules must never be seen by passengers. If a passenger accidentally sees them, kill the passenger immediately. Based on Park Woolley's judgment, the ninth rule of the flight attendants code is most likely correct. Because once the flight attendants code of conduct falls into the hands of the passengers, it's as if all their vulnerabilities and weaknesses have been exposed. If passengers use the rules of the cabin crew code to deal with him, he will be caught off guard. As Park was anxiously trying to recall where the flight attendants code of conduct might have been, a passenger in the carriage was quietly rummaging through something in his hands. As the page was turned, a creepy smile crept onto the passenger's face. Noon. At noon, lunchtime, the gate at the passageway connection opened precisely on time. But this time, in addition to Su Xiao's lunch, another flight attendant also arrived. The flight attendant's face was familiar. Of course, Su Xiao didn't recognize her, but if she were a citizen of China, she would definitely recognize the face. That's right, this flight attendant is one of the chosen ones from the bizarrely swallowed-up British Empire. Looking at the flight attendant played by the chosen one, Su Xiao immediately thought of Rule 6 and Rule 7. Su Xiao brushed past the flight attendant without paying her any attention. After collecting his lunch, he returned to his berth. Just as Su Xiao was about to enjoy his lunch, the flight attendant unsurprisingly stood in front of him. Clearly, he came for Su Xiao. At this moment, Su Xiao pretended to be nonchalant and stared at the flight attendant with a smile, asking, "Is there something wrong?" "Brother, I'm from carriage 07. I was getting a bit bored in my carriage, so I decided to check out the other carriages. I never expected to run into you as soon as I walked through that door." "What a coincidence!" "It really was fate," Su Xiao replied casually. "That's right, you're absolutely right." Su Xiao continued to give evasive answers. "Okay." The flight attendant suddenly asked tentatively. Su Xiao looked up at him and thought to herself, "Don't you have any self-awareness about whether there's a problem or not?" Su Xiao kept jumping and pulling, and the flight attendant's face gradually darkened. But before he could say anything more, Su Xiao interrupted him. Is there something else?" After spinning, his facial expression became extremely ferocious. Su Xiao had just finished speaking. The flight attendant's eyes instantly turned dead fish eyes, and a large breath of black gas emanated from his mouth, instantly engulfing Su Xiao. Outside of the live stream. Upon seeing Su Xiao, the flight attendant immediately recognized her, and the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom withdrew the notification message. "That kid Su Xiao is just as tough as us old guys. I was worried about him, but now it seems there was no need to be. Yeah, he cleared the last ghost story world without even using the final hint. I guess this time, hints won't play any crucial role. To be honest, if I hadn't known what this kid's talent was beforehand, I would have started to doubt him after his series of rebellious actions. It's truly a case of the younger generation surpassing the older, and the new generation leaving the old behind. With such young people in China, it's no wonder that the younger generation is so formidable. Keep a close eye on the movements of the United States and other countries. Su Xiao's behavior is rather conspicuous, and we need to clean up his mess." Whoosh! Hearing the announcement that resounded across the globe, the entire nation of China was in an uproar. Paris is a major power, how come it was eliminated so quickly? Even Ichiro Ibe from the eastern island could survive, how come Paris couldn't? I just saw it. The chosen one from Paris has something wrong with his head. He not only accepted the stewed pork from the flight attendant, but he also ate it. As a result, naturally, he was killed by the flight attendant. But someone immediately provided him with an answer. This isn't stupidity. The reason is simple: the weird knows how to exploit people's psychology. The chosen ones in Paris were tricked. A trick? What's going on? I doubt anyone could refuse such an offer. That's true, but don't the chosen ones from Paris know that this might be a trap? Do you know why scammers never leave empty-handed? It's because there will always be people willing to believe their carefully crafted lies. In a bizarre world. Su Xiao's live stream screen returned to normal after being black for a minute. The crisis has been resolved, it was the puppet's doing. Seeing Su Xiao appear unharmed on the livestream, the people of Longwa seem to have gotten used to it. Perhaps they would be truly surprised if Su Xiao's livestream suddenly went completely black. The eerie thing eventually turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. Of course, only Su Xiao witnessed the scene. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom knows very little about the supernatural, which is why it urgently needs a chosen one who can live indefinitely to help the Dragon Kingdom find out the source of the supernatural. Su Xiao is the best candidate. At least for now. Dinner time. The middle-aged woman pushing her cart and hawking her wares appeared in carriage 06 right on time. This time, before the older woman could even speak, Su Xiao took some snacks from her. 10 p.m. Su Xiao found an emergency flashlight in the carriage and then gazed contentedly at the moonlight outside the window. The moon in the sky was always so round, eerily so. Su Xiao suddenly remembered that rule number 12 mentioned never to open a window. But how could Su Xiao, as the number one rebellious youth in the world of ghost stories, possibly obey? He really wanted to know what would happen if the window was opened. Sudden. The moon outside the window disappeared, replaced by pitch-black darkness. What's going on? The view outside the window is fake? The level of forgery is so high that even counterfeiters would have to kowtow to it. Su Xiao turned on his flashlight and swept the light across the room, only then realizing that the darkness outside the window was actually a surging black mist. Su Xiao had seen this kind of fog before, more than once, on the other side of the connecting area between the carriages every time he delivered food. As Su Xiao stared into the mist in thought, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly and unexpectedly attacked him from within the mist. It seems the windows are meant to keep out the strange things outside. Once the windows are opened, the chosen one will be attacked by the strange things. Su Xiao seemed to be deep in thought. But soon, this matter was turned a page in Su Xiao's dictionary. It's midnight. Unfortunately, a passenger suffered a heart attack and needed Su Xiao's help. Su Xiao frowned, because there were two flight attendant rules in front of him. Rule 14, if anyone in the carriage is injured or suffers a relapse of an illness, please try to provide medical assistance. Rule 17, midnight to 6 a.m. is a dangerous time. If someone contacts you during this period, please ignore them. According to the rebellious nature of Rule 14, Su Xiao should not pay attention to these two rules. However, if it is necessary to defy Rule 17, then Su Xiao must pay attention to him. What should we do? At this moment, Su Xiao's mind was racing. Sudden. Su Xiao came up with a solution that would satisfy both sides. He first broke Rule 17, promising to find a way to help. Then he broke Rule 14, only verbally agreeing but not physically doing anything. That's all. He perfectly embodied both rules of rebellion. Su Xiao agreed, but not entirely, so that his talent would still protect him. The passengers who had come to ask Su Xiao for help were stunned when they saw that Su Xiao had agreed to help but did not take any action. He didn't understand what Su Xiao was doing and hesitated. Hey, flight attendant, the patient can't hold on much longer, are you still going to help? Help me, but my legs are numb. Then I'll help you. No need, please don't move. I have this old problem, if I move, I'll become paralyzed. The passenger who came to ask Su Xiao for help was truly impressed by Su Xiao's old tricks. He could tell that Su Xiao had no intention of taking any real action at all. The passenger left, feeling frustrated. Su Xiao grinned, trying to harm me? No way. You won't even get a chance. Midnight in South Korea. Oh dear, he's about to die anyway, come with me and let's go see him. As the passenger spoke, he anxiously prepared to pull Park Wooly away. It is obvious that both Rule 14 and Rule 17 are correct rules, so Park must abide by them. However, Park now only has two choices. To go or not to go. At this moment, Park was caught in a dilemma, because whether he went or not, it seemed like he was headed for death. No matter what choice he made, he would violate another rule. Park was still hesitating, but the passengers kept urging him on, leaving him no time to think. These words were spoken. Park Wooly noticed that the passengers' expressions had become strange and terrifying. By the time Park Wooly realized that this was a trap set by the passengers, it was too late. The passenger looked down at him and grinned. 3 seconds later, a global announcement sounded. This is probably the first time since the advent of the rules of strange tales that someone has died so ignominiously, right? I thought he would pull me like Su Xiao, but I was wrong. He clearly doesn't have the intelligence for that. South Korea is full of talented people. The Koreans are having double the fun now. This wave of excitement is sure to make them ecstatic. On Su Xiao's side. Not long after the passenger left, the thing that had been stealing snacks the night before reappeared. Su Xiao was surprised that this thing actually dared to come back. Hearing the crunching sounds coming from the corner, Su Xiao knew that the thing must be starving. You wouldn't believe it until you see it, it's quite a shock. The thing in front of me looked familiar, oh my god, it really is it. The thing in the darkness was the teddy that Su Xiao had encountered in the restroom. Su Xiao was somewhat stunned. He now understood why this thing had ended up in the toilet. Perhaps they knew Su Xiao had a puppet protecting him, or perhaps they felt that killing Su Xiao wasn't as important as making rice. In conclusion, regardless of the reason, Su Xiao was finally able to observe Teddy up close this time. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiao discovered that this thing really did resemble a pet teddy bear, they were practically identical. During Su Xiao's observation of Teddy, Teddy seemed to have become much less hostile towards him, except for being somewhat possessive of its food. Just as Su Xiao was staring at Teddy, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Black General? Hearing the notification in his ear, Su Xiao gasped, so this dark-colored thing is called Black General? It has such a domineering name? Su Xiao was naturally happy to be followed by the Black General, because the Black General, like the puppet, belonged to the supernatural. If he could also recruit General Black, Su Xiao would no longer have to worry about the challenges ahead. These foods were all voluntarily handed over by the passengers under Su Xiao's oppressive power. Su Xiao did not pressure them. Upon returning, Su Xiao placed all the food in front of General He without hesitation. Black General didn't stand on ceremony, it quietly began to eat its food under Su Xiao's watchful gaze. Half an hour later, the food had been completely devoured by General Black. Su Xiao was stunned. Holy crap, it's done already? Su Xiao listened to the prompt with excitement. He had thought that feeding Black General would take some time, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Su Xiao tentatively beckoned to General He. General He, come here. The gesture ended. After hesitating for a second, Black General finally trotted over to Su Xiao. Wow, I got a great deal. Su Xiao stroked the Black General's fur like she would a pet dog, but thankfully, the Black General did not resist and instead seemed to enjoy being stroked. Holy crap, what kind of weird operation is this? It gives you a weird pet just by feeding it? How come all the good things happen to Su Xiao? Luck can sometimes be a form of strength. Invincible, Su Xiao is completely invincible. I just want to ask, who else? Awesome. There's always someone stronger than you. I'd call this move Mantis Shrimp Beats Bald Chang. So this is the one that stole food last night. I knew it. But it's quite cute. I really want to pet it. Girl, please calm down. That's a ghost, not some random cat or dog. Warning, at this moment, every Tom, Dick, and Harry feels insulted. Time, Day 3. In the early morning, Su Xiao woke up to the ravages of the Black General. When Su Xiao opened her eyes, General Black was circling in place, as if something had happened. What's going on? Su Xiao looked in that direction, and what she saw made her break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, shouldn't I be in carriage 06? How did I end up in carriage 08? Su Xiao realized that something was wrong. Su Xiao tried hard to recall the crew rules and confirmed that there were no rules regarding carriage numbers. Could it be that my carriage number changed randomly while I was sleeping? This is the most basic code of conduct for every selected person. Because every tip could be crucial to survival. He survived not by luck, but because he could clearly remember every rule in the world of ghost stories. Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, not a single word in the hints was nonsense. Those who have been selected, you have probably already noticed that your carriage number has changed. Now, you have two choices, either stay where you are, or go through the fog at the connection between the carriages and return to your original carriage. Will I be able to return to my original carriage by passing through the mist at the connection between the carriages? Listening to the prompts in my ear, it was clear that this was a life or death decision. Unexpectedly, in addition to judging the correctness of the rules, the selected person also has to judge the correctness of the hints. The world of ghost stories doesn't play by the rules, which has clearly exceeded Su Xiao's expectations. Su Xiao frowned, but did not take immediate action. When the announcement sounded in the carriage, not only Su Xiao, but also the other surviving chosen ones were stunned. Some of those who chose the carriages believed that the notices inside were misleading and that the carriage numbers were merely a way to deceive them. Therefore, they chose to be conservative, which meant staying put. However, some of those who were chosen, after careful consideration, decisively chose to cross the fog and return to their original carriages. Although the tip was likely wrong, they decided to take the gamble anyway. This choice was a matter of life and death, so all those who made the choice were very cautious. Nicola perfectly utilized his S-class talent to extract confidential information from the passengers, making him the first person to venture into the fog without hesitation. On the football side, Gervais's talent is an A-level talent called Pathfinder. When Gervais faces a difficult decision, his talent will directly guide him to the right path. For the past 2 days, Gervais has kept a low profile so much that no one has noticed him. Outside of the live stream, the people of the footballing nation were thrilled the moment Gervais revealed his hidden talent. These past 2 days they've been watching Su Xiao and Nicola's performances, almost forgetting about their own country's chosen one, Gervais. There's nothing we can do, this guy is just too inconspicuous. The football nation's experience is even worse than the dragon nation's. They are synonymous with bad luck, having been chosen by the Strange Tales world 4 times, but each time they were given trash talents. Just as a group of football fans were weeping, 2 people suddenly entered the live broadcast room and immediately started criticizing them. Stupid football nation, if you're unlucky, just be unlucky, why pretend to be lucky? Exactly. To cry like this just because you drew an A-level talent, you're really pathetic. In the live broadcast room, the 2 acted like a duet, singing in unison, which instantly aroused the anger of the football-loving people. This is the land of football. What country are you from, daring to be so arrogant? Grandpa, we will not change our names or surnames, we are indeed people of the Dragon Kingdom. The 2 seem to have prepared their explanations well in advance. But when these 2 people introduced themselves, the people of the football nation were met with a barrage of criticism. Damn it, it's confirmed. These 2 bastards are definitely from Japan or South Korea. Only they would be so rude. People from China don't start attacking without a reason. And you're trying to frame China? Have you all lost your minds? The live stream was immediately filled with curses. At this moment, the real people of the Dragon Kingdom appeared. Brothers from the football country, don't panic. I've already investigated for you. Those 2 imposters were from the Eastern Island country. The Eastern Island country is currently still plagued by the strange rules, so I suspect that these 2 are spies infiltrating your country. Damn it, I knew it. It must be the people from the East Island who are up to this. Don't worry, brothers from China, these 2 won't live past tomorrow. I told you, even Jesus couldn't save them. The people of the football nation were outraged, refusing to watch the live broadcast, determined to bring the 500,000-person walker to justice. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of messages about forming teams, the 2 spies pretending to be Chinese immediately panicked. Damn, they're only kings online. In real life, they're complete noobs. They infiltrated the football nation solely to transmit intelligence back to the Eastern Island nation. If I get caught by those people, I'll probably get a beating just like being roasted with peanuts. At this moment, in the world of ghost stories, one by one, the chosen ones made their selections, and Su Xiao finally led General Black toward the connecting area between the carriages. Su Xiao's choice was clear, to pass through the fog and return to her original carriage. The moment Su Xiao made his choice, the Pakistani leadership immediately sent it to Pasha. Currently, apart from the chosen candidates from Pakistan, China, many other chosen candidates are unable to receive notifications from their respective national leaders. This is why they were eliminated so quickly. If they had successfully navigated their mother's note earlier, they might have had a chance to mimic Su Xiao and survive until the third day. Of course, the chances of survival are still very small. In the end, only 4 chosen ones bravely traversed the fog. Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom, Nicola from the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, Gilvis from the Football Kingdom, and Pasha from the Pakistani Iron Brother Kingdom. Ichiro Ibe from the Eastern Island had considered crossing the fog, but ultimately, due to his cowardice, he chose to stay put. If he knew he had made a terrible mistake, he'd probably cry himself to death in the bathroom. As the countdown ended, the announcement in the carriage sounded. The beep goes off. The announcement resounded throughout the world. This is my first time writing a supernatural story about rules, and seeing more than 10 requests for updates every day has made me feel disheartened. In other words, no one is commenting, and no one knows how well I've written it. Epsilon Sadface Omicron Asterisk, Psi. Passing through the fog, Su Xiao returned to her original carriage, number 06. Although this choice was correct, Su Xiao knew that the challenge was not over yet. Because now there's only one rule left to deal with. Rule 15, the connecting passage between carriages will open each time meals are served. Other passengers may try to slip in during this time. If you find a passenger who does not belong to this carriage, be sure to ask them to leave. All of this, seemingly a coincidence, is actually perfectly orchestrated by the world of ghost stories. Carriage 06 was crowded with about 40 passengers. Finding the passenger who sneaked in from among 40 passengers isn't actually difficult, but the real challenge is if that passenger is impersonating one of the others. Although Su Xiao was able to defy the rules, he still had to find that passenger. Today is the last day of the Strange Tales World Challenge. As long as Su Xiao can find the passenger before nightfall, he will be able to pass the challenge. I glanced at the time, it was 7:30 in the morning. Since it was still early, Su Xiao decided to finish breakfast before looking for it, since people are more likely to make wrong judgments when they are on an empty stomach. While Su Xiao was eating breakfast, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom were nervously analyzing the situation for him. Su Xiao has not used any of his prompting opportunities so far, so the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom decided to do something for him. In other words, it is impossible to provide a prompt. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom looked at each other, puzzled, but the other countries had encountered the same problem. The Ghost Stories world seems to have anticipated these countries' thoughts, so it changed the rules in advance. In response to this, the high-ranking officials of several countries could only slam their fists on the table in anger, but there was nothing they could do. It was simply because they knew too little about the world of supernatural tales. I remember a passenger had a heart attack last night. It seemed quite serious, he might be dead by now. Maybe I can start with this lead. Let's get right to it. But when Su Xiao asked him who had suffered a heart attack and needed help the night before, the passenger knew nothing about it. This time, it was Su Xiao's turn to be frustrated. Are you sure you don't know? Have you forgotten that you were the one who notified me last night that other passengers needed help? I really can't remember, flight attendant, you must be mistaken, right? The passenger looked completely innocent. Judging from his expression, it seemed like he really couldn't remember. Su Xiao frowned. Since the soft approach wasn't working, she had no choice but to take a hard one. Su Xiao immediately released General Black. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise, General Black will crack your head open later. The passengers were so frightened by the Black General that they kept backing away, their expressions showing extreme fear. Seeing his reaction, Su Xiao frowned even more, because the passenger's behavior didn't seem like he was lying. Does he really not remember what happened last night? That's getting tricky. Just now, Su Xiao had checked all the passengers in the carriage, and their faces were unchanged from before. This means that the passenger who sneaked in had disguised himself as one of the other passengers. It's impossible to figure out which passenger crashed, nor can we find the passenger who was replaced. Finding the replaced passenger among 40 passengers is indeed quite difficult. These passengers were all bizarre substitutes, and Su Xiao could hardly expect to get any useful information from them. Thinking of this, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. I still have to rely on myself for this. Now I can only use the most rudimentary method of elimination. Su Xiao eliminated suspicious passengers one by one, but at this time the other 3 surviving chosen ones were also in a state of panic. There's no clue how to handle this. You can't get any useful information from the passengers, so you have no idea which passenger will be replaced. At this time, outside of the live stream, finding 1 out of 40 passengers is too difficult. Even if they remembered what all the passengers looked like before, they simply can't tell which one is in disguise. There must be some flaws, right? There's no flaw here. This passenger slipped in while Su Xiao and the others were making their choices. Nobody has seen what he looks like. How are we supposed to find him? I heard that the last rule's judgment can no longer even transmit prompts, so they have to rely on themselves. Outside the live stream, everyone was sighing, because this was simply an impossible challenge. But just when everyone thought it was impossible, a turning point came for Su Xiao. In the world of ghost stories, before the passenger could react, an arm had already been swallowed by the Black General. Having lost an arm, the passenger was immediately terrified and ran towards the passageway in a panic. Watching the passengers flee in disarray, Black General didn't chase after them, it simply lay obediently at Su Xiao's feet. Completion reward, Black General, +1 to uncanny resistance. Current uncanny resistance, 2%. Su Xiao received yet another bizarre reward, something he hadn't expected at all. This surprise came so suddenly. Following Su Xiao's successful completion of the level, Grizzly Bear Country and Football Country also received completion notifications. A new dungeon is opening tomorrow, and I'm really out of inspiration today. Good night, Maka Paka. Pasha's talent is only sea level. It's already quite remarkable that he's gotten this far with Su Xiao's help. The lockdown warning at the last minute has already shown that following in others' footsteps is never a long-term solution. Fortunately, after establishing friendly relations with China, China provided us with chip technology. Otherwise, our Pakistani country would probably have had a hard time surviving this calamity. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Nicola of the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, and Gilvis of the Football Kingdom for successfully clearing the level. The 3 kingdoms will be exempt from this round of rule-breaking events. If Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom achieves a 5-star clear, he will receive a special reward. The Dragon Kingdom's food production will increase by 20%. While strange tales of rules descended upon Pakistan, the people of China cheered with joy. Wow, Su Xiao really lived up to our expectations. Boss Su Xiao has received another personal reward, and it's the Black General. Su Xiao is awesome, voice cracks. Besides Su Xiao, Nicola and Gervis also cleared the game this time. I have to say, Gervis is really lucky. He can guess right even when he's just guessing randomly. Even Su Xiao's family members are now all under the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the advent of the rules of the strange tale, Su Xiao is the only one who has cleared the game twice, making him even rarer than a giant panda. This time, when Su Xiao opened his eyes, he found himself standing at the entrance of a zoo. A notification sounded. This time, the challenge world is the zoo. The external indication of this challenge is 1 opportunity. The ghost story notification sound ended. A staff member in a blue uniform handed Su Xiao something that looked like a map. Hello visitors, this is a map showing the layout of the zoo. Please carry it with you in case you get lost. The staff were very polite and had smiles on their faces. Su Xiao took the map and saw that it accurately marked the distribution of the animals. To the north are rabbits, pandas, and giraffes, to the south are goats, zebras, and tigers, to the east are elephants and lions, and to the west are monkeys. The map looked fine on the surface, but Su Xiao flipped it over. On the back of the map were the park rules that needed to be followed. Park rules and regulations for visitors. Rule 2, if you spot a pink rabbit and a blue elephant, don't be surprised. When animals are looking at you, make sure you are facing them directly, otherwise they will attack you immediately. Rule 3, if you see staff chasing animals, please offer your help, they will appreciate it. Rule 4, if map markings are incorrect, do not trust maps. Rule 5, if you accidentally get lost in the zoo, stay calm. You can rest on the zoo benches, but if it's nighttime, be careful of animals that may appear at any time. Rule 6, if you are hungry, you can get free food from the vending machine. Friendly reminder, if you don't want to vomit, please try to choose goat meat. Rule 7, if necessary, you can ask the park staff for help. Staff in blue and red uniforms will be happy to assist you, but if they are in black uniforms, please leave immediately. Rule 8, the aquarium is a safe zone. Rule 9, there are no aquariums in zoos. Rule 10, please always remind yourself that I am a human being, not an animal. Holy crap, what the hell are these park rules? The last one is absolutely terrifying. The zoo gave me a very strange feeling. Was it just my imagination? Damn, just looking at these rules gives me the chills. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were discussing the matter, people from the Eastern Island Kingdom, who had just gotten a breather, sneaked in. No matter how powerful Su Xiao is, it's useless. He's destined to die in the world of ghost stories. The East Islanders' remarks immediately drew a backlash from the Dragon Kingdom's people. Hey, the Eastern Island nation, still doing pretty well, hasn't been wiped out yet? Double the fun from the arrival of the rule-based ghost stories, can you handle it? Well, it's a good thing you were eliminated twice in a row, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten a bye. This time, the zoo's ghost story world did not include Middle Eastern island nations, including South Korea and the United States, which were fortunately excluded. All countries in the world are progressing at the same pace now, so it's natural that the island nation has the energy to come and talk nonsense. Actually, I still prefer watching Ichiro Inoue. He's really good at kneeling and acting like a grandson. Can you say that's not a tradition unique to your Eastern Island country? Oh, I forgot to mention, the chips used in the US are actually supplied by our dragon country. Didn't expect that, did you? The live stream was filled with laughter from the people of China. The people of the Eastern Island were so angry that they trembled all over. A zoo is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. This guide to visiting the zoo is full of eeriness in every word. Since we need to find the exit of the zoo, I can go and take a look to the east first. Su Xiao put the black general on the ground, and then followed some tourists eastward. To the east is the rabbit enclosure. As Su Xiao headed east, the other chosen ones also selected various different directions. Nicholas of Grizzly Bear Kingdom used his leadership skills to successfully get his staff to point him to a road leading north. Like Su Xiao, Gilvis from the Football Nation initially chose a path randomly. He did not choose to use his talent. Therefore, this opportunity to give him a hint is extremely valuable to him. About 20 minutes later, Su Xiao followed some tourists to the rabbit enclosure. At the entrance of the rabbit enclosure, Su Xiao saw two staff members in blue uniforms enthusiastically handing out carrots to visitors. There is no doubt that these carrots are for feeding the rabbits in the rabbit farm. As Su Xiao passed by the staff, he was also given 2 carrots in his hand. Looking at the carrot in his hand, Su Xiao grinned. It was clear that although the rabbits coveted the food in Su Xiao's hand, a single glance from General Black was enough to frighten them into immobility. Su Xiao also noticed this. He knew the rabbits weren't coming, so he simply threw the carrot he was holding away. Su Xiao clapped her hands, somewhat helplessly. Sigh, this is boring. I was originally planning to increase the difficulty. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the surrounding tourists looked at him with confusion, and even the 2 staff members cast surprised glances at him. At this moment, some tourists who had finished feeding the animals noticed the black general. Wow, what an adorable dog. Look at those eyes, they're so smart. Where did you buy this teddy bear? It's so cute. Su Xiao chose not to continue being stared at like a monkey. He bypassed the group of tourists and strolled around the rabbit enclosure with Black General. After walking around the rabbit enclosure, Su Xiao felt strange because she didn't find any pink rabbits there. Could it be that rule number 2 is wrong? There aren't any pink rabbits in the zoo at all? Su Xiao frowned, then left the rabbit enclosure. Sumit from India is teasing a rabbit with 2 carrots. Seeing how cute the rabbits were, Sumit couldn't help but pat their heads. After feeding the rabbit, its blood-red eyes stared intently at Sumit, but Sumit turned around and prepared to leave. Perhaps Sumit has forgotten the reminder in Rule 2. Rule 2, if you spot a pink rabbit and a blue elephant, don't be surprised. When the animals are looking at you, make sure you are facing them directly, otherwise they will attack you immediately. That's right, Sumit turned his back to the rabbit while it was watching him, and as a result, the rabbit went berserk. Taking advantage of Summit's inattention, a rabbit leaped up from the rabbit hutch, several meters high, and then bit Summit's neck hard. With a rabbit biting his neck, Sumit screamed in panic, "Help! Help! It's gone mad! The rabbit has gone mad!" Seeing Summit's miserable state, fortunately, the staff nearby immediately stepped forward and pulled the rabbit away. The staff kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, it was our oversight. We'll deal with this rabbit immediately." "Damn it, I'm very civilized, I don't mean to swear, but I want to know what kind of rabbit this is, and why it bites people." Sumit covered his wound with his hand while cursing. He didn't notice that his eyes were starting to get bloodshot, and his pupils were turning the same color as the rabbit from before. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, netizens from various countries were discussing Summit's mysterious behavior. "This Indian guy is really brave. I even wonder if he didn't read the rules just now. Pa! What is this thing? The rules say no feeding. You fed it, fine, but you even dared to turn your back on the rabbit. Who else would it bite if not you?" However, the rabbit jumped way too high. Idiot, Sumit is a complete idiot. Within the world of ghost stories. After leaving the rabbit enclosure, Su Xiao strolled around the panda pavilion but didn't find anything unusual. Then, Su Xiao headed to the south side of the zoo. South of the zoo, the map shows zebras, tigers, and goats. When Su Xiao arrived, he only saw zebras and tigers, but not goats. Su Xiao frowned slightly. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the map? Rule 4, if map markings are incorrect, do not trust maps. Rule 4 has already warned that maps are unreliable. But Su Xiao had a strange feeling. Zebras and tigers exist, but goats don't. What went wrong? Su Xiao didn't see any goats in the south, but he did see elephants. These elephants had red eyes and small ears, which was very strange. I've reached 30 update requests, that's not too much to ask. I'll continue with 3 updates tomorrow. The elephants in the elephant park were strangely contorted. It looks terrifying. Although Su Xiao did not see any blue elephants in the park, the scene before him was beyond his comprehension. These are no longer elephants, they are a herd of red-eyed monsters with rabbit ears. What's even stranger is that the tourists around them didn't show any surprise or shock when they saw them. This actually made Su Xiao seem a bit crazy. Before him stood a group of monsters. As Su Xiao was watching the strange group of elephants, he suddenly saw a normal elephant suddenly rush out from somewhere. It instantly began wrestling with the group of bizarre and twisted elephants. Seeing this incredibly bizarre scene, Su Xiao frowned deeply. Something's not right, this zoo is really weird. Just as Su Xiao was feeling the strangeness of the zoo, he suddenly saw that some of the elephants had turned into goats. Until then, the tourists finally realized something was wrong and panicked instantly. They scattered and tried to leave the elephant park. However, they soon returned, and a group of staff members in blue uniforms appeared. "Don't panic, the elephants are only temporarily rioting. We will handle it soon. Please trust us. Please follow us to the lion enclosure, which is safe for the time being." The staff tried their best to calm the tourists down, and gradually, the tourists chose to believe them. Su Xiao stared at this bizarre scene, somewhat puzzled. Why did the elephant riot take place in the lion enclosure? Is it really safe there? And why did they say the rioters were elephants? Su Xiao was somewhat skeptical of the staff's words, but in order to find the truth about the zoo and to find an exit, Su Xiao didn't mind going to the lion enclosure first. He wanted to see what the zoo was up to. Wang Defa. What on earth is going on at the zoo? The elephant turned into a monster. And then into a goat. What on earth is going on? Holy crap, this is terrifying. This zoo is incredibly eerie. I want to know, why go to the lion enclosure? Do these staff members have other motives? The rabbit is acting strangely, the elephant is acting strangely too. Could there be some connection between these animals? I hope that Su Xiao can finally reveal the secret of the zoo. I got goosebumps watching it. I'd like to ask a question, but does that aquarium really exist? As the people of the Dragon Kingdom were discussing what had happened at the elephant park, an announcement rang out across the globe. Upon hearing the announcement that the strange tale of the rules was about to unfold, many people in the African nation couldn't help but burst into tears. God, please tell us, why is our chosen one gone? Lord, please give me a way to live. It's over, our African nation is finished. African countries are very underdeveloped compared to other major powers. Despite its vast territory, the country's economy is extremely poor, with most people unable to afford even basic necessities like cell phones and televisions. Koreans have an extreme fondness for sarcasm and, like the people of East Asia, they show no mercy when mocking others. Korea? I remember your contestant Park Bosun was just as good as Bablu, wasn't he? Upon hearing the Chinese speak, the Koreans, who had just been laughing heartily, immediately turned hostile. Damn it, all Chinese should die. The Chinese man wasn't going to tolerate it. Sorry, animals aren't allowed to swear in the live stream. If you're not happy, come out and fight me one-on-one. At this time. Inside the zoo. However, it was different from what he had imagined. He had assumed that the staff allowed them into the lion enclosure to protect them. But to their surprise, once inside the lion enclosure, the staff treated them as food for the lions. I knew going to the lion enclosure would be a bad idea. I never imagined that tourists would actually become food for the lions. There's something strange about this zoo. Have you noticed? There's something wrong with those lions too. The Grizzly Nation is abuzz with discussion. Su Xiao and some other tourists were then taken to the lion enclosure by staff. It's safe here for now. You can stay here and we'll let you out once we've dealt with things in the elephant enclosure. After calming the tourists down, the staff immediately locked the lion enclosure gate from the outside. Su Xiao frowned slightly. Looking at the lions so close at hand, Su Xiao realized that these lions were also very strange. Their skin is actually white. Su Xiao was observing the white lions, but he noticed that the tourists around him were chatting and laughing. Su Xiao tilted her head in surprise and asked, "Don't you find it strange to be facing this group of lions?" One tourist replied. "I." The tourist's answer left Su Xiao both amused and exasperated. Su Xiao knew that he was not one of these tourists, so he didn't say anything more. However, he still subconsciously hugged the black general in his arms. Su Xiao didn't know why there were visitors at the zoo, nor did she know where these visitors came from. This group of tourists can no longer be defined as people who are truly alive. Su Xiao felt that the tourists' identity should be put aside for now, because the white lions had already begun attacking them, as expected. Help! Help! Lions are eating people! Lions are eating people! Open the door! Open the door quickly! We need to get out! Witnessing a group of tourists being pounced on and torn apart by a white lion, Su Xiao felt no emotion whatsoever. Perhaps these tourists were already inside the lion's belly long ago, and it's all just an endless cycle. Of course, this was just Su Xiao's initial guess. From the moment Su Xiao entered the zoo and saw the visitors, he kept thinking about one question: are these visitors really alive? The answer is obviously no. This is extremely abnormal compared to normal people. While the white lions were attacking other tourists, two of them noticed Su Xiao, who was sitting still. The two white lions let out a tentative growl and then pounced fiercely on Su Xiao. Su Xiao frowned slightly as she watched the white lion pounce. Su Xiao was stunned. Holy crap, you can swallow a lion that big? Su Xiao had no doubt that if General Black wanted to, he could be inside its belly in no time. Outside of the live stream. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar, and the whole world was in an uproar, because they had actually witnessed the whole scene of General Black swallowing the lion. Holy crap, this is incredible. We can actually see the strange creature making a move. When the strange creature makes its move, all signals are cut off and blocked, as if it doesn't want to reveal too many of its secrets. But this time, the eerie creature no longer hides itself, openly displaying its methods, which is sure to excite anyone. It must be Boss Su Xiao. It must be because he brought back the strange information that the strange felt there was no need to hide it anymore, so he simply made it public. Thank you, Dragon Kingdom, thank you, Su Xiao, thank you for showing us the most authentic side of the bazaar. Wow, General Black is so powerful. And that puppet must be strong too. Su Xiao has hit the jackpot. Quickly write it down. Quickly record all the eerie features. Wow, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are so lucky. I want to immigrate right now, immediately. Especially the United States. Su Xiao's 2 consecutive successful attempts have already made the United States feel a huge threat. Therefore, the US selected this time was unusually low-key. In a conference room of high-ranking US officials. It's all John's fault for being so useless, wasting the S-level talent he drew. Don't be discouraged, buddy. With the strength of the United States, we will definitely help Thomas pass the challenge. We only have one chance to be alerted this time, so we must proceed with caution. At the zoo. After swallowing 2 white lions whole, the Black General still seemed a little unsatisfied. But just as Black General opened its mouth, preparing for 2 more lions to fill its belly, Su Xiao picked it up and ran towards the iron gate. Black General turned its head to look at the walking food, somewhat reluctant to leave, but in the end, it immediately used its tentacles to dismantle the entire iron gate. Su Xiao was slightly surprised when she saw the iron gate being held high by General He. However, he doesn't have time to waste right now. Just now, Su Xiao spotted a tourist who had escaped by climbing over the wall in the lion enclosure. This tourist was the second person, after Su Xiao, to survive in the lion enclosure. Su Xiao felt that this person must have some secrets worth exploring, so Su Xiao decided to follow the tourist on the spot. What is Boss Su Xiao trying to do? Is he planning to follow the tourists? Does this tourist have some secret? As expected of Su Xiao, he found the breakthrough so quickly. But I can't figure out what useful information tourists can provide? Outside of the live stream, netizens expressed their incomprehension of Su Xiao's actions. But at this moment, Su Xiao had already followed the tourist to the ape enclosure at the zoo. Su Xiao frowned slightly, because he didn't know what the tourist's purpose was in coming here, but judging from his furtive behavior all the way, it probably wasn't anything good. Su Xiao followed the tourist cautiously, making sure she wasn't discovered, before sitting on a bench some distance away to observe the tourist's every move. Under Su Xiao's gaze, the tourist's behavior was very abnormal. He seemed to be emotionally broken and desperate. He kept throwing things into the monkey enclosure to vent his anger. After venting for a full half-hour, the tourist calmed down. He found some paper and pen somewhere and began to write something down while lying on another bench. About 20 minutes later, the tourist left, leaving the note on the bench. Holy crap, Su Xiao is amazing. He really has something, but we don't know what it is. Go and see for yourself. It seems that the tourist left that note on purpose. The tourist's unusual behavior instantly piqued the interest of viewers in the live stream. Under the tense gaze of countless netizens, Su Xiao walked to the bench and picked up the note left behind by the tourist. However, the first sentence on the note alone sent chills down Su Xiao's spine. I know I can't leave here alive. Unable to leave alive? Su Xiao frowned slightly, then continued reading. The zoo seemed to appear out of nowhere. Entering this zoo was the worst decision I ever made. I got separated from my best friend, and I can't find him anymore. I'm lost. The zoo has no exit. This zoo is eerie, they're all bizarre and twisted monsters. The security guard turned into an elephant? Su Xiao was slightly surprised when she saw this, because what was recorded here was exactly the same as what she had seen in the elephant park. At that time, wasn't there an elephant being attacked by more than a dozen strange elephants? Holy crap, I'm suddenly so touched. The security guard really moved me. Me too, I got a brick in my eye. No, we have all been contaminated. We? Who do you mean by we? Su Xiao continued reading, still puzzled. That concludes the contents of the note. But after reading the note, Su Xiao's feelings were very complicated. The contents of the note undoubtedly confirmed Su Xiao's guess. These tourists were being kept in the zoo, going through countless cycles. This tourist is very conscientious. He actually knew to leave a note to warn others who might come after him. They're so pitiful. They must be going through cycles in the zoo, right? I wonder where the aquarium will be located. I think we can get the answer by asking the staff. While netizens were engaged in a heated discussion about the contents of the note that Su Xiao got is very important. I think we can give Jean some hints. India. Quickly remind Summit. The Kingdom of Aiding. Quickly, give me a hint. After Su Xiao was the first to discover the note left on the bench, almost all other countries chose to use their one-time notification opportunity. However, the United States did not offer any warnings in this regard. Inside the zoo. As most of the selected participants received the prompt and headed to the monkey enclosure to retrieve the note, the zoo's loudspeakers announced the arrival of the note. The current time is 4:35 p.m. Visitors who wish to dine can purchase delicious meat products at designated shops. Holy crap, it's already 4:30 in the afternoon. Listening to the time announcement on the radio, Su Xiao was somewhat surprised, not expecting that so much time had passed without her noticing. It's really frustrating. They tell you there's food but don't tell you where the store is. I'm speechless. Before she knew it, she had been shopping all morning, and to be honest, Su Xiao was actually quite hungry. Su Xiao searched the monkey park but couldn't find any shops, not even vending machines. Su Xiao was a little annoyed. The zoo is so big, how am I supposed to find it? At this moment, the strong urge to eat from her stomach made Su Xiao lose all interest in watching the monkeys. But just as Su Xiao was about to leave the ape enclosure, he was surprised to find that a group of red-eyed rabbits suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked the ape enclosure as a whole. Damn, a rabbit attacking an ape? What grudge do they have? Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Logically speaking, apes are stronger and more agile than rabbits, so rabbits shouldn't be a match for them. But things took an unexpected turn. For the better with Su Xiao. Those rabbits, which looked weak, suddenly became unusually fierce. With their small size, they flooded into the ape enclosure, and soon the enclosure was filled with cries of agony. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Su Xiao's black general was just about to rush into the park to feast on the rabbit spoils when a staff member in a blue uniform arrived. Ultimately, they drove away all the tourists, including Su Xiao. Before leaving the monkey enclosure, Su Xiao noticed that the staff members looked somewhat flustered. Although Su Xiao didn't know what this panic meant, he didn't have time to investigate the truth at the moment. Outside of the live stream. Holy crap, what did I just see? A rabbit fighting an ape, and the rabbit actually won. The scene of the rabbit fighting the ape was too bloody. I'm glad I wasn't there. If I had been there, I probably would have been too scared to walk. The staff arrived just in time. If they had been any later, General Black would probably have already finished showing off his meal. Definitely a little teddy bear that eats a lot of rice. Although yesterday's requests for more chapters didn't reach 30, I'm still offering 3 chapters. The answers to questions about animals and the like will be provided later. I've finally reached 2,000 words, time to wrap up. After leaving the monkey enclosure, Su Xiao wandered around the zoo and finally found a shop in the goat enclosure on the east side. The store appeared normal on the surface. Su Xiao stepped into the store, where there was only one staff member in a blue uniform. Upon seeing Su Xiao, the staff member greeted her warmly, saying, "Hello, visitor. The most distinctive feature of our park is goat meat. We highly recommend you try it. Oh, by the way, visitors can get 3 free servings of goat meat and drinks every day at the shop. This is included in the ticket price and there will be no extra charge." "Okay, I understand, thank you." Su Xiao gave a casual reply and then walked towards the shelf where meat products were placed. Standing in front of the shelf, Su Xiao noticed that there were quite a few types of meat products on the shelf, but the packaging of goat meat was particularly eye-catching. The packaging for goat meat is quite unique. Seemingly to prevent tourists from confusing it with other meat products, the packaging of goat meat prominently displays the three large characters goat meat. The goat meat appeared to be prepared specifically for tourists. Compared to other dark-colored meat products, goat meat looks particularly normal. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao casually picked up 3 portions of goat meat from the shelf. There's nothing wrong with the goat meat, that's Su Xiao's assessment. Rule 6, if you are hungry, you can get free food from the vending machine, but a friendly reminder, if you don't want to vomit, please try to choose goat meat. But he didn't take the food from a vending machine, so theoretically he didn't violate the principle of rebellion. Even with the protection of puppets and the Black General in this bizarre world of ghost stories, Su Xiao would never consider courting death. He needs the protection of his talent at all times. Once he loses the protection of his talent, he may be unconsciously corrupted by something strange, and that's hard to prevent. After taking the goat meat, Su Xiao turned around and went to the store's beverage section. The store didn't have many types of drinks, and most of them were names that Su Xiao had never heard of before. On the beverage shelf, there was a drink with a special name that immediately caught Su Xiao's attention. Rabbit blood? Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the blood-red drink, feeling somewhat puzzled. Su Xiao turned to the staff and asked, "Excuse me, what kind of drink is rabbit blood?" Su Xiao's question made the staff appear flustered. Immediately, under Su Xiao's questioning gaze, the staff hurriedly collected all the rabbit blood from the shelf. Seeing the staff's puzzling actions, Su Xiao had a bad feeling, but he didn't press the matter further and instead stepped out of the store. Holy crap, the zoo staff are behaving really weirdly. This isn't how a normal person would react. I wonder what that bottle of rabbit blood is. Could it really be the blood of a live rabbit? Ugh, that's creepy. After inquiring with the staff, the rabbit blood was immediately put away, and the staff seemed quite flustered. Why was that? At this moment, countless netizens are discussing rabbit blood. These seemingly unrelated events appear to be connected one by one. When Su Xiao came out of the store, the other chosen ones had also found goat meat. However, the other chosen ones followed Rule 6, they found their food in vending machines instead of going into the store. Rabbit blood was also found in the vending machine. However, most of the chosen ones chose to ignore the rabbit blood, because their intuition told them that it was a very dangerous thing. Only Summit, who was already mentally unstable after being bitten by a rabbit, took out the bottle of rabbit blood from the vending machine. When they saw Summit produce the rabbit blood, the Indian High Command went completely mad. Final. No miracle happened, and Summit foolishly drank the bottle of rabbit blood. On Su Xiao's side, Su Xiao was so hungry that she ate 2 portions of goat meat, saving 1 portion for dinner. Su Xiao stood outside the iron fence of the goat enclosure, pondering the various strange things happening in the zoo. You have 3 days to escape the zoo. Based on the note left by that tourist, I suspect that zoos gradually erode people's spirit and will. The longer you stay in a zoo, the easier it is for your spirit to be polluted and assimilated by those animals. There is no exit in the zoo. At present, the only possibility is that the exit is not here. If the zoo really has an aquarium, why do the staff keep denying its existence? Su Xiao's mind was in a state of confusion at this moment. The only way to survive in a zoo is through an aquarium. The problem now is that Su Xiao has visited the entire zoo, but he can't find the so-called aquarium at all. It's only the first day, looks like we'll have to spend the night at the zoo. Su Xiao couldn't find a breakthrough point for the time being, and could only hope to collect more useful information tomorrow. 10 p.m. Rule 5, if you accidentally get lost in the zoo, stay calm. You can rest on the zoo benches, but if it's nighttime, be careful of animals that may appear at any time. Instead of spending the night on the zoo bench, Su Xiao went to the shop he had visited before. Although it was night, the shop was still brightly lit. There was no one in the store at the moment, the door was open, and it seemed that the staff had all gone home. Su Xiao walked into the store and randomly picked 2 cardboard boxes to place in a corner of the store. After making the bed, Su Xiao placed the black general and the doll beside her and then prepared to sleep. But just as Su Xiao was about to drift off to sleep, a person dressed in a black uniform, who looked like a staff member, entered the store. Staff members in black overalls? Su Xiao frowned slightly as she looked at the figure. Rule 7, if necessary, you can ask the park staff for help. Staff in blue and red uniforms will be happy to assist you, but if they are in black uniforms, please leave immediately. Su Xiao stared at the figure, but the figure showed no intention of paying him any attention. After grabbing a few packets of goat meat, the figure quickly ran out of the store. Seeing this, Su Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately took the puppet and the black general and chased after them. At this moment, it was pitch black outside the shop, and the dim moonlight made it difficult to see the road underfoot. Su Xiao kept chasing the figure until they reached an unfamiliar place. Just as Su Xiao was about to catch up with the figure suddenly accelerated and disappeared from his sight in a few seconds. Su Xiao was speechless. Damn it, running that fast, do you think you're a sprint champion? It was as if that road had never existed at all. Su Xiao was standing on the lawn when he suddenly saw a note that seemed to have been left behind not far away, which appeared to be the note left by the person who had just left it. Boss Su Xiao has found a new note. Guess what this time it will be about? It's hard to guess, but that person was very suspicious. Luckily, Boss Su Xiao chose to chase after him, otherwise he wouldn't have known that there was another path in the zoo. Does this road lead to the aquarium? It's hard to say, after all, the road has disappeared, and we don't know when it will reappear. I think we should take a look at what's written on that note first. Amidst the anticipation of netizens, Su Xiao began to quickly turn back towards the store. At the same time, at night, most of the chosen ones opted to spend the night on a bench in the zoo. Only Thomas from the United States chose to sleep in the store, and he also received a note from the staff in black uniforms. This is not because Thomas had any foresight. The reason he did this was because the United States used that tip. The US leadership felt this would be a crucial breakthrough, so after careful consideration, they used their only opportunity to offer a hint. Currently, as of now, only the Dragon Kingdom still has the opportunity to provide hints. Other countries can no longer provide hints. Back to Su Xiao's side. Su Xiao has returned to the store. And the note that everyone has been eagerly anticipating is about to be opened. But just as Su Xiao was about to check the contents of the note, an announcement rang out across the globe. Holy crap, what happened? How come all 6 chosen ones were suddenly eliminated? I know, I just came from Gilvis's livestream. It seems he was attacked by an animal. Animal? Holy crap, no wonder Rule 5 says to be careful of animals that may appear at any time when sleeping on a bench, so that's what it means. That shouldn't be an animal, it should be a bizarre and twisted monster. Now, netizens are no longer surprised by the fact that those chosen are mysteriously devoured. As long as it's not one of their own chosen ones that gets devoured, they're too lazy to watch any more of the spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of netizens, Su Xiao slowly unfolded the note. I got lost while chasing a group of rabbits. When I came to my senses, I couldn't find my friend. Left with no other option, I asked the staff for help, but they ignored my plight. Holy crap, could this be that tourist's friend from before? Wow, that's actually possible. If he's a tourist, why would he be wearing a zoo uniform? Keep reading. The first few sentences on the note were easy to understand, but the following sentences were not so easy to understand. Rabbits are apes. An elephant is a rabbit. The first 4 white lions were monkeys, and the 5th white lion was a goat. What do these 3 sentences mean? Holy crap, I'm a little confused. The zoo protects normal visitors during the day. The aquarium protects people with minor pollution at night. Please firmly believe that you are a human being. That's it? That's all? It seems that not much information has been provided. The only useful thing is that it further confirms the existence of the aquarium. After reading the note, Su Xiao put it away. At this point, Su Xiao, like some netizens, guessed that the person who left the note must be someone who survived in the zoo. This message is important. because it indirectly confirms that the aquarium is the exit. Early in the morning, Su Xiao picked up 3 portions of goat meat from the store and then left. Following her hazy memories from last night, Su Xiao returned to the place where she had lost track of the figure in the black uniform. This place is a lawn, and the road from last night is not there. Until it was nearly evening. Something appeared, but it wasn't a road. Instead, it was a group of strangely twisted animals. One chapter is missing. I'll add it tomorrow. Su Xiao frowned slightly as he watched the strange animals rushing towards him. He thought the animals were coming for him if he hadn't seen several staff members in blue uniforms following behind them. Su Xiao stared at the staff member chasing the animals with suspicion. Rule 3: if you see staff chasing animals, please offer your help, they will appreciate it. In the end, those strange animals slipped past Su Xiao's nose and disappeared into the distance along with the anxious staff who were chasing after them. After this little incident, Su Xiao became puzzled. Because he had never seen pink rabbits and blue elephants in the zoo before. Why do these animals look so strange? Why did they run out? Why did the staff chase them? Su Xiao frowned. The other chosen ones were searching for an exit in the zoo. Several of them also encountered pink rabbits and blue elephants, just like Su Xiao's experience. These animals were being chased by staff. The staff also requested their help. After a moment's thought, several of the chosen ones, with a sense of righteous indignation, decided to help. With the help of the selected individuals, the animals were eventually returned to the park by the staff. Oh my God, what was that thing hiding in the shadows just now? It looks like there are 2 people. No, although they look like humans, their eyes are red, and they also have 2 rabbit ears. Holy crap, has the rabbit come to life? It's not that the rabbits became spirits, those rabbits were originally human. The selected individuals who helped are finished. They've been targeted, and it's only a matter of time before they're finished. Sigh, I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Inside the zoo. Following this road should lead you to the aquarium. I hope my guess is correct. Upon seeing the road appear, Thomas did not hesitate and ran along it deeper into the area. Ha! I've passed by here many times. I remember there wasn't a road here before. Where does this road lead? It's 10:30 p.m. The road disappeared right on time, but fortunately, Su Xiao was already standing in front of the building called Aquarium. Currently, apart from Su Xiao, Nicholas, and Thomas, the other chosen ones are still lingering in the zoo. The chosen ones who had been targeted by the strange monster for helping others were also attacked by the monster as night fell. Unsurprisingly, they were eliminated. I told you these chosen ones would be doomed sooner or later. The world of ghost stories is not the real world. Being a good person in the world of ghost stories will not end well. Ah, what a pity. Let's not talk about them anymore. Has Boss Su Xiao already found the aquarium? It's true. He actually found it. That road leads to the aquarium. Currently, not only Su Xiao, but also Thomas and Nicola have been found. Nicola's luck is truly incredible. He stumbled upon the aquarium by accident, and now the game between the 3 of them has begun. Brothers from Grizzly Bear Country face reality. I guarantee that Nicola's chances of passing the level are extremely low. His leadership talent can only play a very small role. Thomas hasn't revealed his talent yet, and right now he's probably the only one who can compete with Su Xiao. No matter what, I still believe in Su Xiao. Su Xiao is someone who cannot be surpassed. While countless netizens were fiercely debating whose chances of passing the level were higher, Su Xiao had already stepped into the aquarium. As soon as Su Xiao entered the aquarium, she saw a notice board standing at the entrance. The notice board clearly displays several rules or similar regulations. Aquarium Visitor Guidelines. Rule 1: the aquarium has a separate jellyfish rest area where visitors can relax. Food is provided free of charge, please help yourself. Do not eat goat meat, even if you see it on the shelf. Rule 2: there is only one path to the aquarium. Once inside, you cannot stay for more than 3 days, and you must stay for at least 1 full day. Rule 3, this is an aquarium, only marine life will be present. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale enclosure, please don't get excited. It's just a fun 3D projection, please pretend it's a whale. Rule 4, if there is no one inside the aquarium, you can pick up a black uniform at the entrance and put it on. This is the only way to send a distress signal to the staff. Rule 6, the aquarium is a separate entity, there is no zoo located outside it. Rule 7, staff will leave the aquarium at 6 a.m. after cleaning. You are not allowed to leave the aquarium during this time. Rule 8, violation of the above regulations will result in personal liability for any safety issues. Holy crap, come quick. Boss Su Xiao has discovered a new rule at the aquarium. What does Rule 4 mean? Does wearing a black uniform mean you can become an aquarium staff member? Su Xiao frowned as she looked at the black uniform. Rule 4, if there is no one inside the aquarium, you can pick up a black uniform at the entrance and put it on. This is the only way to send a distress signal to the staff. Su Xiao did not choose to wear the black uniform. After memorizing the rules, he walked into the aquarium. At this moment, the entire aquarium was empty, without a single person in sight. We arrived inside the aquarium. Whale zone. Su Xiao stood in front of the huge transparent glass. He looked up and could clearly see the so-called swimming elephant. Elephants don't actually swim. It was clear that it had drowned in the whale enclosure. Rule 3, this is an aquarium, only marine life will be present. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale enclosure, please don't get excited. It's just a fun 3D projection, please pretend it's a whale. Although Rule 3 specifically emphasized that it was just a fun 3D projection, the elephant gave Su Xiao a very real feeling. Perhaps that wasn't a projection, it was a real elephant. An elephant that has drowned. The jellyfish area, as the rules state, has jellyfish rest areas for visitors to relax. This should be the lounge. Su Xiao pushed open the door of the lounge and slowly walked into the jellyfish lounge. She saw that the lounge was very clean and spotless. There were no lights in the entire lounge, the only source of light in the room was the jellyfish by the bedside. Watching the jellyfish swimming freely in the sea, Su Xiao felt inexplicably at peace, and a strange and warm feeling lingered in her heart at this moment. That's strange. All the tension that had been building up in Su Xiao's mind vanished at that moment. I think I can now understand why aquariums can protect people who are only slightly contaminated. Until this moment. Su Xiao seemed to understand the contents of the note left by the man in the black uniform. Unconsciously, Su Xiao sat down on the soft bed, quietly feeling the mental comfort coming from the jellyfish. Although Su Xiao had never been contaminated from beginning to end, the feeling at this moment was truly indescribable. Sitting on the bed, Su Xiao closed her eyes slightly. After a long while, Su Xiao opened her eyes. He has completely forgotten all his memories of the zoo. General Black, what is this? I work at the zoo. Zoo? Staff? Su Xiao frowned deeply, feeling somewhat unfamiliar and puzzled by the word zoo. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, many netizens noticed that Su Xiao was acting strangely. Holy crap, what's wrong with Su Xiao? The zoo staff didn't do anything wrong, did they? I get the feeling that Boss Su Xiao is quite confused. Has he forgotten about the zoo? Amnesia? How is that possible? Su Xiao continued scrolling down. I work at the zoo, and ever since I started working here, I've had the same dream every night, a bizarre yet incredibly real dream. In my dream, I became an elephant, a drowning elephant. In my dream, the elephant was whispering to me. You can't escape, because this is your fate. This whisper made it impossible for me to concentrate on my work. I even wondered if I was going crazy. Holy crap, no way, could this staff member be the drowned elephant in the whale enclosure? No way, doesn't the rule say that the elephants in the whale enclosure are fun 3D projections? But rules can also be wrong. Damn, this is so weird. While working at the zoo, I was forced to follow some strange rules, and I heard that all the staff who didn't follow them disappeared without exception. They didn't just resign from the zoo, they simply disappeared from the world. According to the rules, I must always remember that the zoo is an independent entity, there is no aquarium here. However, tourists still often ask me how to get to the aquarium, and I can only smile and reply that there is no aquarium in the zoo. No wonder the staff at the zoo acted so strangely, it turns out they also need to follow the rules. Damn it, I just don't know what rules they're following. In this zoo, animals often mysteriously appear out of nowhere. I've noticed that these animals are often quite strange, and their numbers are constantly increasing. No matter what, please always remember that you are a human being, not an animal. This diary has no more entries after that. The last sentence didn't seem to be written for anyone else, it seemed more like it was written for the staff member to see alone. I cried. This staff member is so brave. Although the outcome was already decided, I admire him as a true man. After reading the notes left by this staff member, netizens from all over the world were moved to tears. In the jellyfish rest area of the aquarium. Perhaps, this sentence is the key to passing the level. Sorry, only 2 chapters today. Su Xiao found a pen in the lounge and wrote the sentence "I am a human being, not an animal" on her hand. Su Xiao no longer quite believes his somewhat confused memories. What he needs to do now is write this sentence in the most conspicuous place and use it to constantly remind himself. Hello. Congratulations on successfully finding the aquarium and discovering my note. My identity is unimportant, but you must remember what I'm about to say. Especially important parts, no matter what method you use, you must write them in the most prominent position. Holy crap, whose notes are these now? He wouldn't give his name, could he be the tourist in the black uniform from before? It's possible that he's the only person who has successfully escaped from the zoo. The jellyfish in the jellyfish rest area can heal those slightly contaminated, but at the same time, they will unknowingly erase a part of your memory. Of course, this may not be accurate, it's just my subjective inference. Damn it, no wonder Boss Su Xiao looked so puzzled before. Could he have really forgotten his memories of the zoo? So, are jellyfish good or bad? Good and bad don't seem to be so absolute. The good thing about jellyfish is that it can restore those who have been mentally corrupted to normal, but the bad thing is that it can make them forget some important memories. Zoos do exist. The path leading from the zoo to the aquarium only appears at specific times, and for a very short period. Zoo? Su Xiao looked puzzled and continued reading. Perhaps you've forgotten about the zoo, but that's okay. Once you successfully enter the aquarium, the zoo won't seem so important anymore. Here it comes. The important part is coming. You cannot sleep tonight, not even a nap. Perhaps the jellyfish in the room will make you sleepy, but whatever method you use, it's crucial that you stay alert at all times. Can't fall asleep? Need to stay awake at all times? Su Xiao frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what would happen once he fell asleep, he knew it would be a consequence he absolutely couldn't bear. Hesitated for a moment. Su Xiao turned to the puppet and the black general and instructed them. From now on, if you see any signs that I'm getting sleepy, wake me up immediately, no matter what method you use. After giving the instructions, Su Xiao continued reading. Always remember, you are a human being, not an animal. Around midnight, aquarium staff will enter the jellyfish rest area to turn off the nightlights on the jellyfish. During this time, you need to pretend to be asleep. At 5 a.m. the following morning, staff will re-enter the jellyfish rest area. Talking about the zoo with the staff? Doesn't the aquarium's rule number 5 say that you can't talk about the zoo? I'm more inclined to trust the notes than the rules in the aquarium. Yes, I also think notes are more reliable. The exit is at the aquarium. The aquarium staff will go home at 5:30 a.m. Follow him. The content is gone? Holy crap, it's that easy? I've learned it. So this is how to leave the zoo. I have to thank General Black for this. I don't know where he found the notes. Doll, have you all forgotten me? Have you all forgotten your old love with new ones? That concludes the notes. Following the notes, Su Xiao wrote down the important parts on her arm. Su Xiao had also considered writing the contents down on paper, but he always felt that such an approach was not very reliable. When Su Xiao already knew how to pass the level. Under the soothing influence of the jellyfish, he also lost his memories of the zoo. However, he was clearly a little too excited. He did not choose to write down the important contents of his notes on paper, nor did he record them on his body like Su Xiao did. With notes in hand, why bother taking notes? Just look at the notes, isn't that enough? I think that before criticizing others, it's best to think about the nature of the people chosen by your own country. People from East Island Nation and Korea Nation, I hope you remember what I'm saying now. Don't say I didn't warn you when you're proven wrong later. But he seems to have forgotten that in the world of ghost stories, sometimes you can't think about things with normal thinking. Because every seemingly insignificant wrong decision you make could potentially cost you dearly. Those were the notes of the aquarium staff. I work at an aquarium. I usually work the night shift. I will be working at the aquarium around 12 a.m. and will leave around 5:30 a.m. Actually, the aquarium's exact working hours are from midnight to 6 a.m. The reason I was late and left early was because the aquarium has clear rules. Early arrivals and overtime work are not permitted at the aquarium. An aquarium has such a rule? This must be the ideal job for an office worker. Hey buddy, you know what, I actually do have this kind of job. Really? Where is the work address? As an employee of the aquarium, I must always remember that the aquarium is an independent entity, and there is no zoo here. I have concerns about the aquarium's regulations. But I heard that the last employee who didn't follow the rules has completely disappeared from the aquarium. Yes, it seems that aquarium staff also need to follow the rules, and their rules should be different from those of zoo staff. No matter how much tourists ask, I must insist that I know nothing about the zoo. I know they'll soon forget about the zoo, because the jellyfish here will help them forget that part of their memory. Zoo? Why can't I remember anything about the zoo? Have I really forgotten that part of my memory? Thomas was also very puzzled upon seeing this. A tourist once stumbled upon this place and asked me about the zoo. I vehemently denied knowing anything about the zoo, and he quickly lost interest. Wow, could that tourist be the one who left the notes? At present, it is highly likely to be him. After the tourist fell asleep, I turned off the jellyfish-shaped nightlight by his bedside, as per regulations. Holy crap, that tourist has definitely escaped from the aquarium. It's confirmed, he's the one who left the notes. Holy crap, this intricately plotted storyline is so exciting. What was overlooked? Holy crap, it really is. Now, it seems we can only pin our hopes on the principal's notes. At this moment, Thomas frowned deeply. Fuck. Tell me how the tourists left. In other words, although he read through the notes left by the aquarium staff, he still couldn't find a way to leave the aquarium. Now. With a feeling of unease and anxiety. After much hesitation, Thomas decided to review the notes before making a decision. I am the zoo director. I regret applying for the zoo director position every single moment of my life. Holy crap, what's going on? Shouldn't the zoo director be the one pulling the strings behind the zoo? Judging from this situation, the anomalies at the zoo are very likely unrelated to him. Shortly after I started working at the zoo, I noticed something unusual about it. First, tourists disappeared without a trace, then, my employees started resigning without explanation. I don't understand why the employees resigned without cause. They seemed very happy working at the zoo, and even if they were leaving, shouldn't they have submitted a resignation letter? But no. They left quietly. After seeing this, I suddenly want to ask the zoo director, is it possible that your employee didn't actually leave? Poor director, perhaps he still doesn't know that his employees didn't leave, but turned into strange animals. Dude, this is a bit worrying. As the director, I must ensure the normal operation of the zoo and aquarium. My work is extremely tedious. When supervising employees, I often see them chasing rabbits, although I don't know how the rabbits escape. Employees would herd rabbits into the lion enclosure, or the lions would attack the rabbits. Although it seems cruel, the principal's code of conduct tells me that it's perfectly normal. Holy crap, that's so cruel. Does the kindergarten principal also need to abide by the kindergarten principal's code of conduct? I often work until late at night. However, every night, I can always hear children laughing and playing in the zoo. Those sounds appeared very frequently. Is it still possible that it wasn't a hallucination? This kindergarten principal is so dedicated. She often works until late at night and must be under a lot of pressure. I've discovered a secret about the zoo. I can't leave the zoo. It's restricting my freedom. Holy crap, is this high energy? What is that thing here? Is it weird? Could the headmaster have died? No way, no way, how can the zoo function normally if it's shut down? No one who enters this zoo ever leaves alive, including me. If you unfortunately end up in this zoo, please remember the following 3 points. 1. It influences you constantly. Second, don't delve too deeply into what it is. Thirdly, do not let yourself be assimilated by it. Always remember that you are a human being, not an animal. The principal's notes end here. The principal's notes did not reveal his whereabouts. Perhaps he is still in the zoo, or perhaps he has met with misfortune. Thomas also couldn't find a way to leave the zoo in the director's notes. At this time, it's like playing football. The goal is there, and you're just one step away from scoring, but just when you're about to score, the referee cruelly sends you off the field. Damn it, did the notes appear randomly? Fuck. I never expected that General Black would actually help Su Xiao at such a crucial moment. Don't rush, Thomas still has a chance. His talent hasn't been fully utilized yet. We still have one last chance to fight. The US leadership began to calm down, and they all turned their attention to the live broadcast screen where Thomas was. At this time, in the Jellyfish Lounge, Thomas also appeared frustrated and desperate because he couldn't find a way to leave. But he quickly rallied. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have talent, and I can still give it a shot. Thomas's talent is A-level. The talent is called the Thief. Although the Thief is only an A-level talent, it allows one to steal a useful piece of information from another chosen one. Unsurprisingly, Thomas chose Su Xiao as his target for stealing information. As Thomas used his talent, a line of small words began to appear on the white paper he was holding. However, the words written on the white paper were, "You little punk, what do you think you're doing? Eat shit." That sudden outburst hurt my back. What kind of crazy move is this? It's like killing someone by attacking their spirit. This unexpected and bizarre move almost made countless netizens laugh themselves to death in the live stream, but they quickly discovered the problem. No, it seems like Boss Su Xiao didn't do anything just now. Yes, so what exactly happened? Black General? Holy crap! Black General can actually disable Thomas's talent? Or did it change the contents of the note? General Black is too powerful. Not only is he impressive, but he's also incredibly good at swearing. While countless netizens were raving about their love for General Black in the livestream, the conference room of the US high-level officials was silent and cold. Can anyone tell me what the hell just happened? Black General? Achoo, achoo. Inside the jellyfish rest area, Su Xiao sneezed twice, but he didn't care because there were just too many people who wanted to curse him. Fortunately, he had written down the important contents of his notes on his hand, so he could immediately remember them if he forgot them. The jellyfish had a rather strong impact on my memory, and it seemed to have a hypnotic effect as well. I have to stay awake at all times. I absolutely cannot fall asleep tonight. I am a human being, not an animal. Su Xiao kept reminding herself of this. Whenever he felt a little sleepy, the puppet and the Black General would carry out his orders, which meant giving him a little stimulation. That's really fierce. General Black really bit. Holy crap, Su Xiao is really willing to go to such lengths to hurt himself. His arm is covered in blood. You have to really bite at times like this, otherwise you'll easily fall asleep, and once you're asleep, it won't be so easy to wake you up. Sigh, it's really too much for Boss Su Xiao to fight for our Dragon Kingdom. The people of Longwo were deeply moved and expressed their heartache upon seeing the scene in the live broadcast. Time, Day 3. 12:05 a.m. The aquarium staff have started work. The staff member walked into the restroom where Su Xiao was sleeping with ease. After finding Su Xiao lying on the bed, he did not show any surprise. Instead, he gently turned off the jellyfish-shaped night light by Su Xiao's bedside. Hearing the footsteps of the staff gradually fading away, Su Xiao, who had been pretending to be asleep, sat up and turned on the jellyfish-shaped nightlight by her bedside. He knew that staff members wouldn't be going into the break room until 5 a.m. Now, all Su Xiao had to do was stay in the lounge, but he couldn't sleep, he had to keep himself awake at all times. No, I can't panic at a time like this. I need to find a pen and write those things somewhere else. Yes, I have to do it. But when he finally found the paper and pen, he couldn't remember what he was going to do with them. Why am I holding these two things? I'm planning to use them to write something down? What was it? Why can't I remember anything about it? Why do I treat myself this way? Am I trying to remind myself of something? I can't remember at all. The author is flattered by the sudden influx of over 100 requests for updates. Thank you all for your support and love. The zoo is about to close. I'll post 3 chapters first, and there might be another one later. Nicola perfectly illustrates what it means to squander a winning hand. He shouldn't have been so clever. Exactly. If he had written down the important information in his notes earlier in the most visible place, he wouldn't have forgotten what he should and shouldn't do. How incredibly stupid. They completely wasted such good luck. I guess he didn't expect his notes to be confiscated by the staff. The tourist notes clearly stated that he should write down the important information in the most prominent place, but he insisted on doing it because he thought it was too much trouble. Now he knows the consequences of being lazy, doesn't he? Hey, where are those people who criticized Su Xiao for making things unnecessary? They've been proven wrong, aren't they coming out to accept the consequences? Are the people from East Island Nation and South Korea now acting like cowards? Oh well, after all, this is their forte. Heaven had already opened a window for him, yet he still made the mistake of being blindly confident. While the leaders of Grizzly Nation felt sorry for Nicola, Thomas from the United States, unable to find a way to leave, also drifted into a sweet dream under the hypnosis of jellyfish, just like Nicola. Compared to Su Xiao, the other chosen ones who are still lingering in the zoo have already decided to give up the fight. After all, it had been 3 days, and they hadn't found a single clue about the aquarium. They knew what this meant. They had already sensed the approach of death. Time is slipping away, bit by bit. Every second in the aquarium was torture for Su Xiao. If it weren't for his iron will, he probably would have collapsed on the bed long ago. At this time, now only Boss Su Xiao is left to hold on. We must hold on. Using puppets and Black General to stay alert is good, but it's hard on the arms. We've already gone all out to clear the level, Su Xiao. I'm so moved, if this keeps up, Su Xiao's arm will be ruined. I don't think I could use self-harm to wake myself up. Go Su Xiao. Go Dragon Country. You must hold on. Time flew by amidst the silent cheers of countless netizens. 5:20 a.m. The moment the aquarium staff pushed open the door and entered the room, Su Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. It's all finally coming to an end. Seeing Su Xiao standing by the bed, the staff member seemed somewhat taken aback and surprised. Su Xiao also caught a glimpse of fear deep in his eyes. Perhaps, according to the staff's code of conduct, tourists are the ones who will cause them trouble. The staff did not speak to Su Xiao, but tried their best to avoid her. But at that moment, Su Xiao smiled and spoke up, zoos actually exist, right? The staff member suddenly paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he tried his best to hide it, Su Xiao noticed it without any surprise. Ah! The aquarium staff looked bewildered. Clearly, he didn't understand what Su Xiao meant. What a strange tourist, just like the person who disappeared from the aquarium before. The staff member gave Su Xiao a strange look. After quickly cleaning the break room, the staff left in a hurry. Watching the staff leave, Su Xiao smiled. That's right. Su Xiao decisively chose to follow. Soon after witnessing the staff leave through the back door of the aquarium, Su Xiao finally stood in front of that door as she had wished. The moment Su Xiao opened that door, a notification to clear the level suddenly rang in his ears. The drowned elephant in the aquarium is not the end for everyone. As long as you firmly believe that you are human, it cannot affect you. Congratulations to the selected participant for successfully escaping the zoo. Level completion rating, 5 stars. Completion reward, jellyfish pendant, +2 to uncanny resistance. Current uncanny resistance, 4%. Jellyfish pendant description, the jellyfish pendant is part of it. The pendant will soothe your emotions and prevent you from losing yourself. A jellyfish pendant? Su Xiao was delighted. The jellyfish pendant was exactly what he needed right now. With a jellyfish pendant, he is essentially immune to the effects of it. Su Xiao's live stream froze, and at the same time, announcements were broadcast globally. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully clearing the level. The Dragon Kingdom will now exempt him from this round of the mysterious rule. If Su Xiao achieves a 5-star clear in the Dragon Kingdom, he will receive a special reward. The disease rate among the Dragon Kingdom's citizens will decrease by 20%. Hearing the announcement that rang out over the Dragon Kingdom, the entire nation was filled with patriotic fervor. 3rd consecutive clear. This glory belongs to our Dragon Kingdom. Su Xiao is awesome. Su Xiao always manages to surprise us. The hints we give him are no longer of any use to him. But that's fine too, because a strong youth makes a strong nation. Boss, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Grand? Yes, yes. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom initially had doubts about Su Xiao, but now they look at him with new respect. Because every high-ranking leader is very clear that even if the Dragon Kingdom has 1.4 billion people, it will be difficult to find another Su Xiao. Su Xiao has become a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. A true hero. But while the entire nation of China was immersed in joy and peace, the high-ranking officials of the United States and the United States of America looked extremely grim. High-ranking officials of the Grizzly Nation. Unexpectedly, in the end only Su Xiao left alive. High-ranking U.S. officials. The Dragon Kingdom is truly a tough, resilient cockroach. They managed to turn the tide after 5 consecutive losses. Is even God helping the Dragon Kingdom? With Su Xiao's successful completion of the challenge, almost all the high-ranking officials in various countries remembered the name Su Xiao. Many small countries even regard Su Xiao as a spiritual icon. In the real world, Su Xiao enjoys the treatment a hero deserves. Although he was only 18 years old, he already felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. For every person who is celebrated, another is forgotten. Unfortunately, Thomas, Nicholas, and others are among those who have been forgotten. Their country knew they could no longer pass through customs, so they decisively chose to abandon them. In the world of ghost stories, Nicholas and Thomas have not woken up since they fell asleep, while the other chosen ones who are still wandering around the zoo have simply started to slack off. As their 3-day stay at the zoo came to an end, Nicola, Thomas, and the others were, unsurprisingly, devoured by the strange creature. Su Xiao became the only person to pass through the zoo. That concludes the discussion. The zoo project has come to an end. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before Su Xiao had even had enough fun, she was thrown into a new world of supernatural tales by the rules of strange tales. Fortunately, Su Xiao can return to the real world as long as he clears the game. If he had to be a corporate slave forever, he would probably break down sooner or later. Why are you so surprised? No matter which way you pick, Su Xiao's name will definitely be on it. At this moment, in the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao looked puzzled. At that moment, a ghost story notification sounded. This time, the challenge world of the supernatural tales is Mount Daluo. Following the tourist's disappearance, Mount Daluo was closed for 2 years. Although closed, its beautiful scenery still attracts many tourists. This is its territory, and it welcomes visitors, if you don't mind becoming its servant. The external indication of this challenge is, 1 opportunity. The eerie sounds in my ears faded away. Daluoshan hiking visitor rules A. Rule 2, do not silently count your steps while hiking. Rule 3, there are unmanned vending machines along the way in Daluoshan. You can take souvenirs home, but you must not eat the food at these vending machines. Damn, there are only 5 rules, and they're all Rule A. Could there be a Rule B? There must be other rules. Daluoshan doesn't seem like a good place. Nonsense, what respectable place do you think there could be in the world of ghost stories? Damn, you're analyzing this so seriously, do you think you're a prophet? I originally wanted to write about amusement parks, but I think Daluoshan should be listed first. I don't know if you'll like it, but the author will do his best to write this story well. All right. I admit it. Okay, that's enough for now. Su Xiao stood in front of the wooden sign, examining the 5 rules on it. After confirming that he had memorized them completely, Su Xiao stepped forward. The tourists included couples and solo backpackers. A gentle breeze brushed past Su Xiao's ears, and surprisingly, with the unique and beautiful scenery of Mount Daluo, Su Xiao felt a sense of comfort. If this weren't a world of ghost stories, Su Xiao would really like to take a nice trip and relax. A few minutes later. The aluminum sign records the distance climbed in meters. Rule 2, do not silently count your steps while hiking. Although Rule A's second rule prohibits counting one's own steps while hiking, Su Xiao likes to rebel, and feels restless if he doesn't rebel for a day. Then, netizens from various countries saw the footage of Su Xiao counting her steps while hiking. No matter what Boss Su Xiao does, I will support him unconditionally. Boss Su Xiao, this is just my standard procedure, nothing fancy. While netizens from all over the world were spamming 666, Su Xiao had already counted from 1 to 100. At this moment, Su Xiao stood in front of the aluminum sign that read 200 meters, stroking his chin. Looks like it really is 100 meters away. Although the distance calculation on the aluminum sign was verified to be correct, Su Xiao still felt that things were not that simple. Su Xiao bypassed the sign and continued towards the finish line. However, just as Su Xiao had advanced 500 meters, something strange happened. He always had a vague feeling that something was following him, and he could also hear someone calling his name. Who? What the hell? Unsurprisingly, Su Xiao turned around. But strangely, there was nothing behind him. That's right, even the tourists who had come with him at the beginning were gone. At this time. Upon seeing this bizarre scene, Su Xiao frowned slightly. However, Su Xiao, who was used to strange things, was no longer surprised by such things. He summoned the black general who was leading the way and ordered it, follow behind me. If you see anything trying to get close to me, no matter what it is, bite it. Damn, he's treating General Black like a dog. Boss Su Xiao is really something. The key is that General Black actually did it, which is very clever. What do you think that thing was that just called out Su Xiao's name? I guess it's probably it. Who is it? However, none of the chosen ones dared to look back. They knew very well that the person calling them from behind was definitely not a human. Su Xiao discovered unmanned vending points set up along the way. Daluoshan has been closed for 2 years. Although tourists occasionally come here for sightseeing, is it necessary to set up a separate sales point for these scattered tourists? These things were obviously put here recently, which means that in addition to tourists, there are also staff members here? Tourism has been banned in Daluoshan, so why are the staff still sticking to their posts? At this moment, many questions suddenly popped into Su Xiao's mind. Moreover, this time, Su Xiao could feel that the thing was very close to her. Hearing that incredibly eerie voice, Su Xiao frowned deeply, but when he suddenly turned around, there was nothing behind him. General He stared at him with a puzzled expression. It's obvious. Besides Su Xiao himself, even General Black could not hear that voice. I could only hear voices behind me? Was that feeling of closeness just my imagination? Could that be the so-called it? While pondering these questions, Su Xiao suddenly felt mentally confused, as if she were being affected by it. Su Shaoxin was overjoyed that her mental state had returned to normal. But thankfully, I now have the jellyfish pendant to protect me from its mental influence, so it won't be so easy for it to do anything to me. Su Shao didn't know whether it could be considered strange. But since even the Black General couldn't hear its voice, Su Shao judged that the so-called it of Mount De Luo must be even more terrifying than the Black General. However, if my resistance to the supernatural reaches 100%, can I directly resist all supernatural phenomena? Forget it, the future is too far away. I should think of a way to leave Mount Dala first. Rule 3, there are unmanned vending machines along the way into Luoshan. You can take souvenirs home, but you must not eat the food at these vending machines. Su Shao took some food from the sales point and threw some more to General Black, but General Black didn't seem interested in the food he was eating. Su Shao did not take the souvenirs from the sales point. Are you kidding me? Who the hell would want a souvenir? 3 chapters today, 4 chapters tomorrow, and the first one the day after tomorrow. I humbly beg you, and thank you in gratitude. Not long after, Su Shao found another aluminum sign by the roadside. The signboard recorded Su Shao's progress in meters. You have progressed 1,500 meters towards the finish line. In addition to recording the distance traveled, the sign also features a map of Mount Daluo. Strange, why is there no sign indicating the finish line of Mount Daluo? Su Shao frowned slightly. These signs and maps are nothing more than guiding me to the end of Mount Daluo, but this abridged map makes it hard not to suspect that there is something fishy about the end. They unconsciously quickened their pace, as if they wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But just as they were about to leave quickly, Su Shao called out to them, "Why are you running? I finally got to see you and wanted to ask you something." What is it? Several residents turned around stiffly, looking as if they wanted to avoid Su Shao at all costs. The appearance of the residents left Su Shao speechless. Is Lao Tzu really that scary? Are you residents of Mount Daluo? Su Shao asked. One of them replied, "We are villagers from Daluo village, and we are from the Daluo village patrol team." Villagers of Daluo village? Patrol team? The villagers were so flustered by Su Shao's questions that they started to stutter. Su Shao was about to pull a few villagers aside to ask them for clarification, but when she looked up, the villagers had already vanished without a trace. Watching the villagers flee in panic, Su Shao felt extremely frustrated. It's just a question, why are you so scared? Perhaps I can learn from these villagers. It seems that Rule 5 is wrong, but those villagers don't seem very willing to deal with Boss Su Shao. The villagers' behavior is very unusual. Netizens outside the livestream were discussing it extensively. At the same time, the other chosen ones followed in Su Shao's footsteps and encountered the villagers. However, some of those selected chose to continue talking to them. Holy crap, how come I didn't notice before that the chosen one from the eastern island was actually a girl? These chosen ones have made quite rational judgments about the 5 rules. So far, no one has been eliminated. It seems that other countries are also following in the footsteps of our Dragon Kingdom. Now, those selected by other countries are smarter, they won't easily reveal their talents unless it's a critical moment. No need to rush, the journey to Mount Dalu is just beginning. It seems that apart from the high-ranking officials of China, no one in other countries knows about Su Shao's talent, right? Currently, the highest level of talent known in these countries is only S level. Do you think Su Shao's talent might be S level? S rank? Didn't you see the news released by the US expert group a couple of days ago? According to their deductions, S-class is merely the limit of human cognition, not the limit of talent. Therefore, they speculated that Su Shao's talent might have already surpassed S rank. Beyond S rank? Boss Su Shao is SS rank? Incredible! No wonder Boss Su Shao is so awesome. The global online community is discussing Su Shao intensely. If they knew that Su Shao's talent was not SS level, but SSS level, they would probably be shocked. When he looked up, he saw the aluminum sign that read 1,500 meters. What's going on? Am I back to square one? What happened? Didn't Boss Su Shao take the back path? How come he ended up back in the same spot? Actually, I've always had a question. How can the chosen ones, like Su Xiao, who don't know the time, determine how many days have passed? That's simple, you can tell if a day has passed just by looking at the darkness. But what if it doesn't get dark? In the world of ghost stories. The voice was eerie, sometimes it sounded like someone familiar, and other times like a complete stranger. Su Xiao frowned. It seemed to be trying to disrupt my thinking and confuse my thoughts. Su Xiao didn't know where it was. But ever since I stepped into Mount Daluo, it has been influencing me. Fortunately, with the jellyfish pendant protecting him, Su Xiao was not bewitched by it, and his mind continued to function normally. The sign records the distance of the climb in meters, and below the sign are the brand new rules. Daluoshan Hiking Visitor Rules B. Rule 6, the management has not set up any sales points along the Daluoshan route. If you find any sales points, please do not take anything from them and report them to the officers on duty immediately. Rule 7, if you see a pavilion while hiking, please move away immediately and do not touch anything inside the pavilion. Rule 8, if you feel you are being followed or hear any unusual noises, immediately go to Dragon's Roar Pool to wash up, but be careful not to drink the water from Dragon's Roar Pool. Rule number 9, Lunko Cave has always been a good resting place in Daluoshan, where you can seek help from officers on duty. Rule 10, don't trust anyone. On the iron sign, the original Rule 10 was crossed out, and the new Rule 10 looked like it had just been added. This scene is very strange. This sign looks like it's been tampered with. It's Rule B. We've finally discovered a new rule. Is Rule 6 really that obviously wrong? Almost all the chosen ones have eaten the food from the vending machine, and so far there don't seem to be any problems? We cannot view these rules with ordinary people's thinking. The fact that these rules exist proves that they have their own significance. I agree. Just because there are no problems now doesn't mean there won't be problems later. While countless netizens were discussing these rules, other selected participants also discovered the iron sign that recorded the rules. But, under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, these chosen individuals had bloodshot eyes and distorted faces, as if they were suffering immense mental torment. Damn it, what's going on with Park Gukchang and the other chosen ones? It must be that strange voice, that voice is influencing them. Damn it, everything was fine before, wasn't it? I guess it's because that voice has appeared so frequently that its influence has intensified. Perhaps it from Mount Dalu is trying to control them. Quickly send a notification message to Park Gukchang to wake him up immediately. There's still a long way to go to reach the end of Mount Daluo, but the South Korean leadership can't care about that anymore. If something were to happen to Park Gukchang here, they might not even have a chance to warn him. Since the arrival of the Strange Tales of Rules, only one chosen one from the Korean nation has successfully completed the Strange Tales instance once, but that chosen one died in the second Strange Tales instance. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that South Korea didn't want to open the border. They also hoped that a chosen one would step forward and help the country escape the encroachment of rule-ridden myths. That's why they were so envious every time they saw Su Xiao pass the level. With the help of South Korea's prompts, Park Gukchang was able to temporarily break free from the control of that strange voice. However, after returning to normal, Park Gukchang did not look at the contents of the iron sign, but instead did something that shocked everyone. Yes. He started walking backwards. Park Gukchang knew that if he went any further, he would find it very difficult to resist its voice. As the old saying goes in China, since ancient times, no one has ever escaped death. Anyway, he dies, but I don't. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well be brave this time. Holy crap! This unique thought process, this sudden flash of inspiration, no wonder it's the South Korean country. In old Lee's words, he's a talent, a real damn talent. Although Park Gukchang's idea is stupid, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, right? There's nothing wrong with it, but isn't this treating ghost stories like fools? Can this kind of cheating and cunning approach really be allowed in the world of ghost stories? Seeing Park Gukchang walk back, not only netizens around the world, but also the people and high-ranking officials of South Korea were stunned. However, since the opportunity to provide a warning had already passed, the people and high-ranking officials of South Korea could only watch helplessly as Park Kook-chang took the opposite approach. At this moment, the people and leaders of South Korea still harbored a sliver of hope. What if this method actually works? Wasn't Park Kook-chang the first person to pass through customs? Just filling up my word count, huh? Luckily it's free, otherwise you guys would be tearing me apart. In an instant. Park Kook-chang's unconventional thought process actually filled his livestream with viewers, and the popularity of his livestream was almost catching up with Su Xiao's. Not only netizens, but also high-ranking officials from many countries have begun to pay attention to Park Kook-chang's movements. If Park Kook-chang's reverse approach really works, then these national leaders will not hesitate to inform their chosen ones. Park Kook-chang was unaware that his livestream was already packed with people, nor did he know that this would be the most glorious moment of his life. What's going on? We've been walking for so long, we should have seen the roadside sign by now, right? Holy crap, I feel the same way. Then, Park Kook-chang can't possibly leave? It's not impossible, but the chances are slim. TCH, what a joke. I knew this method wouldn't work. If it were that simple, would there be any need for the ghost story world to exist? Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of South Korean officials were shattered. We didn't even know Park Kook-chang was talented. After leaving Park Kook-chang's livestream, a large number of netizens flooded into Su Xiao's livestream. When it comes to outrageous tactics, you have to look to Su Xiao. Park Kook-chang also wanted to use some tricks, but unfortunately he messed them up. Su Xiao is the best. He never lets us down. We really envy the people of China. They can get close to Su Xiao. Welcome to China, my friend. Rule 7, if you see a pavilion while hiking, please move away immediately and do not touch anything inside the pavilion. Looking at the pavilion, Su Xiao frowned slightly, then strode towards it. There was only one stone table and 4 stone benches in the pavilion. Su Xiaojiang had just sat down on the stone bench when he found 2 notes on the ground. The handwriting on the 2 notes was different, suggesting they were left by 2 different people. Su Xiao opened the first note with curiosity and doubt. The first sentence on the note piqued Su Xiao's interest. I am a member of the patrol team in Daluo village. The patrol team of Daluo village, are those the villagers I encountered before? Village code of conduct? A tourist? So that means, me? Su Xiao was completely bewildered. He didn't seem to have offended anyone, did he? Our village has a communal canteen where villagers from all other groups also eat. However, the cafeteria always makes an extra dish, and we are absolutely forbidden from touching it. I heard this dish is supplied to the Daluo Hotel. Daluo Hotel? Su Xiao frowned slightly. The water from Longjiantan is drinkable, we often use it to make energy drinks. That's all the information on the note. After reading the note, Su Xiao received 3 pieces of information. The second piece of information was the villagers' code of conduct, which made Su Xiao realize that villagers also need to abide by the rules. The third piece of information is the Daluo Hotel. Although Su Xiao has not yet seen the Daluo Hotel, he can deduce from the few words recorded by the villagers that the Daluo Hotel is definitely not simple. After processing the information she had received, Su Xiao slowly opened another slip of paper. It's unclear who left this note. The paper strip was incomplete, and the words on it were difficult to string them together. The words on the upper half of the note were blurry and incomplete, except for the last sentence, which was still coherent. Don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone? The last sentence on the note was still a reminder to Su Xiao not to trust anyone, which was exactly the same as rule number 10 on the iron sign. Su Xiao suddenly had a bold deduction. Then, is it possible that the same person left this message? Su Xiao was deep in thought. Netizens outside the livestream were not to be outdone. You won't believe it, but I actually found some commonalities between these 2 zoos from these 2 slips of paper. There are indeed commonalities, but it also feels like there are some differences. I'm suddenly starting to look forward to it. I wonder if Mount Dalu will be as exciting as the zoo. It feels like there are still many things about De Luoshan that haven't been revealed yet. We just need to look forward to Su Xiao's performance. At the same time that Su Xiao received 2 slips of paper in the pavilion, other selected individuals also entered the pavilion. This includes Austin from the United States, Alan from the United Kingdom, Claude from Paris, Dujarric from India, and some candidates from smaller countries. Clearly, they have determined that Rule 7 is a flawed rule. The contestants from East Island in Korea did not choose to approach the pavilion. It was clear that the East Island girl looked rather unwell. It had a rather serious impact on her. Needless to say, Park Gukchang from South Korea is still stuck in the same old cycle. In the pavilion, some of the selected participants also received the 2 slips of paper. After resting in the pavilion for a while, Su Xiao prepared to leave, but at that moment, she noticed something extremely wrong. Su Xiao discovered that the sky over Mount De Luo was exactly the same as when he entered. This is not a good thing, as it means that Su Xiao cannot judge the time by the sky. Is it always daytime at Mount Daluo? Su Xiao frowned slightly. Su Xiao could clearly sense that time and space in Mount De Luo seemed to have been completely distorted. This is completely illogical. Could it be it causing this? What exactly is it? Su Xiao discovered that it had abilities beyond his imagination, and that in order to successfully pass the level, he might have to engage in a final battle with it. But if he could avoid running into it head-on, Su Xiao would rather never run into it at all. Su Xiao left the pavilion. Su Xiao encountered another sales point here. Rule 6, the management has not set up any sales points along the Daluoshan route. If you find any sales points, please do not take anything from them and report them to the officers on duty immediately. Undoubtedly, Su Xiao took a lot of food from the sales point and left. The sign clearly reads Dragon's Roarpool. Below the 3 characters Dragon's Roarpool is an introduction to the origin of Dragon's Roarpool. It is about 20 meters wide and 100 meters deep. Following the signs, Su Xiao walked for a short while before seeing the crystal-clear Dragon's Roarpool. Su Xiao leaned closer and asked, "Do you have a watch or a cell phone? What time is it now?" You, who are you?" Su Xiao's sudden appearance startled the man in white. Really? His reaction was no different from that of the other villagers. Is the water in Dragon's Roarpool drinkable? No, absolutely not. Rule 10, don't trust anyone. It was obvious that the man in white was lying. If the water was undrinkable, why would he take it back to the pool? Are they making energy drinks? Even if it's made into a functional beverage, it must still be drinkable, right? The water in this pool is not for drinking. Looking at the sign, combined with the white-clothed man's words in Rule 8, Su Xiao could almost conclude that this was a classic case of protesting too much. Rule 8, if you feel you are being followed or hear any unusual noises, immediately go to Dragon's Roarpool to wash up, but be careful not to drink the water from Dragon's Roarpool. If the water in the pond is undrinkable, then why do the rules and signs repeatedly imply this? If we consider things from a normal person's perspective, then this pool of water is definitely undrinkable, since so many warnings are telling you not to drink it. But it was precisely at times like these that Su Xiao became more rebellious. He not only wanted to drink, but he also wanted to drink in front of the man in white. May I borrow your water bottle? Su Xiao stepped forward, took the water bottle from the white-robed man, filled it with some water from the Dragon's Roarpool, and then, to the white-robed man's astonishment, drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the pool water, Su Xiao tossed the water bottle back to the man in white, feeling refreshed. The man in white was so frightened by Su Xiao's actions that he collapsed to the ground. The man in white was completely dumbfounded. He had met so many tourists, but Su Xiao, who wouldn't listen to advice, was the first one. However, what the man in white was more worried about was whether he had violated the rules. If that was the case, then he would be wronged. Amidst the ever-changing expressions of the white-robed man, Su Xiao did not linger. After drinking the spring water, he left Dragon's Roarpool. At this time, Su Xiao's actions also stunned the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap, Su Xiao is so handsome. Even the man in white was stunned. He's handsome, but is the water in Dragon's Roarpool really drinkable? Won't it cause some problems? If there were a problem, Boss Su Xiao wouldn't have drunk it. It's the fourth watch today. For those who want to join the group, please check the author's homepage. It's reached 100,000 words. Now you can start asking for more updates, leaving comments, and sending free gifts. Thank you, dear readers. Thank you. After Su Xiao left Dragon's Roar Pool, the other chosen ones also arrived at Dragon's Roar Pool one after another. Among them, a small number of those who were chosen had relatively clear thinking. They used reverse thinking to drink the water from the Dragon's Roar Pool. Austin from the United States was pleasantly surprised because after drinking the water from the pool, he could clearly feel his mind becoming clearer. Its influence seems to be gradually weakening. Meanwhile, the other chosen ones who drank the water from the pool also experienced the same feeling as Austin. Compared to Austin and the other chosen ones who drank the water of the pool, the other chosen ones who did not drink the water were not so lucky. They were still deeply affected by it. It's obvious. Its influence on her is still deepening. Is there really a problem with the food? You can't blame these chosen ones. After all, they are human. Entering the world of ghost stories is already stressful, and with the constant influence of it, it's already quite remarkable that they've managed to get this far. At this time, they originally wanted to give a hint, but considering that there was only one chance to give a hint, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Island nation were reluctant to use it. They always try to use the prompts at the most critical moments, and indeed, they do. But now, even if you use the prompts, it's too late. While it's very likely that the country will not be able to get through in the end, and we have nothing to say about the country's efforts, isn't this kind of inaction going too far? The leaders of the Eastern Island nation are truly inhuman. They don't even treat the chosen ones as human beings. Online, comments condemning the actions of the East Island nation's leaders quickly spread and soon caused a huge uproar. At this time, Su Xiao was unaware of what was happening outside. He continued his journey toward the end of Mount Deluo. The building's name is prominently displayed, Deluo Hotel. The entire hotel seemed to stand in the mist, appearing quiet, mysterious, and eerie. Every time Su Xiao looked back at the Deluo Hotel, he could feel that the hotel seemed to possess a special magic, calling Su Xiao toward it. Looking at the hotel, Su Xiao's thoughts began to wander, but the jellyfish pendant did not make him lose himself. If I hadn't had my jellyfish pendant and had been staring at it, I might have unconsciously walked towards it. The Deluo Hotel was mentioned in a note from a villager that Su Xiao had found before. Although it was only mentioned briefly, Su Xiao had no intention of approaching it rashly. Holy crap, Deluo Hotel? There really is a Deluo Hotel? The hotel looks so eerie, shrouded in black mist all around. It's sinister and terrifying. I dare say, this hotel is definitely not ordinary. Hey, what do you guys think would happen if one of the chosen ones got into the Deluo Hotel? Enter? Are you kidding me? Unless you're out of your mind, who would want to go into the Deluo Hotel? Look, it seems it's not just the two of them. More and more of the chosen ones are heading to the Deluo Hotel. Holy crap, what's going on? Have all these chosen ones gone mad? There's something wrong with the Deluo Hotel. That's not right. If that's the case, how come Su Xiao, Austin, and Alan are all alright? Are you stupid or what? Of course Su Xiao will be fine with the jellyfish pendant. Besides, is there another possibility that Austin and Alan never turned back? Outside the live stream, countless netizens were incredulous to see so many of the selected contestants heading towards the Deluo Hotel. This scene is truly bizarre. Some high-ranking officials in some countries have even tried to use prompting to bring their chosen people to their senses, but this has had no effect. As the chosen individuals entered that eerie hotel one by one, high-ranking officials from numerous countries were at a loss. We could only watch helplessly as they went in. Now, apart from Su Xiao, Austin, and Alan, most of the other chosen ones have entered the Deluo Hotel. Claude, Paris. A mysterious force brought Claude into the Grand Hotel, and it was only after entering the Grand Hotel that Claude came to his senses. When Claude finally realized what was happening and prepared to flee the hotel, he found himself holding a piece of paper in his hand. A note? Claude had no idea how he ended up with a note. he clearly remembered not having one before. Claude opened the note with curiosity. The contents of the note surprised him. If you are fortunate enough to enter the De Luo Hotel and wish to escape, then you must execute the following plan. If you encounter employees from other departments inside the hotel, please identify yourself as someone from the hotel's security department. This is extremely important. Your task is to gather intelligence about the hotel's interior without revealing your identity. Holy crap, what does this mean? Are they trying to make Claude a spy? Who are they? Could it be that Claude's dungeon will have some kind of connection with Su Xiao and the others? Interesting, let's continue reading. Could the contents of the note be fake? Inside the hotel, you're unaffected by it, but once you leave, you have to be careful of it. Do not attempt to escape the hotel before completing the mission, because no matter where you run, you will eventually return here. This mission is exceptionally difficult. Do not trust anyone during its execution. The note was easy to understand, but it puzzled Claude greatly. He wasn't sure who left the note, nor was he sure if it was genuine. But there is still one thing Claude has not yet determined. This doesn't seem like a good thing for him, but it's not necessarily a bad thing either. After a moment's thought, Claude made up his mind. The situation doesn't seem as bad as we thought, and hotels seem to be an option for getting through Delosen. Combination? If copies of this type can be combined, then such copies need to be recorded, since this is the first time we've made such copies. Let's inform the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. Although our two countries don't have much friendly relations, we might be able to cooperate in the world of supernatural tales. This is a brand new way of copying. However, this note was ignored by most of the selected candidates. They preferred to escape the De Luo Hotel now rather than follow the plan on the note. As announcements resounded across the globe, the countries where these bizarre rules had been invoked finally realized that the contents of the notes were indeed true. When many of the chosen candidates were eliminated at the Daro Hotel, Park Gukchang of the Korean Peninsula, who had been stuck in the same place, finally couldn't stand it anymore and chose to break the rules. On Su Xiao's side, Rule 9 suggests that you can rest at Lunko Cave and seek help from the staff on duty there. But based on his rebellious principles, Su Xiao didn't plan to go to Lunko Cave, nor did he believe there would be any officers on duty there. Since leaving Dragon's Roar Pool, Su Xiao has not encountered anyone else along the way. Holy crap, it's already dark in China, but it's still daytime where Boss Su Xiao is? The people of the Dragon Kingdom were surprised to discover that the sky over Mount De Luo truly never seemed to get dark. His brows were deeply furrowed. He realized that no matter how long he walked, he always seemed to end up back at the Lunko Cave sign. And since it is preventing me from moving forward, I might as well go and take a look at Lunko Cave. Of course, he only took a look. He didn't linger in Lunko Cave or seek help from the so-called staff on duty. As Su Xiao decided to follow the signs to Lunko Cave, Austin from the United States and Alan from the United States were already standing at the entrance of Lunko Cave. Lunko Cave looks like a deep and ancient cave. The area in front of the cave has been cordoned off with yellow warning tape, and there were no officers on duty. There is a metal sign at the entrance of Lunko Cave. Lunko Cave is temporarily closed. The sign at Lunko Cave reads as follows. It's like a few rules. Daluoshan Hiking Visitor Rules C. Rule 13, its power is growing stronger and stronger. If you unfortunately encounter it, do not resist, you cannot resist it anyway. Rule 15, don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone? This phrase sounds familiar. Austin discovered that the 15th rule on the sign was exactly the same as the 10th rule. So here's the question, what exactly was written in the original 10th rule? Oh my god, how could the sound be coming from inside the Dragon's Mouth cave? Could it be inside? Wouldn't Austin be walking right into a trap? American netizens watching Austin's livestream were all worried for him. At this moment, in the livestream, Austin, who was being called by it, seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes were unfocused, and he walked unsteadily towards the Dragon's Mouth cave like a walking corpse. What's wrong with Austin? Fuck. No, don't go. Upon seeing this, American netizens went wild, seemingly believing that Austin was finished. But then, a twist occurred. A visible light suddenly emanated from Austin's body. Although the light was fleeting, it helped Austin eliminate its influence. My God, he did it. Austin has successfully escaped its control. What was that light that emanated from Austin just now? Was that his talent? What kind of talent is that? I know what Austin's talent is. What is it? It's an S-level, negative removal. Negative cleansing? That's right, the S-rank negative cleansing can remove the negative effects of two strange occurrences and immediately restore oneself to peak condition. Not long after Austin used his talent to escape Dragon's Mouth Cave, Alan of the British Empire also fled Dragon's Mouth Cave in a sorry state. Similarly, Alan's talent was also exposed. Alan's talent is an A-level talent, named Mysterious Detection. As the name suggests, it means he can sense strange presences around him in advance. Tourist guidelines, see? Luckily we came to Lunko Cave, otherwise we would have almost missed these rules. Rule 10 and Rule 15 are exactly the same. But what exactly did the original Rule 10 say? Was it a wrong rule that was crossed out? At this moment, Su Xiao was also standing in front of Lunko Cave, examining the rules on the iron sign. Holy crap, no way, it actually dares to make a move on Su Xiao? Boss Su Xiao has a jellyfish pendant, so he's completely immune to its influence. Austin and Alan both fled in a sorry state just now. Why hasn't Boss Su Xiao left yet after reviewing the rules? Holy crap, what is Su Xiao trying to do? Does he want to fight it to the death right now? One more chapter. Su Xiao's live stream room instantly exploded, as countless netizens were shocked by his actions. Before the Dragon Mouth Cave, Su Xiao, having reviewed the rules, did not leave but instead directed General Black to slowly approach the cave. Moment. The tree was thrown into the cave, and soon Su Xiao noticed that the strange sounds in his ears had disappeared. But just as Su Xiao frowned and observed the situation inside the cave, the large tree that had been thrown into the cave was thrown out intact. Run! Actually, Su Xiao didn't want to start a decisive battle with it right now, he just wanted to test the waters first. After all, Su Xiao's intuition told him that if he wanted to escape from Mount Deluo, then it would definitely be a problem. The results of the current test greatly shocked Su Xiao. Clearly, it seems to be more terrifying than the Black General. Moreover, after testing the waters, Su Xiao was no longer sure whether the puppet and the Black General could help him successfully pass the level. To be honest, Su Xiao was quite unsure if he really had to engage in a final battle with it. Holy crap, that scared me to death. I thought Boss Su Xiao was going to do something stupid, but it turns out he was just testing me? What exactly is it? It seems even more powerful than the Black General? Boss Su Xiao is taking too much risks. If he really angers it, wouldn't it be even more difficult for him to leave? There must be a reason why Boss Su Xiao did this, and I have a strong feeling that Boss Su Xiao and his team will definitely encounter it this time. Hopefully, it won't be ungrateful and will allow our boss Su Xiao to successfully pass the level. This it is probably not simple. We can tell how powerful it is from what we just saw. Perhaps that's why Boss Su Xiao fled so quickly. This it is probably not just any ordinary strange thing. Judging from the situation just now, Su Xiao's chances of winning if he encounters it are not high. This strange situation is quite troublesome. No matter what method we use, we must ensure that Su Xiao successfully passes through Mount Deluo. We cannot allow any accidents to happen to him. The only question now is whether Claude can actually complete the mission? Su Xiao had already left Lunko Cave to some distance, but it did not seem to be chasing after her. The zookeeper, at least when Su Xiao left, did not hinder him, which is why Su Xiao was able to pass the level easily. But it seems that it of Mount Deluo has been hindering Su Xiao's departure from the very beginning. The signs point in 3 directions. Su Xiao definitely wouldn't consider the Deluo Hotel. Here, Su Xiao needs to defy 2 rules. While Su Xiao was making his choice, Austin from the United States and Alan from the United States also made their choices one after another. At this time, inside the Deluo Hotel, Claude survived entirely thanks to the talent he drew before the dungeon started. His talent is also an A-level talent, named Superb Acting Skills. With this talent, he fooled almost everyone in the hotel, so gathering intelligence was really no problem for him. But compared to Claude's effortless success, Daijang from India had a much more tragic fate. However, despite his extreme caution, he was still noticed by the hotel staff. In Claude's investigation, almost all the employees at the Grand Hotel were affected by it, and one department was particularly strange. It felt as if they weren't human, but rather puppets manipulated by it. This is what Claude truly thinks. Every time he introduced himself as being from the security department to other staff members, they would look at him with surprise and fear. Alan, the President of the United States. Ultimately, driven by this voice, Alan made his final choice. Beside the cliff, Alan could clearly see the ruins of some buildings, and among those ruins, a broken plaque stood out conspicuously. Alan, realizing he had made the wrong choice, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Holy crap, why did Alan's live stream go black? We didn't even see what was at the end. Could the last figure to appear be it from Mount Diluo? Holy crap, is this high energy? It will lure innocent people into Mount Diluo and cause them to lose their way there. Those lured by it will have the illusion that they are being spied on and followed. They will unconsciously enter Mount Diluo and proceed along a specific route. Seeing this, Su Xiao felt a sense of doubt. A very small percentage of people are able to eliminate its abnormal effects through their own strong willpower, thereby completely overcoming the distortion of their own perception. Many years ago, a mysterious human visited Mount Diluo. He possessed the ability to resist cognitive distortion. Under the guidance of a mysterious figure, the early inhabitants of Mount Diluo ultimately defeated it. But the mysterious figure also fell into a deep sleep as a result. A mysterious person? If you ask me, it's not as good as the original location. Who would come to worship at this god temple in this shabby place? That's true. The note was left by someone unknown. Su Xiao opened the note. The older generation in Diluo village disagrees. The Diluo Hotel, perhaps there will be clues to the missing tourists there. The clues on the note pointed to the Diluo Hotel. Diluo Hotel? Su Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't understand what the connection was between the Diluo Hotel and the missing tourists, but from beginning to end, the Diluo Hotel gave him an extremely strange feeling. What is this note trying to tell me? Is it trying to get me into the Diluo Hotel? Su Xiao fell into deep thought. Diluo Hotel? Austin, like Su Xiao, was equally bewildered. At this moment, inside the Diluo Hotel, Claude risked his life to gather intelligence about the hotel's interior, and he is now trying to find a way to send it out. Only the hotel staff knew about this alley. It's going to be difficult for Claude to leave the hotel. All the staff here are suspicious. It feels like his every move is being monitored. Once you leave the hotel, Claude will reappear in its sight, which is undoubtedly a challenge of extreme survival. I feel that Claude will be a key link, and I hope he can successfully pass on the intelligence. Oh no, Dijon is going to die. Wow! Could the Grand Hotel be the real end? With no other option, Austin had to bite the bullet and decide to go to the Grand Hotel. At this time, Austin suddenly froze, as if he had been electrocuted. Perhaps he had sensed what was standing behind him. I'm sure it's it. Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to play like this? Just looking at it will kill us. What's the point of this? The it of Mount Diluo is truly terrifying. Brothers, I'm suddenly a little worried about Boss Su Xiao. Damn, I'm worried too. Judging from this situation, it will definitely come after Boss Su Xiao too. High-level meeting room in the Dragon Kingdom. The it of Mount Diluo is extraordinary. We have an opportunity to give you a hint. Should we remind Su Xiao now? That's just a legend. Is it really reliable? I can't be sure if it's reliable or not, but the only way right now is to plan carefully before acting, and not to lose our composure. But Claude sighed. While netizens were marveling at the miracle, Su Xiao also heard a notification from the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Xiao picked up the note left by Claude, quickly opened it, and a smile appeared on his lips a moment later. I see, it's servant? Dear readers, please give us some free gifts and 5-star reviews to show your support. Good deeds will be rewarded. What is Boss Su Xiao doing? Why is he wearing gold clothes? Is there any significance to this? I'm also very curious about what was written on the note Claude left behind. No matter what's written on the note, let's look forward to Su Xiao's performance. Su Xiao frowned slightly. He knew it was coming. Holy crap, it's come looking for Boss Su Xiao. Don't panic, we need to stay calm. Boss Su Xiao should have a way to deal with this. Boss Su Xiao, you absolutely mustn't turn back. You absolutely mustn't look at it. Anyone who turned back and looked at it has been devoured by it. Mom, I'm so nervous. Quickly, ask Father to open the altar and perform the ritual. Demons and monsters. Leave. Demons and monsters, leave. At this moment, all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were concerned about Su Xiao and were praying for him in their hearts. As Su Xiao turned his head, his live stream screen went black for a moment, then returned to normal. Then, countless netizens have seen it in Daluoshan. Holy crap, could this be the so-called it of Mount Diluo? Help! This is terrifying. This is so weird. I need your protection, please let the comments protect me. My god, what is this thing? Countless netizens gasped in surprise the moment they saw it in person. Su Xiao frowned deeply. Because he was also greatly shocked at that moment. Its appearance is hard to describe in words. It resembles a human, but its entire body has been so bizarrely distorted that it is impossible to look at directly. When Su Xiao stared at it, she could clearly feel that her thoughts were being severely affected by it. There was a voice in her heart that kept urging Su Xiao to submit to it and become its servant. Su Xiao's expression began to blur and distort. It was as if an invisible force was trying to tame the rebellious Su Xiao. However, just then, the jellyfish pendant hanging around Su Xiao's neck began to emit a deep blue light. As the blue light enveloped Su Xiao, the abnormal influence from it suddenly disappeared completely. Holy crap! That scared me to death. Thank goodness for the jellyfish pendant, Su Xiao was almost done for. Simply by making eye contact with it, it was able to directly distort Su Xiao's appearance. I simply cannot imagine the difficulty for Su Xiao to defeat it. Because Su Xiao is now not only the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, but also carries the hopes of all mankind on his shoulders. Although they hadn't really wanted the Dragon Kingdom to rise too quickly before, at this moment, they were incredibly fervent in their desire for Su Xiao to survive, and this desire was extremely intense. It seems that it has already discovered that Su Xiao can remove the abnormal influence from it. With several explosive sounds, Su Xiao was shocked to discover that all of the Black General's tentacles had been severed by it. Su Xiao watched the battle between the puppet Black General and it from the side, his brows furrowed. Actually, at this moment, Su Xiao could completely sacrifice the Black General and the puppet to create an opportunity for himself to successfully pass the level. But that also means that General Black and the puppet will be left on Mount Daluo forever. Clearly, this was not the outcome Su Xiao wanted to see. Therefore, sacrificing a pawn to save the king is a foolish approach. The Black General and the puppet are my trump cards, I can't leave them here. As Su Xiao lowered his head, pondering what he might have overlooked, the Black General and the puppet had already rolled and fallen at his feet. Su Xiao frowned even more deeply. Clearly, even if the Black General and the puppet team up, they are no match for it. But, under Su Xiao's watchful gaze, the man didn't hesitate for a second and immediately engaged in battle with it. Su Xiao was slightly taken aback when she saw the man who had suddenly appeared, but she didn't have time to think about his identity at the moment. Because Su Xiao has something very important to do now. From the information provided by Claude, Su Xiao knew that in order to completely defeat it, he needed to deal with its servants. Those servants were the source of its powerful and eerie strength. Therefore, Su Xiao had to find a way to deal with its servants. Where is Boss Su Xiao headed? Dalu Hotel. Su Xiao was the first person who was not attracted to the De Luo Hotel and dared to step into it on his own initiative. From the moment Su Xiao stepped into the De Luo Hotel, he attracted the attention of all the hotel staff. As the intelligence indicated, all the employees of the De Luo Hotel were servants of it. But to everyone's surprise, Su Xiao would actually step into this place at this moment. They were unaware of Su Xiao's intentions. All they knew was that they had to keep Su Xiao there and make him its servant. Black General, go. Under the eerie gaze of all the staff at the De Luo Hotel, Su Xiao had no intention of wasting time with them and ordered General Black to launch the attack first. According to the intelligence report, although they have all become servants of it, the degree of contamination varies from person to person. For example, people wearing gray clothes can still be saved, while people wearing red and white clothes are completely contaminated and there is no need to save them. And this part that was completely contaminated is the group that Su Xiao needs to clean up this time. The intelligence report stated that employees who were not heavily contaminated should be kept, because only by eliminating the thoroughly contaminated servants can its power be effectively weakened. The outcome of the battle in the hotel was basically a foregone conclusion. Although General Black was no match for it, he was more than capable of dealing with some of its servants. After a hearty meal, General Black ran back to Su Xiao's side, its belly now bulging out. Who wouldn't love a pet like this? Hey, why didn't Boss Su Xiao deal with them all? Are you going to keep these servants around for the new year? Tourists? Seeing this bizarre scene, Su Xiao hadn't even figured out what was going on when the completion notification sounded. Congratulations to the selected participant for successfully escaping Mount De Luo. Completion rating, 5 stars. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom and Claude of the Paris Kingdom for successfully clearing the level. Both countries will be exempt from this round of the rule-based mystery. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom will receive a special reward for achieving a 5-star clear. The total mineral resources of the Dragon Kingdom will increase by 10%. Clearing Claude in Paris with 3 stars grants a standard reward, and reduces the baldness rate in Paris by 10%. Hearing the announcements ringing across the globe, the citizens of Paris, who were initially basking in the joy of Claude's victory, were stunned when the baldness rate reward was announced. What the hell? What is the baldness rate? Holy crap, what kind of reward is this? It sounds so frivolous. It's a conspiracy, an absolute conspiracy. Why does Su Xiao's completion of the Dragon Kingdom increase the total mineral resources by 10%, while Claude's completion reduces the baldness rate? What the hell is the point of that? At this point, Paris was filled with cries and curses. The Dragon Kingdom, at this moment, was filled with happiness and joy. As expected of our idol, 4 consecutive 5-star clears, that's beyond human capabilities. Su Xiao is amazing. A 10% increase in total mineral resources is a terrifying concept. I believe it won't be long before our country's technology will be able to take the lead over all other countries. In the real world, Su Xiao became a highly sought-after and important figure in the Dragon Kingdom. He was heavily protected by the army dispatched by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, and his deeds were widely publicized in the streets and alleys. On the bustling street, people came and went, and all the passers-by had smiles on their faces. A little boy with rosy cheeks tugged at his mother's clothes. Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be as awesome as brother Su Xiao. Children shouldn't use foul language, but your ideal mother still supports you. Mommy, do you think my older brother ate ice cream when he was little? Of course you will, silly child. Then I'll do what the older brother did, I want one too. No, it's so cold. Eating ice cream will give little kids tummy aches. You don't want mommy to take you to see the nurse tomorrow, do you? Scenes like this on the street are now commonplace in the Dragon Kingdom. Since the disturbances of the strange tales have been lifted, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have temporarily returned to their normal, happy lives. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After enjoying the highest level of treatment for heroes, Su Xiao is about to embark on a new journey. Within the world of ghost stories, Su Xiao opened her eyes and found herself wearing her school uniform, sitting in a dirty and messy classroom. There were no students or teachers in the classroom at that moment. At that moment, a ghost story notification sounded. The supernatural world of this challenge is Hongshui Academy. Hongshui University is renowned for its rigorous academic atmosphere and strict teaching methods. If you want to become a member, you must integrate yourself with excellent grades. Don't let your classmates notice that you're different from them, and don't let it discover your true identity. The external indication of this challenge is 1 opportunity. Hongshui University? As the ghost story notification appeared, Su Xiao frowned slightly. After a while, Su Xiao began to check her seat and finally found a note in her desk. New student, welcome to Hongshui Academy. If you want to leave here alive, please be sure to abide by the rules I have left behind. Rule A. Rule 1, upon entering this classroom, please ensure your school uniform is clean and tidy. Rule 3, please do not stare at the teacher for extended periods. This may offend the teacher and increase the likelihood of them calling on you to answer questions. Rule 4, if you see your deskmate not paying attention in class, don't hesitate to report them to the teacher immediately. Rule 5, during breaks, if a classmate tries to talk to you, please ignore them, especially if they ask you to accompany them to the restroom. Rule 6, before entering the restroom, make sure there are no other students inside. If you find other students in the restroom and they are staring at you with a sinister expression, please leave the restroom immediately. Rule 7, you absolutely cannot eat the food in the school cafeteria. If you must eat Laoba's secret recipe mini burgers. Rule 10, you must return to your dormitory immediately after school. If any classmates notify you that it is your turn to do chores, please ignore them. This time the challenge is actually Hongshui Academy, and the rules are just on the note? Damn, Rule 3 is starting to feel real. What does Rule 7 mean? Could it be that Laoba's secret recipe mini burger is the one I'm thinking of? It's clear that the students in this college are really good at studying, but the classroom environment is so bad. Could it be that they're too lazy to clean because they're focused on studying? After reading the rules on the note, Su Xiao threw it into an empty space, and General Black swallowed it whole. In the world of ghost stories, it's quite easy for the supernatural to become invisible. Before the school bell rang, Su Xiao wiped some dirt off the ground and then casually wiped it on her school uniform. Rule 1, upon entering this classroom, please ensure your school uniform is clean and tidy. Just then, the school bell rang. A large number of students entered the classroom one after another, with a female teacher wearing thick glasses at the very back. The female teacher held a ruler and looked very stern. After the students took their seats, Su Xiao noticed that all the students around her had dirty school uniforms. Su Xiao frowned slightly. It seems that Rule 1 is obviously wrong. How can someone who spends a lot of time studying always pay attention to the cleanliness of their school uniform? Su Xiao is so meticulous, he figured out the first rule so quickly. This rule is actually easy to judge. In such a dirty classroom, it would be abnormal if the students' school uniforms were too clean. Look closely, those chosen ones seem to have been noticed by the other students. Could they have been exposed? It's still during class time, so the classmates shouldn't cause them any trouble. But these classmates seem a bit strange, these chosen ones must have gotten themselves into trouble. I hope they have good luck. I reminded them not to let their classmates notice that you are different from them. What will happen after the other classmates notice that it's different? I don't know if you guys will like the academy instance. Thank you to everyone who sent the gifts. Momota, 3. In the classroom. The first class began. Before class, the teacher, expressionless, wrote a line on the blackboard with red chalk. New student, if you see this message, please come to my office after class. Remember, don't let anyone follow you. Don't worry, they can't see what's written in red chalk. The teacher wrote this sentence on the blackboard. Su Xiao frowned slightly. At present, Su Xiao is not sure whether the teacher is good or bad, so it is obviously not very wise to expose herself so rashly. However, Su Xiao also noticed that her frowning expression had attracted the attention of some classmates around her. Upon seeing this, Su Xiao immediately returned to normal. As Su Xiao's expression returned to normal, the surrounding students all turned to stare at the blackboard. However, by then, the teacher had already erased the words written in red chalk and rewritten a passage in white chalk. A new meat dish has sneaked into our classroom. Let's find it. Whoever finds it will get a reward from the teacher. Holy crap, is this teacher schizophrenic? What's with these two completely opposite attitudes? Is this teacher good or bad? I don't feel like she's trustworthy. Your deduction is not without merit, but what if the other students really can't see the words written in red chalk? On the podium, watching the teacher's two contrasting expressions, Su Xiao didn't experience much emotional fluctuation. The other students in the classroom, however, were licking their bright red lips, looking quite excited. During the teacher's lecture, all the students stared at the blackboard, except for Su Xiao, who kept his eyes fixed on the teacher. Rule 3: Please do not stare at the teacher for extended periods. This may offend the teacher and increase the likelihood of them calling on you to answer questions. As Su Xiao stared at the teacher, she noticed that the teacher's eyes were strange. There was no white in her eyes, only pure black. This made Su Xiao feel very strange. As Su Xiao stared at the teacher seemed to notice Su Xiao's gaze as well. A chilling smile appeared on the teacher's lips as she pointed a pale finger at Su Xiao. This student, please stand up and answer this question. Tell me, what should you do if you find out that your deskmate is a new classmate? But before the students could react, Su Xiao continued, his face contorted with madness. Then I'll chop him into 8 pieces, tear him apart, and finally send him to the cafeteria for us to have extra food. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom. His classmates no longer looked at him strangely, and the teacher also dispelled his suspicions. Deskmate? While Su Xiao was being called on by the teacher to answer a question, the chosen contestant from Myanmar was also called on to answer a question because he had been staring at the teacher. Hey student, tell me, what do we eat for lunch every day in our cafeteria? Whose flesh is this? The teacher pressed. Upon hearing this answer, a smile appeared on the teacher's face. However, before the Burmese chosen candidate could rejoice, the teacher's face suddenly contorted. No, now it's yours. The teacher finished speaking. Damn, the contestants from Myanmar are so unlucky. They were eliminated just because they answered a question wrong. How did the teacher figure that out? I think the answer to the question isn't the key point. The key point is that he panicked when he answered it. Sigh, it's still a matter of mental fortitude. Look at Su Xiao's acting just now, that composure, he's simply a born actor. After the brief interlude of answering questions, time quickly came to the end of get out of class. Their appearance reminded Su Xiao of Rule 8. Excuse me, can I borrow your erotic novel? I don't think I've read it before. Hey, classmate, please don't go. Just let us see it, just one look, okay? Su Xiao was speechless. He originally thought that these classmates only loved studying, but he didn't expect that this was not the case. He didn't want to reveal himself prematurely, as that would only bring him unnecessary trouble. To be honest, this academy is no different from any other school, except that the students here are all very fast. He eats quickly, goes to the toilet quickly, does tests quickly, and even walks quickly. The students here seem to have reached an extreme level of obsession with learning. They are constantly thinking about involution. It's as if this academy has been isolated from the world. I only have 3 days. Do I have to go through that iron gate when I leave? Su Xiao frowned slightly. Just then, a withered hand gently patted Su Xiao's shoulder from behind. Excuse me, is there something you need? He had just arrived at Hangshui College and was unfamiliar with his classmates, but fortunately, it was the new semester and the classmates were not yet familiar with each other. This also gave Su Xiao the opportunity to conceal his identity. The student looked haggard and pale, and appeared to be ill. The toilet? Sure. Rule 5, during breaks, if a classmate tries to talk to you, please ignore them, especially if they ask you to accompany them to the restroom. Although Su Xiao was very reluctant to accompany his male classmate to the restroom, he couldn't refuse in order to find out his classmate's purpose and to defy the rules. However, just as Su Xiao was about to follow her male classmate to the restroom, unfortunately, the class bell rang. Su Xiao shrugged. I'm sorry, classmate, I have to go back to class now. The classmate hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something to Su Xiao but not daring to. Upon hearing the bell, he didn't go to the restroom but instead followed the bell into the classroom. Seeing her deskmate's unusual behavior, Su Xiao frowned slightly. She realized that this so-called deskmate seemed to be different from the other students. It was obvious that his deskmate was faking his stomach discomfort, and his purpose in doing so was clearly not as simple as getting Su Xiao to accompany him to the toilet. Did he discover my identity and send me to the restroom to remind me of something? Such a thought couldn't help but pop into Su Xiao's mind. The second period. The key point is that he watched it with great interest. Holy crap, is he that brave to read porn right under the teacher's nose? Seeing this, Su Xiao was somewhat surprised. Rule 4, if you see your deskmate not paying attention in class, don't hesitate to report them to the teacher immediately. Rule 4 states that if you see your deskmate not paying attention in class, you should report them immediately. However, Su Xiao didn't want to do that. Reporting his deskmate was the behavior of the sixth student, and reporting was definitely out of the question. Besides, his talent wouldn't allow it. Damn, I thought Lubu was already pretty fierce, but I didn't expect there to be someone even fiercer. Whose subordinate is this? Wow, this classmate's moves are even more amazing than Su Xiao's. I'm really shocked. If Su Xiao were to report this guy right now, this student would probably be completely screwed on the spot, right? No way, could someone really want to be the sixth? 1. Outside the live stream, many netizens found it hard to believe that anyone would choose to be the sixth person in this situation. But to the surprise of many netizens, some of those selected actually did so. Holy crap, there really are people who are the sixth in command. Who is the sixth brother? The people of the Eastern Island really don't do anything that involves humanity. At this time. In the live stream footage of Higashimaru, a Japanese island nation. Deskmate? My deskmate is devastated. Are you out of your mind? She didn't move her body, but her head turned strangely to the back. At this moment, her whole face was terrifying, staring at Oshomaru's deskmate with a gloomy expression. This student should know my classroom rules very well. I hate students who don't pay attention. The teacher's tone was sinister. The words fell. Idiot. De Xiangwan must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. He hasn't even figured out which side is friend or foe yet, and he's already betraying his deskmate. I have to admire him. If this guy gets swallowed by the monster, it's definitely because he was fooled by his own intelligence. I'm really worried about the intelligence of the people from the East Island. With an IQ like that, what's the point of even participating in dungeons? You might as well go home and farm. The morning classes passed quickly. During the breaks, Su Xiao's deskmate wanted to talk to her alone, but she didn't find an opportunity. Su Xiao also realized that it was probably because there were too many people and too many eyes on her at school that her deskmate always hesitated to speak. 11:40 a.m. Su Xiao followed the other students out of the classroom and headed to the cafeteria to eat. Su Xiao had seen it all, they were either recruiting others or on their way to recruiting others. The key point is that this learning atmosphere and selfless spirit seem to have become commonplace for the students here. As long as it doesn't interfere with their reading and studying, these students would never queue up for a second serving, even if they weren't full. Some students went even further, doing their tests while eating in the cafeteria to save time. At this moment, netizens watching the scene in the cafeteria were completely dumbfounded. Do they really need to push themselves this hard? What's wrong with the students at this school? They're already like this, why are they still taking tests? These students usually seem pretty normal. Apart from being a bit strange, they are actually quite hardworking. Is this really okay? Does the world of ghost stories also have the pressure of employment, mortgage payments, and car loans? Wherever there are people, there will be competition. Can people like them even be considered human? I feel that not all the students in this school are corrupted by it. At least my deskmate seems pretty normal. Su Xiao was queuing up for food in the cafeteria. When it was his turn, he saw that there were 4 food serving windows. The 4 windows are labeled with meat dishes, vegetarian dishes, soup dishes, and secret recipe mini hamburgers. Rule 7. You absolutely cannot eat the food in the school cafeteria. If you must eat, eat Laoba's secret recipe mini burgers. As Su Xiao stared at the meat dishes in the food box, the cafeteria lady also stared at him with a strange expression. At the soup counter, the soup was black, and there were some things that looked like eyeballs floating in it. Looking at the strange dishes in the cafeteria, Su Xiao frowned slightly, because he had no appetite at all. Even if the vegetarian dishes looked normal. Su Xiao was genuinely disgusted by Laoba's secret recipe mini burger. He thought that anyone who could eat Laoba's secret recipe mini burger must be a ruthless person. Su Xiao stood there, not wanting to make a choice, but then he suddenly felt someone push him. Just as Su Xiao was about to turn around, he unexpectedly heard his deskmate's voice. If you really don't want to eat, then have some vegetables. Vegetarian dishes? The classmate's voice was very soft, but Su Xiao could understand the hint in his words. Su Xiao frowned slightly, wondering, could it be that my deskmate is helping me? After only a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao grabbed a vegetarian dish and left. Actually, the vegetarian dish was edible, but Su Xiao had no appetite and didn't want to eat it. Su Xiao carried the dishes and casually found a corner to sit down. Not long after, her tablemate also brought a plate of vegetarian dishes and sat down opposite Su Xiao. Looking at her deskmate, Su Xiao asked with some confusion, "Why did you help me? If you don't want to attract the attention of other students, you must get used to everything here. Please believe that it is everywhere, and it will know your every move. Perhaps I won't be able to hold on for much longer, but I'm still very happy to have met you." Suddenly, her deskmate extended his palm in a friendly gesture towards Su Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao decisively took his hand. The strange could not corrupt him. Similarly, it could not devour him. Su Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you mean by saying you can't last long? From the moment we step into this academy, we are already under its surveillance. It will affect your emotions and spirit, and eventually drag you into the abyss." My deskmate suddenly laughed. "However, I've noticed that you're somewhat different from others. Perhaps you'll be able to leave alive? What exactly is it at Hongshui University?" Su Xiao prepared to ask some key questions. But just then, his tablemate stood up with his tray. "I can't talk to you for too long, or we'll all die." After saying something inexplicable, his deskmate left, but as he left, he casually tossed a crumpled piece of paper to Su Xiao. Holding the crumpled paper, Su Xiao frowned slightly. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Su Xiao opened the note. The first sentence on the note surprised her. "Excuse me, I know you're new here. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else, of course, before I completely lose my mind." Can he see words written in red chalk? Su Xiao couldn't help but fall into thought. If other students can't see the words written in red chalk, but my deskmate and I can, then there's only one possibility: either my deskmate hasn't been contaminated by it, or the contamination isn't deep. She wrote it, so she should be able to see it, right? Or is it that she actually can't see it? At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly thought of a way to test the teacher. The method is simple: if the teacher can see the words written in red chalk, then she is likely not the enemy, otherwise, the teacher is the enemy. Of course, this method kills 2 birds with 1 stone, because it can verify whether the teacher or the deskmate is lying. Continue reading the contents of the note. "Classmate, if one day you find that my eyes look like the other students, please kill me immediately, because I don't want to expose your secret. Please, classmate." Why kill him immediately? Was his deskmate also contaminated by it? Holy crap, this classmate is a real savior. To keep Su Xiao's secret, he actually asked Su Xiao to kill him. I need 100 deskmates like this, I really need one. While Su Xiao was checking the note from her deskmate, the other selected students also received the same note. Oshomaru from the Eastern Island was an exception, because his deskmate had already been betrayed by him during class. Lunch break. The students in the classroom didn't take a lunch break, they were all working incredibly hard to compete. Su Xiao was speechless. It was simply unrealistic to expect him to fit in with this group of exam-obsessed students. Rule 6. Before entering the restroom, make sure there are no other students inside. If you find other students in the restroom and they are staring at you with a sinister expression, please leave the restroom immediately. Standing in front of the toilet, Su Xiao noticed that the school toilet was pitch black, but he did not hesitate at all and stepped inside. As soon as Su Xiao entered the restroom, she noticed several shadows standing up in a dark corner. Feeling the chill coming from behind, Su Xiao didn't think twice and decisively turned around, slapping several large fists at her back. What's going on? Holy crap, why isn't this guy playing by the rules? This really left them a bit bewildered. At that moment, some classmates started cursing and saying, "Hey, why are you hitting people like that?" The bewildered students were even more bewildered. Who the hell was discussing this with you? Hey, classmate, just admit it honestly, you're actually that new student, right? A shadow slowly crept across the faces of several classmates, who stared at Su Xiao with utter terror. They had barely finished speaking. After generously handing over the large bag, Su Xiao walked right past the group of classmates and swaggered out of the restroom. Wow, Su Xiao is pulling a fast one. Wow. Wow. It's another big jerk. Boss Su Xiao's classic performance is back. Ah, the almighty big penis. The big penis can cure all kinds of difficult diseases and all kinds of dissent. At this moment, Su Xiao's livestream was filled with laughter. Netizens really didn't expect that Su Xiao would turn a scary scene into such a funny one. The female classmate extended her hand and invited, "Hey, are you interested in playing with me?" "Sure, what do you want to play?" "Come with me." Following the female classmate, Su Xiao arrived at the playground. At this moment, there was no one else to be seen on the entire playground, because most of the students in this college were unwilling to waste their time on playing. They would rather do 2 more sets of test papers than waste that time. "Hey kid, do you play basketball?" The female classmate found a basketball from somewhere and asked. "Yes, I know a little." "Alright, watch my performance." Su Xiao had no idea what the female classmate was up to. Under Su Xiao's questioning gaze, the female classmate actually began her performance. What she called playing basketball wasn't actually playing basketball, it was just her performing a beautiful basketball dance for Su Xiao. Looking at the flashy female classmates in front of her, Su Xiao was speechless. "Is that all? Is this what you call playing basketball?" Su Xiao frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Watching basketball dances will affect my mental state?" Su Xiao was somewhat puzzled. "From the moment we step into this academy, we are already under its surveillance. It will influence your emotions and spirit, ultimately dragging you into the abyss." My deskmate is right. From the moment Su Xiao entered this academy, he could feel that his emotions and spirit were being influenced by the academy itself. It seems to be everywhere. He only didn't feel that way when Su Xiao picked up the erotic novel to read it. Su Xiao suddenly realized, could it be that reading erotic novels can help me eliminate its influence? It seems that pornography cannot completely eliminate its influence, at most, it can only temporarily suppress it. At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly remembered another remark her deskmate had made. "Perhaps I can't hold on much longer, but I'm still very happy to have met you." Su Xiao suddenly felt that not reporting her deskmate was an absolutely correct decision. A female classmate appeared behind Su Xiao with a strange smile and asked, "Excuse me, was my basketball form correct just now?" "The truth is, it's almost there." "And what about lies?" "Not at all." Before the female classmate could finish speaking, Su Xiao had already started walking forward. "Don't bother thinking about it, it's really not that." "Great. Classmate, don't force yourself if you can't do it, you don't have much room for improvement." But just as she was about to explode, Su Xiao turned his back to her with a smile on his lead classmate. "Are you trying to kill me, or do you want to challenge yourself to be locked in the dark room by the teacher?" Upon hearing the words "little dark room," the female student's expression immediately turned terrified, and she retreated repeatedly. Su Xiao turned his head, looked at the mixed feelings of resentment and fear on the female classmate's face, and grinned. Besides the new classmates, people with mild contamination will probably be targeted by other classmates, like my deskmate. But judging from my deskmate's appearance, it seems he won't last long. In fact, from the moment Su Xiao stepped out of the toilet, he had already begun to guess that people who were completely corrupted by it were forbidden from harming each other. The female classmate's reaction confirmed that Su Xiao's guess was entirely correct. Now, Su Xiao only needs to confirm whether the teacher has been completely contaminated. Once he can confirm that, he will be able to verify his other conjectures. Meanwhile, outside the live stream. Wow! Su Xiao is absolutely amazing. He has all the female classmates completely under his thumb. Mommy, quickly wash my eyes with chilly water. Unfortunately, just as he went in, several of his classmates followed him in. Really, I'm not a new classmate. I even reported my deskmate this morning. Report your deskmate? Damn it, so it was you sixth brother, who reported him. We lost another classmate. I'll beat you to death. Damn it, I was just wondering where to find you, and you've already confessed. Scum. Despicable. Social parasite. At this moment, several classmates wished they could beat De Xiangwan to death. Actually, the classmates who went into the restroom with De Xiangwan were not the same type as those Su Xiao encountered. These students are the same type of people as their deskmate. These students are corrupted by it, but they haven't completely lost their minds. They usually hide carefully among the other students who have been completely corrupted. Oshomaru caused them to lose a classmate, so it's perfectly reasonable for them to beat him up. Being the sixth ranking member never ends well. Since you chose to be the sixth ranking member, De Xiangwan deserves this beating. Are these students from another class? They seem a bit different from the other students. Could they be the same kind of people as their deskmate, which is why they're standing up for their deskmate? It's true, Osaka Maru betrayed his deskmate. He was really stupid. His deskmate was supposed to help him, but he betrayed him beforehand. At this moment, in the conference room of the East Island nation's high-ranking officials. Baka Yoru. All these stupid netizens are dead. Why does the Dragon Kingdom receive the support of netizens, while my Eastern Island Kingdom is trampled underfoot? Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao, you bastards, may you all die. But at this moment, the afternoon classes at Hongshui College have begun. In the afternoon, the same teacher taught the class. Before starting the class, the teacher picked up a red piece of chalk and wrote a message on the blackboard. Newcomer, you may have already noticed that others besides you can see these words, but I advise you not to trust them. I can protect you, in this academy, only I can help you. Su Xiao stared intently at the words the teacher had written on the blackboard. Su Xiao was puzzled. If the teacher couldn't see these words either, how could she match them so neatly? Turning to look at her deskmate, Su Xiao noticed that her deskmate's eyes were now somewhat vacant. There will be a normal update tomorrow. The deceased are gone, but the living remember them. Classmate, if one day you find that my eyes look like the other students, please kill me immediately, because I don't want to expose your secret. His deskmate's eyes were starting to glaze over, but Su Xiao still remembered what his deskmate had once told him. Perhaps his deskmate had already guessed his fate, which is why he begged Su Xiao to kill him. But Su Xiao had no intention of killing her deskmate. For Su Xiao, being exposed was only a matter of time. Even killing his deskmate wouldn't seem to change anything. And killing your deskmate might expose you even faster. When Su Xiao noticed her deskmate's unusual behavior, the other chosen ones also noticed it. The words the teacher wrote on the blackboard are not yet believed by the selected students, and even if they do believe them, they dare not put them into action. Oshomaru is in a terrible situation now. He has turned a perfectly good game into a dead end. His talent was only a regular B-grade talent, and its effectiveness was minimal. But is that really the case? At this moment, in the conference room of the East Island nation's high-ranking officials. The high-ranking officials of the Eastern Island nation are extremely dissatisfied with Oshomaru. Use the prompt immediately to warn Owashimaru not to act rashly. The teacher is not trustworthy yet. Is it too early for us to give this information now? Damn it! Early my ass. If we drag this out any longer, that idiot might just offer himself up to the teacher. Although the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Island Kingdom were extremely dissatisfied with Oshomaru, they had no other choice at the moment, since the selection of people in the ghost story world was random. The afternoon at Hongshui Academy was peaceful, no selected candidates were eliminated. Clearly, it is subtly influencing the chosen ones. 5:40 p.m. But at this moment, Su Xiao noticed that the teacher had not left. She was still lecturing as usual, as if she could not see the students who had left. Su Xiao frowned slightly. A moment later, Su Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something, and he immediately got up and prepared to walk out of the classroom. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, it's your turn to do chores today, so you'll have to stay a little later. Rule 10, you must return to your dormitory immediately after school. If any classmates notify you that it is your turn to do chores, please ignore them." Rule 10 tells Su Xiao that in this situation, she should ignore her classmates and return to her dormitory immediately. But Su Xiao had just noticed that the classmate who was talking to him still had a sliver of rationality in his eyes. Having learned from his deskmate's experience, Su Xiao had every reason to believe that this classmate was also trying to remind her of something. Su Xiao returned to the classroom, and then he made eye contact with the teacher. I recognized the look in their eyes, they were someone I couldn't look directly at. "Duty officer, I will be checking the cleanliness later. I hope you can satisfy me." Watching the teacher's departing figure, Su Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the bell rang twice to signal the end of get out of class. Meanwhile, the other chosen ones also encountered the same problem as Su Xiao. However, most of those selected did not choose to stay and do their duty, but instead followed rule number 10 and immediately returned to their dormitories. Those who chose to stay and do their duty were all thoughtful and meticulous. They noticed that the student was different from others, so they immediately concluded that Rule 10 was likely a wrong rule. Holy crap, 2 different levels of elevation change have appeared. Regarding the duty roster, those who have consistently made few mistakes seem to be quite polarized. Most of the selected candidates chose to return to their dormitories immediately, while only a few chose to do their assigned duties. Could the elimination process be starting here? I think it was definitely the right thing to do to stay and do chores. I don't know if you noticed, but that student just now seemed to be quite different from the other students in the class. I noticed that too. Could this student be trying to help these chosen ones, just like their deskmate? Boss Su Xiao chose to stay and do his duty, so we can take this opportunity to see what's going on behind the scenes. Netizens don't understand why a simple rule can lead to 2 extreme outcomes, nor do they know what consequences will result from those who make the wrong choice. In Su Xiao's live stream. After a brief moment of thought, Su Xiao began searching the entire classroom, hoping to find any clues that his classmate might have left behind. Dear student, these rules are specifically written for you. Please read them carefully, they may be helpful. Rule A. Rule 11, students on duty are responsible for cleaning the classroom. Please note that once you are finished cleaning, please leave immediately, the teacher will not be checking. Rule 12, when cleaning the classroom, please lock the doors and windows. If any strange events occur or a teacher inspects the classroom, do not open the door. If you cannot resist, immediately and do everything in your power to escape the classroom. Rule 14, school staff can be trusted. If you encounter problems that you cannot solve, please go to the staff lounge for help immediately. Rule 15, although the small dark room is dangerous, it also hides a way to leave Hongshui Academy. Rule 16, it is everywhere, and most students have become its henchmen. Please do not trust those students whose eyes are completely unfocused. Rule 17, teachers are trustworthy, they will help and protect you. Some rules may change due to it, so please don't completely trust all rules. Damn, this duty roster actually yielded some results. Boss Su Xiao discovered the new supplementary rules ahead of time. Those chosen ones who didn't stay to do their duty will probably never discover these rules, right? In that case, it seems like they've already missed their chance to pass the level. Without knowing these rules, it's virtually impossible for other chosen players to pass the level, unless their country uses the hints. Countless netizens have been discussing these rules. At this point, the other selected students who stayed behind to do their duty also discovered the supplementary rules left by their classmates. After reading the supplementary rules, the selected students locked the classroom doors and windows and then began cleaning the classroom. Rule 12. When cleaning the classroom, please lock the doors and windows. If any strange events occur or a teacher inspects the classroom, do not open the door. If you cannot resist, immediately and do everything in your power to escape the classroom. Unlike the other chosen ones, Su Xiao did not clean the classroom or lock the doors and windows. Su Xiao picked up a red piece of chalk and wrote some guesses about it on the blackboard. After writing down her guess, Su Xiao put down the chalk and turned around to see a strange bird land on the windowsill. The strange bird resembles a crow. Its eyes were blood red, and it kept flapping its wings, staring at Su Xiao eerily while making strange noises. A variety of complex emotions seemed to accumulate in an instant and then suddenly explode. The first thing Su Xiao did after recovering was to point at the strange bird and instruct the Black General. Black General, go and pluck the feathers from that cawing, strange bird. The strange bird could disturb people's minds, and Su Xiao guessed that it was likely an incarnation of it. Since it has shown itself, Su Xiao is definitely not going to let it leave easily. Su Xiao also wants to know what exactly it at Hangshui Academy is. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, General Black fiercely pounced on the strange bird standing on the windowsill. Holy crap, could this be it? How could it be a strange bird, and it doesn't seem very strong in combat? It can take any form. It wouldn't be surprising if it were a bird. Could it be stranger than the it of Mount Daluo? That's true, but it seems like the Black General could easily crush Hangshui Academy's it, isn't that too weak? Under the watchful eyes of many netizens, as expected, General Black easily trampled the strange bird under his feet. The strange bird screamed and struggled wildly, but it still couldn't escape the fate of having its feathers plucked by General Black. Soon, a strange bird with a completely bald body was lifted up in front of Su Xiao by the Black General using its tentacles. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, General Black didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed the strange bird whole. What's going on? Holy crap, is that strange bird poisonous? Su Xiao was completely unsettled, because the Black General seemed to have fused with some of the strange bird's abilities. Su Xiao was deeply shocked. The fusion of the bizarre and the bizarre, this is simply unheard of. Su Xiao suddenly realized that her understanding of the supernatural was only superficial. The bizarre situation has exceeded the scope of human understanding. Su Xiao had been pondering why so many different strange phenomena arose in the world of ghost stories, and now it seemed he was gradually getting closer to the truth. At this time, netizens who noticed the changes in the Black General were in an uproar. Holy crap! What's going on with Black General? It actually fused with the strange bird? Wow, Black General looks even more powerful. High-level conference room in the United States. Fuck! What kind of luck did China have to run into something so absurd? Immediately convene a meeting of all senior officials. We need to urgently discuss countermeasures, otherwise, the United States will soon be surpassed by China in all aspects. In the classroom, Su Xiao was still surprised by the changes in General He when a figure appeared at the classroom door. The person who came was the teacher, and there could only be one reason for her being there, to check the hygiene. But Rule 11 clearly states that teachers will not come to check hygiene. Rule 11, students on duty are responsible for cleaning the classroom. Please note that once you are finished cleaning, please leave immediately, the teacher will not be checking. Looking at the teacher, Su Xiao frowned slightly. He seemed to catch a hint of shock in the teacher's eyes. Perhaps she was shocked that Su Xiao hadn't locked the classroom door, or perhaps she was shocked by the bird feathers left on the floor. Have pity on the child. At this time, the other chosen ones who stayed behind to do their duty also encountered the strange bird while cleaning the classroom. However, they had locked all the classroom doors and windows before cleaning, so the strange bird could not fly into the classroom. In the African country, Marcus was one of the chosen ones who opted to stay and do his duty. At that moment, he was huddled in a corner of the classroom, trembling with fear. He covered his ears with his hands and stared intently out the classroom window with terrified eyes. At this moment, the strange bird's cacophony was undoubtedly Marcus's nightmare. Although Marcus tried his best to avoid being affected by the strange bird, his mental state was gradually crumbling. Where did this strange bird come from? God, who can save me? Marcus is on the verge of a breakdown. Under his terrified gaze, cracks began to appear in the glass that had been struck by the strange bird, as if the bird would fly in front of him at any moment and stand on his body to enjoy a death feast. Marcus was desperate at this moment. His talent was of no use in this situation. In other words, he now only has two choices. This is a choice between two options, and even. If Marcus were stupid, he should know which one to choose. But just as Marcus was scrambling to open the door and escape from the classroom, a strange knocking sound suddenly came from outside the classroom door. Marcus quickly got up from the floor and looked out through the window on the other side of the classroom. Outside the classroom door, there was a familiar figure, the teacher. "Excuse me, I'm here to check the cleanliness." "Open the door." Through the window, the teacher smiled at Marcus, but to Marcus, that smile was chilling. Rule 11, students on duty are responsible for cleaning the classroom. Please note that once you are finished cleaning, please leave immediately, the teacher will not be checking. Rule 12, when cleaning the classroom, please lock the doors and windows. If any strange events occur or a teacher inspects the classroom, do not open the door. If you cannot resist, immediately and do everything in your power to escape the classroom. Marcus remembered that Rule 11 stated that the teacher would not come to check the hygiene, and Rule 12 also instructed him not to open the door. After much hesitation, Marcus finally gritted his teeth and decided to trust his intuition. "Hey classmate, I'm here to help you. That strange bird is about to burst into the classroom and tear you to pieces. If you open the door now, you might still make it in time." The teacher's voice echoed in Marcus's ears, reminding him of another rule. Rule 17, teachers are trustworthy, they will help and protect you. Are teachers really trustworthy? Strange bird, teacher, what should I do? God, please tell me, what should I choose now? Marcus was now in a dilemma. Behind the classroom, there are strange birds that could rush in at any moment, and outside the classroom door stands an incredibly eerie teacher. Marcus didn't know what to choose, nor did he know whether he should trust his teacher. Snap! Just as Marcus was hesitating, a sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out from the back of the classroom. The sudden sound startled Marcus so much that he was scared out of his wits. "Mommy, I want to go home." Marcus's nerves were stretched to the limit, and at this moment, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. The cold, impersonal announcement suddenly rang out across the globe. At this time, countless netizens are still unaware of what happened. All they know is that Marcus has been mysteriously devoured. What's going on? Shouldn't Marcus have escaped the classroom after opening the door? How could he have been swallowed by the monster? Nothing seemed to have happened just now, so why was his live stream suddenly frozen? Holy crap, did the teacher kill him? Teacher? The teacher has always been at the front gate, how could that be? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. What exactly happened? In Marcus's livestream, countless netizens were completely bewildered, they didn't even know how Marcus had been eliminated. The teacher was clearly at the front door, but Marcus opened the back door of the classroom. Logically, he should have escaped successfully, but the result was exactly the opposite. Netizens were collectively dumbfounded, but then some observant netizens suddenly noticed something strange. I remember when Marcus opened the classroom door, the glass at the back of the classroom was already broken, but in the still frame, why is the classroom glass intact? Holy crap, it really is. I also remember the strange bird smashing through the glass. No way, are we all just imagining things? It's bizarre, so very bizarre. However, this time, sharp-eyed netizens finally discovered a clue. What, a hallucination? Countless netizens were shocked and appalled. Of those who chose to stay and do their duty, 2 have already been eliminated, leaving only Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom, Claude from the Paris Kingdom, and Andre from the Grizzly Bear Kingdom. In the classroom. Apart from Su Xiao, who dared to confront the strange bird and the teacher, Claude and Andre could only cover their ears and dared not step out of the classroom. Even though they heard the sound of the glass shattering from the strange bird, Claude and Andre could only pretend they hadn't heard it, because they had both received a notification from the highest levels of the government. Having been warned, they knew that it was dangerous outside the classroom, so they dared not make any rash moves and could only pray that staying in the classroom would be the right choice. However, it was clear that their choice to stay in the classroom was correct. The strange bird and the teacher could not enter the classroom through the doors and windows, and they were safe for the time being. On Su Xiao's side, Su Xiao is confronting her teacher. Looking at the bird feathers scattered on the ground, the teacher seemed to feel a slight sense of apprehension towards Su Xiao. Of course, what she was actually wary of was not Su Xiao, but the black general after he fused with the strange bird. After a long while, the teacher forced a smile onto his eerie face. "Student, I came to help you deal with the strange bird, but it's great to see that you're alright. Su Xiao, tell me, what's good about it?" Teacher. "Excuse me, are you misunderstanding something? You dare say you can see what I write on the blackboard? Actually, you already knew who I was from the first time the school bell rang. I was curious why the bell rang twice after class, but now I understand that it was to find out the new students. Other students will leave the classroom when the first bell rings, but you won't. If you don't leave, the new students, unaware of your strategy, will likely stay as well. The second school bell is a warning to you. The world of ghost stories also has its own rules, and it will not completely eliminate all opportunities for survival for the chosen ones. So at this point you must leave the classroom, because you must leave us some space to survive. But in order to turn back before I found other rules, you made up the excuse of checking the hygiene. Actually, you're in cahoots with that strange bird. Am I right?" Su Xiao spoke these words very calmly, as if she were talking about something insignificant. But his analysis made the teacher's expression gradually become strange. "I really underestimated you, new classmate." Her face was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and countless drops of dark liquid dripped down from the cracks, making her look extremely eerie. Looking at the extremely strange teacher, Su Xiao didn't show much surprise. Because he never trusted his teacher from beginning to end. Su Xiao calmly looked up at the teacher's image on the ceiling, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Shut up." But just as Black General was about to swallow the teacher whole, the strange bird that Black General had swallowed earlier inexplicably reappeared in the classroom, flapping its wings and swooping down on Black General. The strange bird's resurrection made Su Xiao frown slightly, but Su Xiao reacted quickly and threw the doll away. While Su Xiao was frowning and thinking, General Black had already swallowed his teacher whole. The teacher was merely a follower of it, so she was no match for the Black General. After swallowing the teacher, General Black ran back to Su Xiao's feet, and the puppet returned to Su Xiao's hands. Meanwhile, outside the live stream. Holy crap! Black General is awesome. His movements are so much smoother than before. The dolls are amazing too. Su Xiao is simply invincible. His reasoning ability surpasses all the chosen ones. Is this what they call having both strength and good looks? Please calm down, you Korean female netizen. You won't get Su Xiao this way, nor will you get Chinese citizenship. If you're willing, I might give it a try with you. You scoundrel, I don't want you, I only want Su Xiao Appa. After dealing with the teacher and the strange bird, Su Xiao realized it was time to go back to her dormitory. While Su Xiao was heading to the dormitory, Claude and Andre were still hiding in the classroom. With the strange bird and the teacher gone, Claude and Andre both breathed a sigh of relief. Sending love. Rule 14, school staff can be trusted. If you encounter problems that you cannot solve, please go to the staff lounge for help immediately. Staff lounge. The rules were right after all, the school janitors are truly trustworthy. Brothers, I have a question. What happens if the person chosen for duty doesn't go to the school janitor? Numerous netizens are engaged in heated discussions about school workers. At this time, there were indeed several selected individuals who were not on duty. After receiving instructions from the national leadership, they rushed to the staff restroom. However, unlike Claude and Andre, the door to the staff lounge they saw was tightly closed, and there was no sign of any staff inside. A sign hangs on the door of the staff restroom, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Holy crap, we were just discussing this. These national leaders are really quick. They actually sent their chosen ones to find the school janitors. But why is the janitor's lounge empty? Is the restroom only open to students on duty? No, it can't be that simple. Do you guys remember the hallucinations that happened in the classroom? Is it possible that there are actually people in the staff lounge in front of us, but what they saw was just a hallucination? A hallucination? You mean they saw the lounge door was closed, but the lounge was actually open? Hongshui University, dormitory. Su Xiao had just arrived at the dormitory when a notification sound rang in her ear. Congratulations to the selected person. You have successfully escaped the classroom. Current rating, 3 stars. Note, Hongshui Academy has more than won it. A comprehensive evaluation will be conducted after escaping the academy. A crow? So that strange bird was originally just a crow? Overall rating? Does that mean the dormitories and classrooms at Hongshui Academy are separate? Su Xiao frowned slightly. This is probably the first time I've encountered a dungeon like this. But what exactly is it that can turn the crow into something strange? The hallucinations I had before were probably caused by it behind the scenes. Could it be in the dormitory? Where is the dark room? Could it be its hiding place? At this moment, Su Xiao had many questions in her mind, and none of them had been answered yet. But Su Xiao wasn't worried, because he believed he would find the answer soon. Before entering the dormitory, Su Xiao found a note stuck on the wall in the corridor. The above are the rules regarding the dormitory. Rule B. Rule 2, there are only 6 people in the dormitory, including yourself. If you find that the number of people in the dormitory is not right, please run out of the dormitory immediately, return to the dormitory after 5 minutes, and if the number of people has not changed, please repeat this operation. Rule 3, if you find your roommates whispering and talking about things you don't understand, please cover your head with the blanket and ignore them. Rule 4, if your roommate falls asleep at their desk, do not wake them. Rule 6, the dormitory cafeteria and the college cafeteria are separate. If you are hungry, you can ask your roommate to take you to the dormitory cafeteria. Rule 7, if you find your roommate sleepwalking at night, please wake them up immediately, otherwise something extremely terrible will happen. Rule 8, kill your deskmate, because he knows all your secrets. Rule 9, the black room does not exist, do not attempt to find it by any means. Rule 10, it is extremely dangerous outside the dormitory after dark. Please stay inside the dormitory until dawn. Rule 11, if you encounter any danger in your dormitory, please go to the staff lounge immediately. After reading the rules posted on the wall, Su Xiao frowned slightly, because Rule 15 of Rule A had mentioned it. Rule 15, although the small dark room is dangerous, it also hides a way to leave Hongshui Academy. Rule 15 suggests that the little dark room does exist, but the dormitory rules state that it does not. These two rules are clearly in conflict. However, Su Xiao judged that Rule 15 was probably wrong. There was definitely no way to leave Hongshui Academy from the dark room. This rule must have been tampered with. As Su Xiao stepped into the dormitory, Claude and Andre, who had also arrived, received the notification and naturally discovered the rules posted on the corridor wall. Now, apart from Su Xiao, Claude, and Andre, the other chosen ones who returned to their dormitories early in the morning had only completed half of the classroom rules, so they were not given any hints. Upon entering the dormitory of Hongshui University, Su Xiao pushed open the door and saw a room that could accommodate 6 people. At this moment, besides Su Xiao, there were 5 other roommates in the dormitory, one of whom Su Xiao was very familiar with because he was his deskmate. As soon as Su Xiao stepped into the dormitory, his roommates greeted him warmly. "Hello, we'll be roommates from now on. Please get along well with us." As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the roommate's expression gradually turned sinister, and the corners of his mouth were about to turn up. Smack! Su Xiao was most adept at handling these kinds of situations. So without any hesitation, he slapped his roommate's hand and gave him a big slap. My roommate was completely stunned by the blow, and angrily asked, covering his face, "What are you doing? What were you doing just now? My mouth is cramping, why did you hit me? Why didn't you say so earlier that your mouth was cramping? You made me lose control of the knife, and that's your fault." Roommate? Other roommates? Meanwhile, outside the live stream, Boss Su Zhao's way of treating people to big meals is getting more and more skillful. These roommates are all acting strangely. Su Zhao's move to turn the tables is brilliant. Alas, what a pity. My deskmate has been completely corrupted by it. He even helped Boss Su Zhao. I think Su Zhao should give the jellyfish pendant to his classmate, maybe he'll recover? Damn, the 500,000 walking soldiers have finally appeared. Brothers, let's go, let's get to work. Ali is the Pakistani candidate in the national election. After the other selected candidates returned empty-handed from the staff lounge, Ali also received a notification from higher-ups. If I don't complete the supplementary rules for the classroom, even if I complete the dormitory rules, I probably won't be able to leave the academy. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on Ali's lips. However, my talent allows me to overlook those rules, which is equivalent to me fulfilling those rules. So now, as long as I handle things in the dormitory, I can still leave Hanshui Academy. His talent is called Rule Loophole. As the name suggests, this is a talent for exploiting loopholes. Note, this talent has a 50% chance of activating when entering the world of ghost stories. If this talent didn't have randomness, it could easily be ranked SS level. But precisely because it has a 50% randomness factor, this talent becomes completely luck-based. Even so, Ali was already quite satisfied, because as long as this talent could be activated, it would truly be a loophole-like existence. Ali's talent is well hidden, no one but himself knows about it. Staff Lounge. Following instructions from high-ranking officials, Ali walked directly into the locked lounge and, surprisingly, actually made it through the locked door. Then he met the so-called school janitor. The school janitor was a man nearing 50 with sharp eyes. The first thing he did upon seeing Ali was to ask him if he was on duty. But who the hell could have predicted so many changes in the staff lounge? Night falls. At Hanshui College, night quickly enveloped the entire college, including the dormitories, plunging everything into eerie darkness. In the dormitory, Su Zhao was lying in bed but not asleep. However, he noticed that his roommates were huddled together talking about something and occasionally letting out strange laughter. Su Zhao couldn't understand a word of what they were talking about. Rule 3: if you find your roommates whispering and talking about things you don't understand, please cover your head with the blanket and ignore them. Rule 3 suggests that in this situation, Su Zhao should cover her head with the blanket and ignore it. But is Su Zhao the kind of person who was content with his lot? For some reason, his deskmate didn't participate in the discussion, so he was spared from being caught in the crossfire. After several large blows, Su Zhao expected his roommates to stand up angrily, but they didn't. They just spoke with dazed expressions. What just happened? Holy crap, why is my face swollen and burning? Thank you to all the readers for the gifts. Thank you so much. Su Zhao frowned slightly at her roommate's reaction. They seem to have just entered a state of unconsciousness. The it in the college is very mysterious. Su Zhao didn't know what it was, but there was no doubt that the entire academy was under its control. Su Zhao returned to bed, while her roommates who had been whispering earlier were now covering their faces and looking at each other, completely bewildered. They didn't know that their faces were swollen because of Su Zhao. Su Zhao's roommates didn't know what was going on, so they couldn't cause her any trouble. They didn't do anything else either, and all went to bed as usual. Late at night, Su Zhao, who was still asleep, was suddenly awakened by a strange chewing sound. The crunching sound echoed in the dark dormitory, sending chills down her spine. Su Zhao opened his eyes and sat up. He found that the dormitory window had been opened at some point, and the night outside was eerie, not pitch black, but blood red. The strange bird stood on a tree not far away, its eerie, scarlet eyes seeming to shatter Su Zhao's will to fight. Clearly, this is its method. If it were an ordinary chosen one, it would probably already be corrupted by now. Su Zhao didn't care about the eeriness outside the window. By the light of a smear of blood, Su Zhao saw her roommate making crunching sounds. At his feet, blood had already pooled on the ground. As Su Xiao stared at his roommate, the roommate seemed to sense it and suddenly turned his head, his face covered in blood, right in front of Su Xiao. He held up a bone with meat on it, as if in a dream, and chuckled, "Hee, this stuff is really delicious, roommate, do you want some?" Meanwhile, outside the live stream. Damn it, my roommate's head turn just now scared the crap out of me. By the way, is my deskmate dead? Look carefully first, it doesn't seem to be your deskmate on the bed. How could your deskmate have feathers? Feather? Holy crap, it really is. It looks like a big bird, but it's so bloody that it's hard to see clearly. Did you guys notice? This roommate's eyes are closed, which means he's probably sleepwalking. The rules seem to say that if you find your roommate sleepwalking, you should wake him up, or something terrible will happen. Isn't what we're seeing now terrifying enough? My deskmate doesn't seem to be in the dorm. Where do you think he would go so late? I think he probably went to tell on us. Didn't the rules say that the deskmate knows the chosen one's secret? Now that he's been completely corrupted, the secret can't be kept secret anymore. What's the meaning? It means that even if he is contaminated, he still adheres to his bottom line. In the dormitory. Su Xiao stared at her strange roommate without saying a word. He noticed that his roommate's eyes were closed, and he didn't seem to be fully awake. His behavior was like sleepwalking. He probably doesn't even know what he's doing. Rule 7, if you find your roommate sleepwalking at night, please wake them up immediately, otherwise something extremely terrible will happen. Thinking of her deskmate, Su Xiao frowned, feeling a surge of anger rising in her heart. Although his deskmate had been completely corrupted by it, at least when he was sober, he had helped him, and Su Xiao did not want his deskmate to end up like this. Without hesitation, Su Xiao got out of bed. However, when Su Xiao approached his deskmate's bed, he suddenly realized that the flesh and bones on the bed could not be pieced together to form a human shape. Meanwhile, on his deskmate's bed, Su Xiao also saw some black feathers. Clearly, they didn't belong to his deskmate, they looked more like a bird. What happened? Just as Su Xiao was filled with doubt, the dormitory door opened and a figure walked in. It was her deskmate. It turned out that his deskmate had simply gone out, he wasn't actually in the dormitory. After his deskmate entered the dormitory, he glanced at Su Xiao with a dazed look in his eyes, ignored Su Xiao and his sleepwalking roommate, and lay down directly on that roommate's bed. It seems I was overthinking it. After her deskmate lay down, Su Xiao also lay back down on her own bed. However, before going to sleep, to prevent any trouble, Su Xiao instructed General He to keep an eye on her sleepwalking roommate. Just like Su Xiao, when De Shangwan saw his roommate's bloodied face, he was so frightened that he almost fell off the bed. The bed was now completely wet. While Ashamara hesitated, the strange bird outside the window seemed to have undergone some changes. At this moment, Ashamara's perception had also been subtly and seriously distorted. This is me? Ah. No, it can't be. The scene outside the window sent chills down his spine. No matter how he tried to escape, he always felt that the strange bird was watching him. He could sense the strange bird's eerie gaze and clearly see it approaching him step by step. You're a strange bird, you're an anomaly. You want to replace me? I won't let you succeed. However, it's clear to anyone with eyes that this is a manifestation of extreme fear, and he is not far from being completely corrupted. This guy is lucky to have survived this long. He betrayed his deskmate at the beginning, and now he's in this predicament. It's gratifying. In the high-level conference room of the Eastern Island nation. It's completely over. Baka Yoru. The US is actually kicking us while we're down at a time like this. Fine, since they're so heartless, then don't blame us for being ruthless too. A notice resounded across the globe. Holy crap, what's going on? How come other countries besides Japan have been eliminated? Because the chosen ones from other countries, like Ooshimaru, have been completely corrupted, their spirits and wills have collapsed, and their choice to commit suicide is the best option for them. Alas, its influence is ever present. Even if those chosen do not look out the window, they cannot completely avoid the deepening of the pollution. Su Xiao, Claude, Andre, and Ali. Early in the morning, Su Xiao noticed something was wrong as soon as she opened her eyes. because there was suddenly an extra person in the dormitory that originally housed 6 people. Rule 2, there are only 6 people in the dormitory, including yourself. If you find that the number of people in the dormitory is not right, please run out of the dormitory immediately, return to the dormitory after 5 minutes, and if the number of people has not changed, please repeat this operation. Rule 2 states that if the number of people in the dormitory is not right, you need to run out of the dormitory for 5 minutes and then return to the dormitory. But clearly, Su Xiao didn't want to go through that trouble. If he has already been contaminated at this time, he may have a vague perception of his roommate's appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, the roommate became unhappy. "I'm your roommate, what right do you have to kick me out? Get out of here now, don't make me do it." "On what grounds?" Smack. Su Xiao realized that this person was determined not to leave, so Su Xiao had no choice but to force him to stay. A huge slap landed on his roommate's face. The roommate was stunned for a second, and then prepared to fight Su Xiao to the death. These classmates weren't even considered its pawns, they could only intimidate ordinary chosen ones, posing no threat whatsoever to Su Xiao. Su Xiao didn't waste any words. After treating the guests to a big meal, it was natural to see them off. Su Xiao grabbed her roommate by the collar, dragged him all the way to the dormitory entrance, and then kicked him away. After clapping her hands, Su Xiao returned to her dormitory. At this moment, Su Xiao noticed that her other roommates were looking at her strangely, as if they had never seen such a fierce human before. Su Xiao touched her nose. "Let's go eat, I'm a little hungry. It's Saturday." Send gifts, urge for more updates, and leave 5-star reviews. Upon hearing that Su Xiao was going to eat, one of her roommates volunteered. Classroom Rule A. Rule 16, it is everywhere, and most students have become its henchmen. Please do not trust those students whose eyes are completely unfocused. Dormitory Rule B. Rule 6, the dormitory cafeteria and the college cafeteria are separate. If you are hungry, you can ask your roommate to take you to the dormitory cafeteria. Classroom rules and dormitory rules are interchangeable, so Su Xiao needs to defy the rules. "Hey classmate, you don't actually need to take me there yourself. You just need to tell me which floor the cafeteria is on." Su Xiao doesn't need her roommates to lead the way, she can go there on her own. "Excuse me, are you sure you don't need me to take you?" "Okay, the cafeteria is on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, in the last room at the end of the corridor. You can see it as soon as you open the door." Su Xiao's roommate kindly showed her the location of the cafeteria, but when he turned around, his eyes instantly turned ferocious and cold. Su Xiao was naturally able to sense that something was wrong with her roommate. So, when his roommate was about to leave, he called out to him, "Hey, you've been so kind as to show me the way, I have to give you something before you go." "What is that?" My roommate turned around, looking puzzled. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, his roommate instantly understood what he meant. However, before he could pounce on him menacingly, the black general had already opened his mouth and swallowed him whole. Su Xiao didn't actually need to go to the cafeteria, but he had to confirm one thing, whether the little dark room was actually the so-called cafeteria. Dormitory Rule 6 is clearly wrong. Su Xiao never believed in the existence of a cafeteria in the dormitory from the beginning. The reason Su Xiao asked her roommate to lead the way was simply to find out the location of the cafeteria. I hope I'm right. If the cafeteria really is a dark room, then it is most likely hidden inside. Rule 11, if you encounter any danger in your dormitory, please go to the staff lounge immediately. While Su Xiao was heading to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, some of the other chosen ones were already trying to escape from the dormitory. However, they were unsuccessful because the entire dormitory building was completely locked. In other words, those selected to escape the dormitory must fulfill all the dormitory's rules before they can leave. 3rd floor. At this moment, Su Xiao was already standing in front of the last room in the corridor. Rule 9, the black room does not exist, do not attempt to find it by any means. As Su Xiao passed by the dormitory on the 3rd floor, she noticed that all the dormitory doors on this floor were tightly closed, and the doors were all eerily blood red. The entire 3rd floor exudes an indescribable eeriness, giving one the urge to escape. The last room on the corridor is different, because only this room has a normal colored door. Were the colors of those dormitory doors just an illusion? Or was this some kind of trick it was using to lure me into the last room? Indeed. Of the entire third floor, only the last room looked normal. If one were to follow normal logic, the chosen one would definitely choose to enter this room first when faced with danger. As the door to the room was pushed open, the scene inside seemed to differ somewhat from Su Xiao's expectations. Behind the room was indeed a cafeteria, and it was packed with people. The scene in the cafeteria made Su Xiao frown slightly. So the last room on the third floor corridor really is the cafeteria. It seems that my roommate wasn't lying to Su Xiao after all? If this is an illusion, then it's far too real. These students seem pretty normal, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the whole cafeteria. In the world of ghost stories, the more normal something is to us, the more abnormal it is. This scene is a bit too normal. What is Boss Su Xiao planning to do? Is he planning to eat here? Netizens are currently sharing their opinions on the third floor cafeteria. However, once inside the cafeteria, Su Xiao silently went to the window to get a meal, then quietly found a seat and sat down. Of course, Su Xiao didn't just pick a seat randomly. He chose the window seat because he found a peculiar item on a table there. The notes are as follows. It cannot leave this place. If you want to see it, nighttime might be a better option, but I don't recommend it, as it would seem silly. I've completely stayed here. Perhaps one of those scattered figures in the cafeteria is me. Good luck. These notes are from a kind classmate. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, there are still many enthusiastic students. It's clear that these students are desperately resisting it when they are sober, but they can't escape the fate of being completely contaminated. I don't understand, is the cafeteria just a so-called dark room? What exactly is the little black room? The rules and instructions seem to mention this term. I'm getting more and more curious about what it is. They sensed something was wrong with the cafeteria as soon as they entered, so they had no intention of eating there. They were currently trying to figure out how to escape. But just as they were frowning and thinking about how to escape, the figures in the cafeteria all turned their heads. A moment later, the announcement of the ghost story resounded around the world. On Su Xiao's side. You think you can scare me with such a simple trick? You're underestimating me. Su Xiao was stunned. If everything in the cafeteria is an illusion, then this illusion is far too real. In no time, the heads on the ground had been slaughtered by the puppets, leaving only a pile of bone fragments. After the body exploded, countless drops of blood converged like a stream, flowing directly into the dark depths of the cafeteria. Su Xiao frowned. Gazing in the direction where the blood was pooling, he vaguely heard a strong heartbeat. The violent pounding of his heart, like a club, struck Su Xiao's heart hard, as if his own heart was about to leap out of his chest. What's going on? Why is there a heartbeat here? Whose heartbeat is it? Su Xiao wasn't sure who the heartbeat belonged to, but he could guess that it might be related to it. A moment later, the doll emerged from the darkness, spreading its hands helplessly, indicating that it had not found the source of the sound. That shouldn't be the case. Su Xiao frowned slightly. Let's leave first, I'll come back tonight to investigate. Su Xiao did not linger in the cafeteria, he quickly left with the black general and the puppet. However, not long after Su Xiao left, everything in the cafeteria underwent a dramatic change. From the flowing blood, a figure that looked exactly like Su Xiao slowly rose up. Coming down from the third floor, Su Xiao also discovered that the dormitory door was completely locked, a lock that even General He couldn't open. Su Xiao returned to her dormitory. In the dormitory, Su Xiao discovered that one of her roommates was actually taking a nap at the table. Rule 4: If your roommate falls asleep at their desk, do not wake them. Holy crap, are all students this grumpy in the morning these days? Su Xiao was stunned by her roommate's actions. What's going on? Holy crap, my roommate's actions completely stunned Su Xiao. Why is he so angry? Why would someone jump off a building? Is my roommate so fragile? Can't my roommate be woken up? Do you think there's such a possibility? It was controlling that roommate, but Su Xiao woke him up in an unusual way. Night. The roommate's eyes became incredibly empty, they twisted and contorted in rage as they frantically pounced on the surviving chosen ones. At this point, Su Xiao simply chose to get rid of her roommate once and for all. But the other chosen ones didn't have it as easy as he did. However, Rule 10, it is extremely dangerous outside the dormitory after dark. Please stay inside the dormitory until dawn. At this time, the corridor outside the dormitory was shrouded in crimson, and under the crimson light, terrifying bloody handprints began to emerge on the white walls. At the same time, a sharp and piercing eerie laugh suddenly echoed in my ears. However, while Claude and Ali both looked fearful and uneasy, Andre, who had not yet revealed his talent, calmly closed his eyes and began to meditate. That's right. At this moment, Andre, who had been hiding his talent, finally decided to use it openly. This time, Grizzly Bear Country's luck is incredibly good, because Andre's talent is an SS-level talent, infinite deduction. Infinite deduction, as the name suggests. It means being able to quickly deduce the results of multiple different choices in one's mind, and thus choose the most correct one to execute from among many options. However, the reason why the infinite deduction talent can only be classified as SS level is because it cannot actually be deduced infinitely. This talent has a usage limit, and this limit is related to a person's mental threshold. Simply put, the clearer Andre's mind is, the more times he can use infinite deduction. Infinite deduction takes a toll on one's mental energy. Once the mental threshold drops below the normal level, even without the strange contamination, Andre will experience splitting headaches and mental confusion. Stand still. 3 seconds later, Andre suddenly opened his eyes, a slow smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, the deduction in his mind had ended. Thanks to the protection of the school janitor Xiao Huangshu, Andre was full of energy at this moment, which saved him a lot of time in the deduction process. What was Andre doing just now? Meditating? I'm not sure, but I've noticed that Andre has closed his eyes in class before. Do you think that might be his talent? Talent? All meditation-type talents below S rank have been announced, but it seems there's only one B rank talent, Daydream. But I remember that Daydream requires sleep to take effect, but Andre clearly doesn't. At this moment, in the high-level conference room of the Grizzly Bear Nation. To date, there is no talent recorded globally, and only those at the S level or above can meet this requirement. Fantastic. I'm pretty sure Andre drew an S rank or higher talent this time. Our Grizzly Bear Nation is finally about to usher in the spring of the Russian bear. We're so touched. Andre has really made us proud. Now that he's back, we should mold him into a hero like Su Xiao. By the way, contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately. The high-ranking officials of the Grizzly Bear Kingdom will be visiting the Dragon Kingdom soon to personally discuss the specific matters of the two countries becoming friendly nations. In addition, Su Xiao, a regular visitor who can clear the world of ghost stories every time, has a far greater understanding of the world of ghost stories than ordinary people. Therefore, the information and insights he provides can greatly help other countries increase their chances of clearing customs. The prerequisite is that China is willing to provide these supernatural tales. On the Dragon Kingdom's high-level side, reply to Grizzly Bear Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom welcomes their visit and is willing to become friendly neighbors with them. In the dormitory, following Andre, Claude and Ali also went up to the third floor. Perhaps they realized that they could not avoid confronting it head-on. On Su Xiao's side, Su Xiao also noticed the changes in the entire dormitory, but since the strange entity could not harm or affect him, Su Xiao was not particularly interested in these changes. Fancy and gaudy. This is Su Xiao's evaluation. Su Xiao also arrived on the third floor and stood in front of the last room. The commotion it made in the corridor was all to lure Su Xiao here. However, Su Xiao did not disappoint it, he pushed open the door directly. Pushing open the door, Su Xiao frowned slightly at the blood-red scene inside. What happened? I remember this was the cafeteria when I came here during the day. How come it looks completely different at night? Did I go to the wrong room? Su Xiao even went back outside to take a closer look, and couldn't help but wonder, it seems to be correct. Actually, it's no wonder Su Xiao was puzzled. The reason Su Xiao was so surprised was that the cafeteria had completely changed its appearance. What met the eye was a glaring crimson color. This was not a figure of speech, but real blood. The room was covered in blood, and the door was now sealed shut with blood. The entire room was now filled with a pungent, rotten, foul, and nauseating smell. This smell was 100 times worse than a rotting corpse, and Su Xiao felt that the smell was somewhat overwhelming. Damn it, can't a supernatural being be a little more hygienic? This is practically a poison gas bomb. Criticism is one thing. But Su Xiao also didn't believe what she was seeing. As Su Xiao stared at the viscous blood on the ground, the blood began to writhe strangely, and in the blink of an eye, a figure formed from the blood emerged. Su Xiao recognized the figure. Damn, how could he not recognize himself? You've gone too far by showing no martial ethics. It's one thing to imitate me, but to imitate me so perfectly. Su Xiao discovered that the figure's expression and movements were exactly the same as his. Even his own mother probably couldn't tell who was the real one. Damn it, a real and fake Monkey King. As Su Xiao stared at his other self, that other self was also staring at him. Then, another version of him slowly began to smile, a hint of wicked charm that he portrayed perfectly. I have to say, it looks pretty cheap. Holy crap, how come I didn't realize I looked so cheeky when I smiled? Is this really me? Su Xiao was speechless. He almost called the police. Just as Su Xiao was about to swear, Su Xiao number 2, with a wicked smile, had already sped towards him. He then threw the doll away. Holy crap, is this Happy Landlords? They've even released number 3. Su Xiao frowned. The scene before him shocked him greatly. If this kind of division continues, it will never end, and what's the point of playing this game? However, holy crap, infinite splitting? My god, so many Su Xiao big shots. If these were all real, we could each have one Su Xiao big shot and we wouldn't have to fight over them. Is it dangerous? The viewers in Su Xiao's livestream were all discussing it. In the picture, Su Xiao stared at her constantly splitting self, her brows furrowed. As Su Xiao frowned in thought, a prompt suddenly rang in his ears, a prompt given to him by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. The fangs and claws were now enhanced, and the black general's fur intertwined, eventually transforming into several large, pitch-black hands. The tentacles in the black general's mouth also underwent some changes. Several golden eyes opened one after another on the tentacles, rolling around wildly, seemingly searching for any enemy within their field of vision. At this moment, the black general's scarlet eyes revealed an indescribable aura of dominance. The changes in the black general shocked Su Xiao greatly, because the black general looked extremely strange at this moment. If General Black hadn't continued to obey his orders, he would have almost thought that General Black had completely lost control. Su Xiao frowned. To make the bizarre even more bizarre, this power to amplify the bizarre is truly incredible. The Black General has become even more bizarre, but at the same time, he has become even more powerful. While netizens were marveling at the transformation of the Black General, a large number of Koreans who had missed their turn in this instance suddenly flooded into Su Xiao's livestream. Ha, we finally succeeded in getting it listed as a World Heritage Site. Listen up, everyone in China. It has been confirmed that Su Xiao is actually a descendant of our Korean nation. With this ghost story arc over, our Korea is going to welcome him back to his ancestral home. Koreans were spamming Su Xiao's livestream, practically declaring that China also belonged to Korea. The people of China were speechless as they looked at these clowns from South Korea. Where did these bastards come from? Haven't they taken their meds yet, so late at night? Where's the psychiatric hospital director? Get back to work. Quickly drag them away and tell them not to give up on treatment. Psychiatric director, okay, these mental patients will be taken away immediately, but it seems there's no need for treatment anymore, just take them to the crematorium for cremation. Have you no shame, South Korea? Are you addicted to stealing from our dragon country? Why don't you just say that the Ghost Stories world is yours too? People in South Korea have never known what a face is, they never intended to have one. Hey. Click to urge for more updates, write a 5-star review, and receive a free gift. While Black General was searching for the source of the strangeness, Su Xiao number 2 to Su Xiao number 5, with their sinister expressions, pounced on Su Xiao. At that moment, the puppet blocked Su Xiao's way. Before Su Xiao could understand what was happening, he saw General He holding up a mirror and placing it in front of him. The mirror looked like an ordinary floor mirror, but its surface was completely covered in blood. Mirror? Could it be hidden inside the mirror? Su Xiao stared at the mirror and frowned slightly. Just then, the blood on the surface of the mirror gradually faded, revealing the original smooth mirror surface. Su Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he discovered that he was now reflected in the mirror. The smile carried a complex and unreadable meaning. Before Su Xiao could analyze the meaning, many hideous blood faces suddenly appeared in the mirror, which were the faces of her classmates. Ironically, after these bloody hands had been dragging Su Xiao for a long time, they were surprised to find that Su Xiao hadn't moved an inch. Those hideous, blood-red faces were all dumbfounded, but Su Xiao grinned at them. Sorry, I forgot to mention, no amount of weird methods will work on me. Holy crap! This isn't invincible? In the world of ghost stories. However, Su Xiao did not relax at this moment. Everything just now was truly an illusion, such a vivid illusion. If General Black hadn't broken the mirror, I would never have discovered that there was another space inside the mirror. Su Xiao frowned slightly. He then instructed General Black, find what's hidden inside. The Black General roared at the mirror a few times, then suddenly extended its tentacles and wrapped them around something in the dark space. Damn humans, no. As the Black General pulled with great force, the roar in the mirror grew weaker and weaker. The heart in the mirror was pulled out, and the mirror itself was eerily corrupted by darkness. A short while. It cannot leave this place. You can't leave until you see it. At this moment, the entire dormitory building had returned to normal, the crimson and eerie atmosphere had disappeared, and the lights were shining brightly as usual. As Su Xiao passed by the dormitory on the first floor, she happened to see her deskmate coming out of the door. The classmate was very surprised to see Su Xiao. After leaving the dormitory, Su Xiao handed his heart to the school janitor, who then gave him a note in return. The ability to overcome the uncanny is never solely due to brilliant intellect, it also requires trust, courage, composure, meticulousness, decisiveness, and perseverance. As Su Xiao walked out of the gate of Hangshui Academy with the note in her hand, the strange tale notification sounded in her ears. In the world of ghost stories, you shouldn't trust anything, but some forms of trust can unexpectedly increase your chances of survival. It itself isn't scary. What's scary is that among millions of people, everyone treats you with indifference. Selected participant, congratulations on escaping Hangshui Academy. Completion rating, classroom 3 stars, dormitory 2 stars, extra score 1 star, overall 6 stars. Tip: bonus points are awarded for your outstanding performance and will provide you with additional rewards. Introduction to the Mirror of Pollution. With it, you can dispel illusions and stare directly into the darkness. The eerie tale began to whisper in my ear. Su Xiao was extremely excited. Holy crap! It's 6 stars. So 5 stars isn't the limit for a good completion rating. There's even an extra reward. If this thing were auctioned off in the real world, I think I'd be rich. While Su Xiao successfully passed the level at Hangshui Academy, Claude, Andre, and Ali also passed the level one after another. But as Claude and his 2 companions walked out of the academy gates, the ghost story announcements resounded across the globe. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Claude of the Paris Kingdom, Andre of the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, and Ali of the Pakistan Kingdom for successfully clearing the level. These 4 countries will be exempt from this round of the mysterious tales of the rules. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom has cleared the stage to 6 stars and received a special reward. The creativity of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens has increased by 10%, plus an additional 5%. Cleared the Paris Kingdom's Claude stage with 3 stars, receiving the standard reward. Paris Kingdom's water resources increased by 5%. Andre of Grizzly Bear Kingdom achieves 4-star clear, earning an excellent reward. The physical fitness of Grizzly Bear Kingdom citizens increases by 8%. Ali cleared the level in Pakistan with a 3-star rating, receiving a general reward. Pakistan's fruit production increased by 5%. Hearing the announcements broadcast across the globe, countless netizens were in an uproar. Holy crap! 4 countries actually cleared the borders this time. This is the first time we've achieved such a high success rate. 5 consecutive levels. Su Xiao, the master, has cleared 5 levels in a row. My god, I'm completely numb to it. This year's picks are all incredibly strong. No matter how strong these chosen ones are, they still can't compare to Boss Su Xiao. Boss Su Xiao went head to head with the strange being. Who else would dare to be so brave besides him? Su Xiao, the eternal god. This is the highest number of times the chosen character has cleared the game since the beginning of the Rule of Tales. At this moment, in addition to the Dragon Kingdom, the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, the Paris Kingdom, and the Pakistan Kingdom are also in a frenzy of celebration. Let's go and personally welcome our combat hero. Immediately mobilize troops to provide comprehensive protection for André. The Paris State Conference Room. Although Claude's talent is only A-level, his 2 successful runs have bought Paris a chance to catch its breath. Arrange for him to come see me immediately, and remember to ensure his safety. Conference room in Pakistan. Immediately dispatch our most elite troops. We want to personally welcome Ali. S-level talent. This is the luckiest time our Pakistani nation has ever had. At this moment, in the conference room of the U.S. high-level officials. In the real world, Su Xiao continued to enjoy the highest level of treatment after returning to the Dragon Kingdom. But just as the whole of China was celebrating, some high-ranking officials from South Korea actually came to China without any shame. They really intended to take Su Xiao back to South Korea to acknowledge his ancestors. How can the people of China tolerate this? After some maneuvering by the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, it was finally determined that the Kimchi Kingdom has always been a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, so theoretically, the Kimchi Kingdom belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. The Chinese people applauded these remarks from the Chinese leadership, while the leaders of South Korea were ashen-faced and felt a lump in their throats. In the end, the leaders of South Korea could only slink back to South Korea amidst the curses and jeers of the Chinese people. After all, they wouldn't dare to actually kidnap people. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer what it used to be. If you really anger the Dragon Kingdom, annihilating them would be a piece of cake. In the 3 days that followed, besides South Korea's shameless behavior, 2 other important things happened. There are no restrictions on the auction conditions. Although it cannot guarantee a 100% success rate, this is a hint from Su Xiao, and these countries naturally know its significance. Who can argue with that? Although these countries are very distressed about their own resources, they would rather exchange money or resources for peace than suffer losses from the arrival of these bizarre rules. Holy crap, these countries are really something. Exchanging food and mineral resources is one thing, but some are even exchanging land area. This is just outrageous. Our dragon country is becoming stronger and stronger. I bet the United States is green with envy, right? Now that China has so many allies, it's no longer a pushover. Even if the US is envious, it can only put up with it. But during this time, a second thing happened. But for some reason, as soon as André told the higher-ups of the Grizzly Bear Kingdom about his talent became known to the whole world. This is because the Dragon Kingdom did an excellent job of keeping Su Xiao's talent a secret. But this time, André's talent was revealed so quickly, which means that there may be people from other countries infiltrating the upper echelons of Grizzly Bear Country, or that someone has made some deals with other countries. No matter who it is, they will not tolerate it. I'll write a new chapter tomorrow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the challenge takes place in the following supernatural world, an amusement park. Since the amusement park opened, many visitors have brought their children here to enjoy a pleasant weekend, provided they learn to follow the park's rules. Visitors frequently disappear from amusement parks. The amusement park is like a crouching behemoth. Once someone enters its territory, no one ever comes out alive. The external indication of this challenge is 1 opportunity. The ghost story ended. Su Xiao turned to look at George, who was only 5 or 6 years old, and frowned slightly. In the past, he had always completed the dungeon alone, but this time he needed to take George with him to complete it. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of passing the level. While this was no big deal for Su Xiao, it might be a different story for the other chosen ones. George, hold on to this doll. I'm going to get the amusement park map. Stay where you are and don't wander off. Su Xiao temporarily handed the doll over to George, then went to find a staff member to get a free map. There are actually 2 reasons why Su Xiao handed the doll to George and told him not to run around. 1 reason. Su Xiao left the doll with George so that it could protect George's safety. 2nd reason. Su Xiao didn't know what kind of personality George had. If he could just stay put and behave, that would be fine. But if he leaves, Su Xiao will need to keep a closer eye on George to prevent him from running around and getting into any danger when he's not paying attention. Su Xiao didn't want to be implicated by a little kid. After receiving the free map, Su Xiao opened it and began to examine the amusement facilities and layout. There was nothing unusual about the amusement facilities and layout. Su Xiao skillfully flipped the map over, and on the back of the map, the rules that tourists had to follow were clearly recorded. Welcome to the amusement park. To ensure you and your family have a wonderful weekend, please be sure to follow these rules. Green text, Rule 1, bumper cars are allowed in the amusement park, but this activity is for children only. Green text, Rule 2, if you and your family are tired, you can enjoy free meals in the amusement park's dining area, but please note that you should not eat things like hamburgers. Red text, Rule 3, the burgers in the dining area are delicious, and we highly recommend you try them. Yellow text, Rule 4, you may ride the Ferris wheel, but if you happen to encounter a blind woman inside, please ignore whatever she says. Yellow text, Rule 5, roller coasters are very thrilling and not recommended for children, but if safety measures are in place, there should be no problem. Green text, Rule 6, carousels are great for both adults and children, they can provide you and your family with a fun-filled time. Green text, Rule 7, there are no frog-themed helium balloons in the amusement park. If you see a frog doll selling frog-themed helium balloons, please immediately move away from its site. Red text, Rule 8, do not trust security guards, and do not trust anything they leave behind. Green text, Rule 9, mirror worlds exist in amusement parks, but never enter them. Green text, Rule 10, do not trust staff at amusement parks, especially those wearing black uniforms. After reading the 10 rules on the back of the map, Su Xiao frowned deeply because he noticed that these rules were written in 3 different colors. Su Xiao couldn't yet determine what the font colors specifically represented. In the past, if Su Xiao had received such a set of rules, he wouldn't have needed to judge them at all, he could have simply rebelled. But now, Su Xiao has to judge whether the rules are right or wrong, because it's not for himself, but for George. George severely limited my performance. If George's name appeared in the rules, I think I would not hesitate to kill him. The phrase protect George was not mentioned in the rules. Which means that George absolutely cannot be harmed. Although Su Xiao disliked being dragged down by others, he had no choice but to compromise for the time being, since the rules were not set by him, but by the world of supernatural tales. Perhaps it is because the chosen participants in this instance are too strong that the difficulty of the strange tales world has been increased accordingly. But no matter what, Su Xiao's advantages will not change, and he will never let George become a burden to him. Holy crap, this time the ghost story dungeon actually requires you to bring your younger brother along to complete it. If something happens to your brother, the chosen one will also have to die with him. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of completing the dungeon. Why do I have a feeling that Su Xiao is being targeted? What's the deal with those rules? Why are they written in red, yellow, and green? Do you think these 3 colors might have any special meaning? While Su Xiao was getting the amusement park map and memorizing the rules, the other selected players also got their maps and saw the rules. Similarly, they were not clear at the moment what red, yellow, and green represented. Putting away the map, Su Xiao returned to the place where she had just parted ways with George. The thing Su Xiao was worried about still happened, because George was no longer there. That brat is such a handful. Fortunately, Su Xiao had the puppet follow George, otherwise Su Xiao would not have felt comfortable leaving George alone in the same place. After searching for a while in the amusement park, Su Xiao quickly found George in the bumper car area. This scene left Su Xiao both amused and exasperated. But then, when George saw him, he quickly got up from the ground and ran towards him, wiping away tears as he ran. "Brother, the doll you gave me hit me and won't let me go play bumper cars. How could such a cute doll hit you? You must have fallen down by yourself, right? Come on, hold on to the doll, and I'll take you to ride the bumper cars now." Yay! Yay! Upon hearing that there were bumper cars to play, George was overjoyed and danced with excitement, instantly forgetting the scene where the doll had just kicked him to the ground. Green text, Rule 1, bumper cars are allowed in the amusement park, but this activity is for children only. Su Xiao could tell that the first rule was correct, so without hesitation, she took George to ride the bumper cars. But just as Su Xiao put George on the bumper car, a man dressed as a security guard brushed past him and slipped a note into Su Xiao's hand without him even noticing. Watching the departing figure of the man who looked like a security guard, Su Xiao frowned slightly and opened the note with a puzzled expression. The note had 3 paragraphs written in small green characters. The text in green is trustworthy. Only believe half of what's in yellow. The red text is from its handwriting. Does green mean you can trust it? Yellow means you can only trust it halfway? Red means you can't trust it at all? Looking at the contents of the note, Su Xiao frowned slightly, because he remembered that Rule 8 had mentioned it. Red text, Rule 8, do not trust security guards, and do not trust anything they leave behind. Su Xiao fell into a brief moment of thought. If the security guard is right, the amusement park clearly has more than 10 rules. If it can change the font color of the later rules, can we still trust the security guard? The security guards can be temporarily categorized as good guys. But Su Xiao knew that she couldn't rely solely on font color to distinguish whether the rules were right or wrong. If it took advantage of this, she might fall into its trap. Su Xiao himself doesn't need to worry about breaking the rules, because his talent is rebellion. But the problem now is that he needs to help George understand these rules. My talent can't help George, but luckily I still have the puppet and the black general. In critical moments, they can protect George from being devoured by the monster. As long as I can correctly judge whether the rules are right or wrong, I can still escape from here with George. Even without relying on talent, he is still confident that he can find the correct rules among many incorrect ones. This is Su Xiao's source of confidence. The thought of having to seriously judge the rules this time made Su Xiao a little excited. Su Xiao was still grinning foolishly when George interrupted him. Su Xiao looked at George, who was having a great time, and rubbed his hands together with a grin. Okay, here I come. The bumper car area is quite spacious and can easily accommodate dozens of people at the same time. Now, besides the staff, only Su Xiao and George are here. Su Xiao's Thomas spin crash sent George and his car flying a great distance, and George was so frightened that he cried. While Su Xiao and George were happily playing bumper cars, the other participants also received a notification from the security guard. After careful consideration, most of the selected individuals chose to believe the contents of the security guard's note, while only a small number did not. On the side of Noah, the chosen one from the kingdom of Sealand. Noah was the first person not to believe the note. After reading its contents, he threw it on the ground. But after Noah and George walked away, he didn't notice that the note was quickly picked up by a staff member in a black uniform. What is Noah from Zealand up to? I give Noah 0 marks for this move. Not only did he not believe the note after reading it, but he also casually threw it on the ground. This is just courting death. Claude, Paris. Right at the start of the game, Claude's brother George disappeared while he wasn't looking. When Claude found George on the roller coaster, George's eyes were no longer clear, and his expression had become somewhat blank. It is clear that George has been corrupted by the strange entity. If a way to remove the strange contamination cannot be found in a short time, and George becomes completely its puppet, Claude will not be far from death. Fuck. Fuck. Damn brat, didn't I tell you not to run around? You're just causing me trouble. Claude was so angry he wanted to punch George. Because George was a child, he was lively, trusting, and curious about everything. Therefore, if the staff members guide his curiosity a little, he will most likely be led by the nose by the staff members with ill intentions. On Ali's side in Pakistan. Fortunately, Ali Baba's talent for exploiting loopholes in the rules came into play when he entered the amusement park. In other words, in this instance, Ali still has one chance to supplement any missing rules, which will greatly facilitate and help him clear the amusement park. Water is impossible. George got off the bumper car looking dejected, his mind now filled with a phobia of it. Thanks to his older brother Su Xiao's tireless efforts, George temporarily lost interest in bumper cars. George, are you really not playing anymore? Su Xiao walked up to George and asked. I don't want to play bumper cars. So what do you want to play now? Yellow text, Rule 5, roller coasters are very thrilling and not recommended for children, but if safety measures are in place, there should be no problem. Roller coaster? Su Xiao was slightly surprised, because Rule 5 was clearly a rule that was both right and wrong. George definitely can't ride the roller coaster. Roller coasters aren't for little kids, George. There's a little frog balloon toy over there. How about I take you there to ride the balloon? Brother, are balloons fun? Green text, Rule 7, there are no frog-themed helium balloons in the amusement park. If you see a frog doll selling frog-themed helium balloons, please immediately move away from its site. As stated in Rule 7, there are no frog-shaped helium balloons for sale in amusement parks, so if you see any mascots selling helium balloons, you should stay away. Rule 7 might be correct. But for the rebellious Su Xiao, such rules could not scare him at all. He had no intention of avoiding the frog doll's gaze. On the contrary, he even planned to snatch all of the frog doll's helium balloons. So, what's wrong with him, as the older brother, disregarding the rules and spoiling his younger brother? Su Xiao strode up to the frog doll. Yes. The frog doll didn't understand what Su Xiao meant by asking that question. Do you know that selling helium balloons is prohibited in amusement parks? Su Xiao didn't give the frog doll a chance to argue. Frog doll? The frog doll was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this human really that brave? Watching Su Xiao's retreating figure with the helium balloon, the frog doll stood there, stunned and momentarily at a loss. However, he didn't intend to snatch the little frog helium balloon back, since selling it to Su Xiao was his goal. But just then, the frog doll suddenly saw that Su Xiao, who had already left, had returned at some point, and all the little frog helium balloons in his hand had been released into the sky. The frog doll stood frozen in place, bewildered by Su Xiao's actions. No, that's all. The frog doll looked completely bewildered, because it couldn't figure out what the man in front of it wanted to do. The frog doll frowned, but soon he realized Su Xiao's purpose. Unsurprisingly, he received a friendly greeting and a beating from Su Xiao. What the hell? You're a frog toy, and you're telling me you don't sell frog helium balloons? Is this reasonable? Are you taking advantage of my lack of education? Su Xiao pinned the frog doll to the ground and kicked and punched it repeatedly. The frog doll was completely stunned, and even George, who was not far away, looked bewildered. George's pupils contracted slightly, and his face turned pale. He was clearly frightened by Su Xiao. He had originally planned to ride the roller coaster while Su Xiao wasn't looking, but seeing what was happening now, he didn't dare to go anymore. If Su Xiao caught him, his butt would be in big trouble. At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Wow, that's so cruel, but I love it. The frog doll probably never dreamed that not only would boss Su Xiao dare to steal his balloon, but he would also dare to punch and kick him. Judging from the rules, the frog doll is clearly problematic. Do you think boss Su Xiao noticed something was wrong with it, which is why he deliberately targeted it? Possibly. George was just about to run around, but now his face is pale with fright. He's definitely a mischievous kid. At this time, on the Korean Su inside, Han Xiuren also determined that Rule 7 was the correct rule, so when he saw the frog doll, he fled from its sight at lightning speed. However, although he managed to escape, he subconsciously forgot one thing. That is, he forgot about George. In the past, these selected participants took on the challenge alone, so when they encountered danger, they only needed to worry about themselves. But with George joining them this time, they easily forget about his presence, especially when they encounter danger. By the time Han Xiuren realized what was happening, George had already happily returned with the little frog helium balloon. However, to Han Xiuren's surprise, George did not show any signs of contamination. Could it be that Rule 7 is a flawed rule? Han Xiuren couldn't help but feel uneasy. After finding nothing amiss, he released the helium balloon from George's hand and left. However, after he led the crying George away, the frog doll strangely reappeared where he had just been. There's definitely something wrong with the frog doll. Maybe if I take the balloon, he'll start watching me. It seems like Han Xiuren is already being watched by him. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Han Xiuren should have thought things through before discovering that George was contaminated. It's incredibly reckless of her to just take George away like that. George is too unpredictable. If we can't keep an eye on him, the chosen ones will be eliminated sooner or later because of him. Boss Su Xiao also took the balloon. Do you think he might be being targeted as well? Probably not. After all, the frog doll got a good beating from Boss Su Xiao, so it probably won't dare to follow him anymore. After beating the frog doll, Su Xiao walked towards George. George was so frightened when he saw that Su Xiao was empty-handed that he didn't dare to ask Su Xiao for the little frog helium balloon. You're hungry, let me take you to eat. Su Xiao didn't say much and led George directly to the area where tourists dine. Actually, the reason Su Xiao chose to release the hydrogen balloons instead of giving them to George was because he was worried that they might be a trap. Just now, the moment Su Xiao turned around with the helium balloon, he had a strong feeling of being spied on. This feeling might not be easily noticed by other chosen ones, but Su Xiao, as someone who had passed 5 consecutive levels, still had this keen sense. He could clearly feel that the frog doll was staring at his back as he took the helium balloon. Based on his intuition, Su Xiao could tell that there was definitely something wrong with the hydrogen balloon and the frog doll, which is why he chose to release the hydrogen balloon and beat up the frog doll. However, even though Su Xiao had already given the frog doll a good beating, he could still feel that intense gaze upon him. The amusement park's dining area is located behind the children's slide area. At the food area, Su Xiao only saw a few tourists dining there. The food was free, and the selection was limited, with only a few items that children liked, such as fries, hamburgers, and fried chicken. In the ordering area, the most prominent display screen is currently playing a loop of the latest best-selling food, the ostrich burger. That's right. It's a burger made from ostrich meat. Looking at the bright red and tempting ostrich burger, Su Xiao frowned slightly. Green text, Rule 2, if you and your family are tired, you can enjoy free meals in the amusement park's dining area, but please note that you should not eat things like hamburgers. Red text, Rule 3, the burgers in the dining area are delicious, and we highly recommend you try them. Rule 3, however, is the complete opposite of Rule 2. Rule 3 recommends that Su Xiao try the burgers here. These two rules are contradictory. But Su Xiao could easily tell that Rule 3 was actually a wrong rule. These two rules are not difficult for the normal selected person to choose from, but for Su Xiao, they seem to be deliberately targeted. If Su Xiao doesn't eat the hamburger, then he has violated Rule 2, the principle of rebellion. But if Su Xiao eats the hamburger, then he has violated Rule 3, the principle of rebellion. This is a difficult choice for Su Xiao, because whether he eats it or not, he will violate his talent. Unless he doesn't want the protection of his talents, he can break any of the rules here. However, without the protection of his talent, he would find it difficult to guarantee his own safety. As the saying goes, he who walks by the river will eventually get his shoes wet, and Su Xiao had no reason to take any chances. So, after some calm consideration, Su Xiao decided to eat the hamburger. Give me 2 orders of fries and 2 hamburgers, just the buns, no meat. Su Xiao called out to the food pickup window. Staff? As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, all the staff at the food pickup window were stunned. They all stared at Su Xiao with strange looks, as they had never seen such a way of eating before. But, despite their confusion, the staff member hesitated for a moment before giving Su Xiao fries and bread as requested. Su Xiao took the food and then led George to sit at a table not far away. Brother, I want to eat fried chicken and a hamburger, but this hamburger doesn't look like the one in the advertisement. George looked at the hamburger with a puzzled expression. It could no longer be called a hamburger, it would be more accurate to call it bread. Seeing George wolfing down his food, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile. Kids will be kids, they're so easy to fool. Mom, I want to go to Bear World later. I heard there are lots of bear plush toys there. Okay, Mom will take you right away after we finish eating. Yay, Mom is the best. Could it be that this instance, like the zoo, has a surface world and an inner world? What exactly is Bear World? Is the amusement park exited there? At this time, Bear World aroused Su Xiao's great interest. But Su Xiao also knew that the Bear World might be where it was located. If it really was its territory, it would definitely try every means to lure him into it. Therefore, Su Xiao does not need to actively seek out the Bear World for the time being. As Su Xiao frowned in thought, she suddenly remembered the strange tale hint she had received when she first entered the amusement park. Visitors frequently disappear from amusement parks. The amusement park is like a crouching behemoth. Once someone enters its territory, no one ever comes out alive. Remembering the clue from the strange tale, Su Xiao was about to remind the mother and son who had just been talking, but when he turned around, he found that the mother and son who had been eating were no longer in their seats. Su Xiao frowned and murmured. The addition of the George element to this instance is simply to give readers a change of pace. After all, it's always the same formula, and I guess everyone's getting tired of it. Don't worry if you don't like this instance. Since each dungeon is generally completed quickly and there are no poisonous spots or anything like that, you can play with confidence, it will definitely relieve the boredom. I promise you, I will write it well. You can pursue it without worry. Claude, Paris. George has been corrupted, and the corruption is deepening over time. George's face is growing paler and paler, and his eyes are becoming increasingly empty and eerie. Looking at the contaminated George, Claude was helpless. He had no means to restore George to normal, and his A-level talent, superb acting, was of no use in this situation. Fuck! Is this really the end? Claude was extremely annoyed at this moment. Clearing the game twice in a row is enough to prove his strength, especially considering that his talent is only A-level. Clearing the game twice is even more remarkable. Damn it, there must be a way. There must be a way to bring George back to normal. Claude took out the amusement park map and stared anxiously at the rules. For example, Rule 6. Green text, Rule 6, carousels are great for both adults and children, they can provide you and your family with a fun-filled time. Claude clearly remembered that Rule 6 was originally in green font, but now, for some reason, the font color of this rule had turned red. Red text? What's going on? According to the note left by the security guard, the red text should never be trusted, but I clearly remember that this rule was correct before. Could it be that it secretly altered the colors of these rules? Claude's face scrunched up. In that case, the contents of the security guard's note can't be trusted, but there's no doubt that the security guard can be trusted. Claude's thoughts were in a jumble, but he quickly stood up excitedly, staring at the rules. What's wrong with Claude? Could the carousel help George return to normal? This rule has been tampered with by it. If Claude makes a mistake in his judgment, not only will George be affected, but he himself will also be corrupted. While Claude was running towards the carousel, Su Xiao had already started playing on the carousel with George. Of course, Su Xiao needed to defy the rules, so he didn't ride the carousel. Since George was not contaminated, the carousel served no purpose for him other than bringing him fleeting pleasure. After getting tired of the carousel, Su Xiao took George to ride the Ferris wheel. The woman was wearing a green hat and black sunglasses. Su Xiao couldn't see her expression, but he could see her eyes, which looked like black holes, behind the sunglasses. After saying this nonsensical thing, the woman took out her blind cane and carefully stepped off the Ferris wheel. After the woman left, Su Xiao frowned, and then found a note on the seat where she had just been sitting. Su Xiao picked up the note and watched the woman walk away. He remembered Rule 4. Yellow text, Rule 4, you may ride the Ferris wheel, but if you happen to encounter a blind woman inside, please ignore whatever she says. Although Rule 4 states that women cannot be trusted, judging from the woman's actions just now, she doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. In Su Xiao's view, the blind woman and the security guard were both risking their lives to give him a warning. Although Su Xiao didn't know what the consequences of their actions would be, for the time being, the security guards and the woman could be categorized as the good guys. Su Xiao was holding the note left by the blind woman, about to open it, when a staff member from the amusement park rushed over. Green text, Rule 10, do not trust staff at amusement parks, especially those wearing black uniforms. Upon seeing the staff, Su Xiao instinctively put the note away. Hello, did you just accept something from that blind woman? That blind woman often comes to our amusement park to cause trouble. If you've accepted anything from her, please return it to us. Otherwise, she might harass you and your family. Hearing the staff member's words, Su Xiao frowned slightly. I didn't accept anything from her, so I don't have anything to give you. The staff in front of him gave Su Xiao an extremely uncomfortable feeling, even stronger than the frog doll from before. There's a problem. This staff member definitely has a serious problem. The staff member glanced at George inside the Ferris wheel, then turned to look at Su Xiao. Okay, but our Ferris wheel is about to start. To ensure the safety of the visitors, I will stay with George and help him land safely. After the staff finished speaking, they also boarded the Ferris wheel. Some of the chosen ones also took George on a ride on the Ferris wheel, where they encountered the blind woman. However, despite the blind woman's warning, some of the chosen ones, including Noah from the Kingdom of Sealand, still chose to ride the Ferris wheel accompanied by staff. The chosen ones from 6 countries, New Zealand, Canada, Colombia, are being mysteriously devoured. A world of strange tales is about to descend. The countdown is on, 10, 9, 8, 7. Holy crap, what did I just see? Mommy, bear. The staff member has turned into a bear that's completely unrecognizable. That's terrifying. The staff actually pushed all the chosen participants off the Ferris wheel? It's ridiculous. Rule 10 clearly states that staff members cannot be trusted, so why would any selected person be so foolish as to believe them? Holy crap, something seems to have fallen from the Ferris wheel over here with Boss Su Xiao. Could it be George? What are you thinking? Boss Su Xiao has always kept the doll on George. How could anything happen to George? Boss Su Xiao is not Noah of New Zealand. He probably saw through the little tricks of the staff a long time ago, but he just didn't say anything. In the live stream, almost 99% of the viewers chose to believe Su Xiao. They didn't know where this trust came from, but they just felt that Su Xiao wouldn't die easily. On Su Xiao's side. At this moment, Su Xiao was examining the note left by the blind woman. The contents of the note seemed to be supplementary rules. Green text, Rule 11, when you see this note, you may have already been targeted by it. Please leave the amusement park as instructed by staff. Yellow text, Rule 12, the slide is the correct exit, there are no exits in the amusement park. Yellow text, Rule 13, the bear world does not exist, but you can try to find a place called the bear world. Red text, Rule 14, if you accidentally enter its territory, don't panic, stay calm. Any emotion you have will be seen as a provocation. Red text, Rule 15, there is no escape, everyone will become a toy for it to vent its anger. Looking at these 5 rules, Su Xiao frowned. From these rules, Su Xiao discovered a problem. The colors of these fonts seem to have been completely scrambled, meaning that the rules had been tampered with. Rule 11 is clearly wrong. From the moment I entered the amusement park, it had already been targeting me. It's foolish to trust the staff. The ordinary staff have already been corrupted by it, although not as severely as the staff in black uniforms, but even the ordinary staff cannot be trusted. The rules on the note made Su Xiao frown deeply, but just then, a human-shaped object suddenly fell from the Ferris wheel. Looking at the humanoid object, Su Xiao grinned, he knew exactly what it was. George tugged at Su Xiao's sleeve, tears welling in his eyes, clearly having been crying. Su Xiao patted George's head and comforted him. Now you know how dangerous it is, right? Let me tell you, there are a lot of bad people in this amusement park. You can only be safe if you stay with me, understand? Andre, relying on his talent for infinite deduction, also successfully found the note left by the blind woman. Andre knew there was something wrong with the staff, so neither he nor George went on the Ferris wheel. Looking at the jumbled rules on the note, Andre frowned, then relaxed. These rules might be difficult for other chosen ones to judge, but for Andre, they are simply a matter of spending some time and energy. It seems I need to enter its world. There are no other exits in this amusement park. While Andre was finding and examining the note, other chosen ones also found the note left by the blind woman. The chosen ones looked extremely frustrated as they looked at the rules on the slip of paper, because the rules, which had been altered by it, had become very difficult to judge, and one wrong step could lead to a mistake. After leaving the Ferris wheel area, Su Xiao led George to a rather interesting area in the amusement park. The world in the mirror. Green text, Rule 9, mirror worlds exist in amusement parks, but never enter them. Rule 9 stated not to enter the mirror world, but Su Xiao understood that the amusement park's exit was likely here, so he had to give it a try. With George by his side, Su Xiao stepped into a place called the mirror world. Entering the world of mirrors, you are greeted by hundreds and thousands of floor-to-ceiling mirrors, each taller than a person, arranged in a maze-like pattern. Most of these mirrors have a funhouse mirror effect. Standing in front of them, Su Xiao can see his distorted and funny appearance. George, this is a mirror maze. There could be bad guys hiding in here. If you run away and get lost, your brother won't be able to find you. 3 times, before entering the central passage. If you get lost in the mirror maze, please don't panic. If you want to get out of the mirror maze, please make sure to stand in front of the normal mirrors. There are electronic surveillance cameras there. Staff will rescue you immediately if they spot you. Is there electronic surveillance in the mirror maze? However, the first sentence on the note made Su Xiao's expression suddenly freeze. Security guard? How could that be? Su Xiao stared intently at the contents of the note, her gaze continuing to move downwards. The mirror maze was once its territory. If you accidentally step into it, please do not look back, for you do not know where the exit behind you leads. You can completely trust the first paragraph on the sign. Before entering the mirror maze, please be sure to follow the instructions above, it might save your life. Do not stand in front of a normal mirror. If you do not want to see it in it, please do as I say. Another way? No one can survive in the amusement park? The security guards didn't offer many hints, and Su Xiao had a very strange feeling as she looked at the few they provided. These notices, seemingly written entirely by the security guard, actually sound like they were written by different people. Could it be that someone has altered the contents of this note? Could it be it, or a staff member here? Su Xiao frowned deeply at this moment. The things left by the security guards are no longer reliable, because these things may have become tools used by it. Meanwhile, some of those selected have already chosen to believe in Rule 11. Green text, Rule 11, when you see this note, you may have already been targeted by it. Please leave the amusement park as instructed by staff. Some of the chosen ones believed in Rule 12. Yellow text, Rule 12, the slide is the correct exit. There are no exits in the amusement park. However, it is clear that both Rule 11 and Rule 12 were altered by it, so they are obviously wrong. As several chilling announcements resounded across the globe, those chosen to believe in Rules 11 and 12 were all ruthlessly eliminated. Damn it, Rules 11 and 12 are both wrong. They're all traps set by it. That's outrageous. 2 simple rules, and they've eliminated 5 of the chosen ones. As some of the chosen ones were eliminated, others, like Su Xiao, entered the mirror world. On the Korean Su inside, Han Xiuren entered the mirror world and also discovered a notice board and a note left by the security guard. Does entering the mirror maze require 3 circles to the left and 3 circles to the right? Thank goodness there's no neck twisting or butt wiggling involved, otherwise I would have started to wonder if this is some kind of ghost story. Following the instructions on the sign, Han Xiuren turned left 3 times, then right 3 times. After completing the circles, she led George towards the central passage. Claude, Paris. Claude's guess was correct. The carousel could indeed remove the contamination from George. Andre stood there with his eyes closed, then opened them a moment later, his expression filled with solemnity and confusion. These actions are clearly a trap, just to get its attention. After careful consideration, Andre, like Su Xiao, ultimately chose the rightmost passage. On Ali's side in Pakistan. Ali also entered the mirror world at this moment, and after rational judgment, he also discovered the anomaly in the security guard's note. After the other chosen ones entered the mirror world, Bart from Australia and Alexander from the United States followed suit and entered the mirror maze. Back to Su Xiao's side. Su Xiao, with George in tow, was advancing along the rightmost passage. In the mirror maze, all the routes were divided by mirrors, and Su Xiao walked for a long time but kept going around in circles. Moreover, those mirrors seemed to possess a magical power, guiding you along a specific route until you eventually returned to your starting point. It felt strange, like the mirror maze was being controlled by something. Like an unbreakable shackle, there's no way to leave this place. A mirror maze, perhaps this place has been completely distorted by its influence, so once you enter, you can't find a way out. Do I really have to resort to physical means? Su Xiao stood there, frowning in thought, but at that moment, George's crying interrupted him. George cried and clung tightly to Su Xiao's leg, wiping his tears and snot all over Su Xiao's pants, his expression full of grievance. Mirror? What bad intentions could a doll have? It just doesn't want you to look in the mirror. Su Xiao noticed that this mirror was different from the surrounding mirrors because the surface of this mirror was completely normal. The sign says that to get out of the mirror maze, you just need to stand in front of a normal mirror. But the note left by the security guard suggested the opposite. Could it be that a normal mirror isn't for signaling for help, but has some other purpose? As Su Xiao crossed her arms and propped her head up while staring at the seemingly normal mirror, a large expanse of darkness suddenly appeared in the mirror. Snap, crack. Just as the darkness was about to completely cover Su Xiao's body, General Black directly struck and shattered the mirror. As the mirror shattered, the eerie atmosphere ceased, but Su Xiao stood there with a frown. After wandering around the mirror maze a few times, Han Xiuren successfully got lost in it. Even more fatally, because George was playing around, he kept staring at a normal mirror, so now his entire face has started to turn black. This pitch black doesn't seem like pollution, it's more like some kind of eerie assimilation. Looking at George, whose entire body would turn completely black in just a few minutes, Han Xiuren was on the verge of collapse. He remembered the last sentence on the security guard's note. Thinking of this, Han Xiuren's eyes suddenly turned terrified. He couldn't imagine what George would become in the end. He only had one thought in mind, to escape from here. Because everything here is just too bizarre. Damn it! Where's the exit? Let me out! Let me out! Originally, Han Xiuren planned to stand in front of a normal mirror and ask the staff for help. But after seeing George's current situation, Han Xiuren no longer believed the nonsense on the notice board. Just when Han Xiuren was on the verge of a mental breakdown, he finally received a tip from the higher-ups in South Korea. But after a few minutes of trying, Han Xiuren completely broke down because no matter what he tried, he would only end up back where he started. Moreover, after a few minutes, George behind him had completely gone mad. George's entire face and even his whole body had turned completely black, and from the outside, he looked like a teddy bear that had been completely twisted in black. At that moment, George's face, so dark that no expression could be seen, was staring at him strangely. You would never abandon me, right? Brother, let's play hide and seek, okay? If I catch you, I'll eat you up, okay? Han Xiuren was completely stunned when she saw George's dark and eerie face. It's fake. It's all fake. No one can get through the amusement park, no one can leave here alive. Watching Han Xiuren flee frantically, the now darkened George did not give chase. He simply let out a strange laugh at Han Xiuren's retreating figure. George's laughter at this moment was very strange, as if the laughter did not come from George himself, but rather from it having achieved some kind of satisfaction. During his desperate escape, Han Xiuren was horrified to discover that the eerie darkness was also spreading across his body. This darkness was impossible to remove or control, so he could only let it take over his body. Stumbling and staggering, Han Xiuren stumbled upon the exit of the mirror maze by sheer luck. But when he was only a few meters away from the exit, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Han Xiuren had seen this figure before. The appearance of the frog doll instantly extinguished Han Xiuren's newly ignited hope. Moments later, an announcement was already ringing out across the globe. Holy crap, South Korean actress Han Suin is really in a bad situation this time. Damn it, George looks like that monster after looking in the mirror. It doesn't look like he's been corrupted, it looks more like he's been assimilated. What exactly is it in an amusement park? I feel that amusement parks are not as simple as I imagined. The surface world of the amusement park should be relatively simple, but once you step into the inner world, you'll face true terror. I never imagined that just a mirror world could be so terrifying. The note left by the security guard also seems suspicious. The viewers in the live stream were discussing it heatedly, saying that the level of danger between the real world and the underworld was completely different. On Su Zhao's side, the Black General shattered the normal mirror that was now covered in a dark, spreading darkness, but soon, other mirrors also began to be covered in that eerie darkness. Moreover, the darkness in the mirror extended all the way to the ground, rushing wildly towards Su Xiao and George. But as darkness and madness swept over Su Xiao and George, a brand new path appeared before Su Xiao. Is this the exit to the mirror maze? Looking at the brand new road that appeared before him, Su Xiao frowned. He had stumbled upon the secret of the mirror maze by sheer accident. This door is strange, it stands here all alone, without any buildings or decorations around it. The area around the door was pitch black, which seemed very out of place. When Su Xiao stood in front of the door, he discovered that the eerie darkness that had been chasing him had bypassed him and surged directly into the door. This scene made Su Xiao frown slightly. Could it be that behind this door is its territory? Could it be that the world of bears and the world of mirrors are actually connected? Su Xiao knew that everything that had just happened in the mirror maze was likely its doing, in order to bring Su Xiao here. After a moment's thought, Su Xiao decided to go through the door, because he really wanted to know what exactly it in the amusement park was. Slowly, Su Xiao pushed open the red door, and as the door opened, everything behind it was completely exposed to Su Xiao's view. Someone in my family tested positive, so to ensure I can keep updating, I, an author who never saves up drafts, have started saving them for you. I was originally planning to release a large update after the recommendation period ended. This plan may have to be put on hold for now. On the Australian side, in Bart. Bart had been leading George through the mirror maze for a long time, and the maze was becoming increasingly bizarre, but he still couldn't find the right exit. The laughter kept distracting Bart, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Damn it, where is the exit? How am I supposed to get out of this damned place? At this moment, an unprecedented fear crept into Bart's heart, and even the way George looked at him began to feel incredibly sinister. Bart's talent only reached B level. With that, he can't possibly clear the amusement park. Let alone the amusement park, it seems like he can't even get out of the mirror maze. By the way, we should also take this opportunity to build good relations with China. After reading the contents, Bart walked to a normal mirror and punched the surface of the mirror with all his might. A few minutes later, Bart appeared in front of the red door as he had hoped. However, looking at the door that exuded an eeriness from the inside out, he hesitated. After a fierce internal struggle, Bart finally gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom told me to come here. He must have also entered through this door. He wouldn't trick me. If he can get in, so can I. Bart had barely finished speaking when he led George inside, and at that very moment, his still bleeding wound was instantly covered with eerie, dark lines. The moment Bart successfully found the exit of the mirror maze, Andre of Grizzly Bear Country, Ali of Pakistan, Claude of Paris Country, and Alexander of the United States also found a way to leave the mirror maze. Because they did not enter the mirror maze through the middle passage or perform any strange actions, they were not hindered when they left the maze. However, rather than saying they were not hindered, it would be more accurate to say that it deliberately led them to an exit. Its interest doesn't seem to be limited to killing these chosen ones, perhaps it's more about enjoying the pleasure of toying with them. Standing before that red door, none of the chosen ones opened it immediately. They all appeared extremely cautious. Even Andre, who was originally full of confidence, was now covered in sweat, because the further he deduced, the more he could foresee his own fate. After a long period of deduction, Andre's face turned ashen, and cold sweat dripped uncontrollably from his forehead. Andre's mental state was on the verge of collapse. His mental state was far below the normal threshold. Perhaps if we force a few more simulations, Andre's mental state will suffer permanent and irreversible damage. Where exactly did things go wrong? Why can't I escape even after trying dozens of methods? No matter what I choose, I cannot escape the fate of being assimilated by it. Its terror is far beyond imagination. Andre looked at the red door with a look of horror. He knew that the real terror was hidden behind this door, and that no one who entered this door could come out alive. But the problem is, after deducing, he discovered that if he wanted to leave, he had to go behind this door. This is a dead end. A doomed situation. Originally, Andre thought that if the surface world of the amusement park was simple and easy, the inner world wouldn't be too difficult either. But now, he wanted to slap himself twice for such a foolish idea. It is the collection of all negative emotions, and it can affect a person's mood. At this moment, Andre repeated these words as loudly as he could, wanting to convey his thoughts to people outside the live stream. In this way, each country will have the opportunity to convey his words to all the chosen ones. Because at this moment the entire amusement park is under its influence, every little movement will be detected by it. For example, at this moment, the scene after Su Xiao and Bart entered the red door was blurry, as if the signal source had been cut off by something. However, it's clear that viewers in the live stream also noticed this phenomenon. What's going on? Why are Su Xiao and Bart's live streams being blocked? What's going on? This must be its method. Hey, why are all these chosen ones standing outside the door? Why aren't they going in? I understand spoken language, and it seems he meant to say go in, and the exit is behind the door? Holy crap, why would Andre give such a hint to other countries? And is the amusement park exit really behind this door? The high-level officials of various countries have attached great importance to the advice given by Andre. Andre's talent is infinite deduction, which allows him to foresee the development and outcome of events in his mind in advance. Therefore, most of the other countries' high-ranking officials believed his suggestion, since Su Xiao had also entered that door, and they were willing to believe that the exit was hidden behind that door. After a brief deliberation, the United States, Pakistan, and the United States all chose to use the prompting opportunity. That's strange. Didn't Andre say the exit was behind that door? Why doesn't he go through that door himself? Something's not right. What's wrong with it? Have you noticed that Andre's face is so pale because he has done too many calculations? And he seems to have lost all his energy. But just now, when giving hints to other countries, Andre clearly looked like a different person. What's the meaning? This netizen's analysis caused an uproar in all the live stream rooms. That's all for now. Netizens dared not speculate any further. Especially Pakistan. At this moment, a simple yet terrifying guess drew the world's attention to those chosen ones. The eeriness of it in the amusement park has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Now, except for Andre, all the chosen ones have entered the red door, and at this time, Su Xiao and Bart's live broadcast gradually returned to normal. In Su Xiao's live stream. At this moment, Su Xiao's pupils shrank sharply. Before him was a huge doll park called Bear World. Red text, Rule 14, if you accidentally enter its territory, don't panic, stay calm. Any emotion you have will be seen as a provocation. Inside the doll park, the surrounding buildings are in a retro classical style, and apart from a sightseeing vehicle, bear-shaped dolls are randomly placed everywhere. The moment he pushed open the red door, Su Xiao could clearly feel that he was being watched. This gaze didn't come from it, but from the dolls. The mirror of pollution can help Su Xiao avoid the influence of illusions, look directly into the darkness, and see through things to their true nature. With the help of the mirror of pollution, Su Xiao saw that all the dolls had turned into living people, a group of people trapped inside the dolls. Su Xiao did notice them. But this scene also gave Su Xiao the creeps. Su Xiao knew without even thinking that this must be its masterpiece. Among those dolls, Su Xiao noticed that most of them were tourists, with a small number of amusement park staff as well. While looking around at the dolls, Su Xiao also spotted two familiar figures. Su Xiao frowned. Upon seeing the security guard and the blind woman, Su Xiao seemed to understand why both of them had left him notes saying there is no way to escape. Judging from the current situation, it in the amusement park is indeed an extremely terrifying existence and should not be underestimated. To put it bluntly, the big-breasted bag is specifically designed to deal with anything flashy. After staring at the strange bear-shaped dolls, Su Xiao looked down and saw that George was holding up a piece of paper. George handed the note to Su Xiao, who frowned slightly at his action. But Su Xiao didn't say much. He just took the note and opened it. Bear World Rules. This is its territory, a world of endless loops. Whoever enters here, please abide by these rules. While they may not save your life, they can at least extend your life. Rule 1, once inside the bear world, please board the sightseeing bus immediately, as this will buy you some time to survive. Rule 2, learn to control all your emotions. Your emotions will not bring you any benefit, on the contrary, they are likely to provoke strong dissatisfaction from it. Rule 4, don't try to find it, it will only make you regret making that choice. Rule 5, there is no escape, no survival, those dolls are your end. Rule 6, actually, all rules are lies. After all, how could anyone possibly escape alive? There are only 6 rules about Bear Paradise, but these 6 rules alone are enough to terrify countless netizens. Holy crap, even though there are only 6 rules, every single one of them sends chills down my spine. Is it in the bear world really that scary? Why do all the warning notes and rules state that escape is impossible? Psychiatric director, received. Here comes the little flying stick. After briefly reading the bear world rules, Su Xiao slowly walked to the side of the sightseeing vehicle. Instead of taking the sightseeing bus, Su Xiao stood beside it. Under the gaze of countless bear-shaped dolls, Su Xiao lowered his head and began to let out a strange laugh. Hey hey! Rule 1, once inside the bear world, please board the sightseeing bus immediately, as this will buy you some time to survive. Rule 2, learn to control all your emotions. Your emotions will not bring you any benefit, on the contrary, they are likely to provoke strong dissatisfaction from it. The bear-shaped dolls all had the same expression on their faces at that moment. Is this guy fucking crazy? Even George looked completely bewildered. George looked at Su Xiao with a horrified expression. However, this left countless viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, has Su Xiao gone mad? Has he suffered some kind of mental trauma? Boss Su Xiao has a jellyfish pendant, so he shouldn't be affected by it. You know what, Su Xiao is actually quite arrogant. Boss Su Xiao wouldn't do something nonsensical without a reason. He must be doing this to attract its attention. Holy crap, no way, is Boss Su Xiao planning to go head-to-head with the amusement park? If Su Xiao really intended to confront the amusement park head-on, then his actions were like a knife scratching his butt, a truly eye-opening experience. Holy crap, it works! It really works! Under the horrified gazes of countless netizens, the amusement park finally appeared in Su Xiao's livestream. At this time, in Su Xiao's pupils, it was completely black. It has the outline of a bear-shaped doll. Its appearance and body are actually difficult to describe with the word pitch black, because it is a blackness that even light cannot penetrate. Its face and body were distorted, and the surrounding space was shrouded in an eerie darkness because of its arrival. The darkness seemed capable of swallowing everything. The other bear-shaped dolls around it trembled at its arrival. Just by glancing at it, Su Xiao suddenly felt uneasy. Is it because it absorbed everyone's negative emotions that it became eerie? But what does that have to do with me? Looking at it in the amusement park, Su Xiao didn't say a word and directly ordered Black General, go, give it 2 big blouses. While Su Xiao bravely confronted the amusement park, the other chosen ones also discovered the rules of the bear world. Moreover, in order to survive, all the chosen ones chose to abide by the rules. Of course, Andre is excluded here, because he hasn't even entered the bear world yet. Paris, Claude sighed. Although it did not appear, Claude could clearly feel a strong sense of being watched. Sitting in the sightseeing vehicle, Claude's gaze fell upon the bear-shaped dolls placed haphazardly everywhere. The bear-shaped objects were placed haphazardly. Looking at the dolls, Claude unconsciously frowned slightly, because he always felt that there was something wrong with them. The dolls seemed to be staring at him, giving him goosebumps all over. But just as Claude was staring at the dolls with a strange expression, George's terrified voice came from beside him. At this moment, George's movements and expressions were very rich, just like a frightened little bird. Claude was about to reach out and cover his mouth, but soon Claude realized that nothing strange was happening. Are all those rules wrong? Otherwise, why didn't it show up when George reacted so strongly? At this time, the thought kept lingering in Claude's mind. Brother, those dolls were really moving. Did you see them just now? Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Brother, I'm so scared. Finally, after enduring it for a long time, Claude could no longer tolerate it, because these rules looked idiotic. Moreover, during this process, he also had to endure the gaze of those eerie dolls. If things continue like this, he will only suffer a slow death and will have no way to escape from here. This is unbearable for any normal person. You idiot, I'm not playing this incredibly boring game with you anymore. Claude finally snapped. He could no longer control his temper and started cursing at the dolls that were staring at him. Claude's actions may seem rash to netizens, but this is the reaction a normal person should have. Claude's 2 consecutive successful completions with his A-level talent have already made an immortal contribution to the Paris National Academy. He probably also knows that with only his A-level talent, he cannot continue to advance indefinitely. But Claude knew very well that it was best to just think about it. Most of the time, 99% of your efforts can't beat that 1% of luck. Claude had done his best, really. He was exhausted, and he really couldn't go on any longer. Perhaps it's as Rule 5 says. Unable to escape, unable to survive, those dolls were his fate. In a fit of emotion, Claude finally got to see it at the amusement park. However, even if Claude knew that those rules were correct, he would never regret the choice he had made. Hearing the chilling announcements echoing across the globe, countless netizens choked up. Claude's actions filled them with awe. The value of these chosen individuals was fully demonstrated at this moment. Netizens understand that those chosen to enter the world of ghost stories are essentially entrusting their lives to the country and the people, and they don't know whether death or clearing the game will come first. From Claude, countless netizens seemed to see the ultimate fate of their own chosen ones, even though they knew that it was difficult for the chosen ones to avoid being devoured by the monster. Yes, aren't the chosen ones family members? With an A-level talent, he successfully passed both levels. Paris is truly unique in this regard. Bart from Australia only has a B-level talent, and he also did not abide by the rules of the bear world, so it is reasonable to eliminate him. As for Alexander from the United States, Alexander has always been hiding an A-level talent in the world of ghost stories. Because Su Xiao had Black General give it 2 big pockets, it was very angry at this moment. The consequences of it getting angry are severe. Damn, the Black General after fusing with the monster bird is actually having a hard time beating it? Before George could finish speaking, Su Xiao interrupted him. Black General, scrub its dark body clean for me, and I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. Su Xiao knew that it was very clever. Knowing that the Black General was no match for it, it was planning to capture the leader first. However, Su Xiao would never give it that chance. Su Xiao ignored the eerie darkness and continued to direct the Black General with his hands on his high yes, that's it, rub it like that. Strange, why is it still so black after rubbing it for so long? Is this thing a lump of coal? Wow, what happened to the doll? It's turned evil. Before Su Xiao could figure out what was going on, he saw the puppet already rushing towards it. Then came an even more outrageous scene. The darkness on the amusement park was decreasing, while the darkness on the dolls was gradually deepening. It felt as if all the negative emotions it possessed had been transferred onto the doll at that moment. Holy crap, what is this doll doing? Why is it absorbing all that darkness? To be honest, I don't quite understand it. Hey, do you guys think the doll might be merging with that darkness, like the Black General devoured the monster bird? Integration? That eerie darkness doesn't seem like a good thing. What if the puppet suddenly develops a rebellious streak after the fusion is complete? Rebellious? Are you kidding me? Boss Su Xiao's big pussy is the perfect cure for rebelliousness, okay? Hey everyone, I think I've really been infected, but don't worry, I'll use the great shift of heaven and earth to escape. As the negative emotions emanating from it in the amusement park began to shift, the doll underwent a strange transformation. The doll's body turned completely black, and its eerie and terrifying nature increased steadily. In this form, it resembled a miniature version of it from Mount Daluo. Under Su Xiao's questioning gaze, the doll returned to his side a few minutes later. The doll was now completely covered in darkness, and eerie blackness inside and out. The doll seemed unaffected by negative emotions, as if it had perfectly merged with them. Observing the changes in the puppet, Su Xiao frowned slightly. Is it yet another kind of fusion? Su Xiao was surprised by the changes in the doll, and at this moment, it being trampled under the Black General's feet also seemed to have undergone some sudden changes. Holy crap, so this is what it really looks like. It even looks kind of cute and silly. At the same time, the strange tales were already ringing in Su Xiao's ears. Congratulations to the selected player. You have perfectly cleared the amusement park level. This is a brand new and unique way to clear the level, and you will receive extra points. Level rating, 6 stars. Extra points will earn extra rewards. Completion reward, Little White Bear, source of negative emotion pollution, +2 resistance to eerie circumstances. Currently, resistance to strange phenomena is 10%. Bonus, introduction to the source of negative emotion pollution, a disposable item that will drive the eerie into a frenzy for 3 minutes. A little polar bear? Holy crap, another weird thing? This world of ghost stories is actually willing to reward me with something? Could it be because my way of beating the game was so cool that even the ghost story world has started to covet my good looks? Su Xiao remembered that the last time he was rewarded with something as bizarre as the Black General was back then. What's the source of negative emotions? Su Xiao stared at the small, pitch-black box in her hand, opened it with a puzzled look, and found that inside were some things that looked like black mud. Su Xiao closed the box, frowning as she guessed. This thing should be that eerie black thing that was on the little polar bear before. Anything contaminated by it will become a puppet of negative emotions. Although the effect only lasts for 3 minutes, this thing can actually deal with the weird stuff, so it seems like we've gotten a good deal. At this moment, Su Xiao was excited about getting the reward for clearing the level, but then George, whom he had ignored, suddenly waved at him. George's face was filled with reluctance and tears. Looking at George, Su Xiao waved to him as well. Actually, Su Xiao had guessed George's true identity early on. Su Xiao already knew during the mirror maze that the commotion in the mirrors was not caused by the little white bear, but by George. In other words, there should actually be 2 bear plush toys in this amusement park, a black bear and a white bear. George disguised himself as a human because he hoped that someone could help the little polar bear completely get rid of the control of negative emotions. Now, Su Xiao has succeeded. He has successfully restored the little white bear to normal. Although the price is that he will take the little white bear away, George is still sincerely grateful to Su Xiao. George the little black bear's gratitude was not simply because he thanked Su Xiao for helping the little white bear return to normal. In fact, when the little polar bear first appeared, George had already planned to use his own body to divert the negative emotions from the little polar bear. Holy crap, why does Boss Su Xiao call in George the little black bear? Does that mean there are actually 2 bear plush toys in this amusement park? On Ali's side in Pakistan. Although Ali used his talent to successfully overlook the amusement park's supplementary rules, he suddenly realized after entering the bear park that it was a vicious cycle and he had no way to leave. If the amusement park's exit is really in Bear World, then how exactly can he escape from here? Ali was trying his best to suppress all his emotions and dared not make any move. However, after observing for a long time on the sightseeing bus, he realized that this place did not look like there was an exit at all. Could it be that the exit isn't actually here? Alibaba must be having second thoughts. He only has 2 days left in the amusement park instance. Does that mean he'll just sit on the tour bus and keep going in a loop? Ali began to think frantically, and at that moment, he noticed the strange bear-shaped dolls around him, and a rule suddenly came to mind. Rule 4, don't try to find it, it will only make you regret making that choice. If this is truly an infinitely looping world as the rules state, then could it be the key to getting through here? Ali frowned. At times like this, he must keep himself calm. After nearly an hour of calm deliberation, Ali finally made his choice. Ali suddenly stood up and roared at the bear-shaped dolls around him. But he regretted it immediately after yelling. Equals. I expect to develop a high fever tomorrow. It's tingly. Let's fight the virus. When it finally came into Ali's view, the eerie darkness made Ali feel a strong sense of suffocation and fear. Ali stared at it in front of him with fear, his voice trembling slightly. Although Alibaba successfully brought out it, when Alibaba saw it, a bad feeling welled up in its heart. Alibaba knows. I think I made an extremely wrong decision. Damn it, it's not the breakthrough point, it's not. The rules, those rules are misleading me. No one can escape the amusement park, no one can pass the level. Alibaba cannot accept this. George, no. In the final moments before being swallowed by the eerie darkness, Ali finally realized that George was the key to winning, but it was too late to say anything then. With Su Xiao passing the level, Ali was eliminated, leaving Andre as the only survivor in the amusement park. While Pakistan was analyzing the key to clearing the border, Andre had already begun his operation. After forced deduction, Andre, whose mental threshold was close to collapse, finally chose to push open the door leading to Bear Paradise. Through deduction, Andre naturally knew what role George played in the amusement park, and that there were only 2 ways to pass through the park. Alternatively, other methods can be used to eliminate the negative emotions emanating from the little polar bear. Either let George distract the little white bear from its negative emotions. Although it's cruel, Andre has to do it in order to pass the game and survive. Only when George successfully redirects the negative emotions from the little polar bear will the little polar bear return to normal. Of course, this also made George another little white bear. Standing behind the red door, about 20 minutes later, Andre sighed and started walking towards Bear Park. The moment Andre stepped into Bear Paradise, just as he had predicted, the park had changed owners, and the announcement of the game's completion rang out. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom and Andre of the Grizzly Bear Kingdom for successfully clearing the level. Both countries will be exempt from this round of the rule-based mystery. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom has achieved a 6-star clear, receiving a special reward. The infection rate of the special virus among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has decreased by 20%, and the additional reward has decreased by 5%. Grizzly Bear's Andre receives a special personal reward, a little frog helium balloon. Frog. Andre actually cleared the stage with 5 stars, that's unbelievable. With the end of the amusement park instance, some countries are happy while others are sad, and Pakistan is one of the saddened countries. However, China had already provided chip support to Pakistan, so this strange rule phenomenon would not have a significant impact on Pakistan. Back in the real world, Su Xiao and Andre both enjoyed the highest level of treatment befitting heroes. While Su Xiao was back in reality, some software development companies in China somehow managed to create a global ranking of men seeking marriage partners. Inspired by matchmaking lists, some countries within the United Nations that haven't been plagued by rule-breaking oddities have also begun developing their own official, alternative ranking software. That is, the Ghost Story Dungeon ranking and the Global Chosen One's Battle Record ranking. The ranking software became an instant global phenomenon upon its release. The software is linked to a mobile phone and updates in real time. Ranking of Ghost Stories Dungeons. Mom's Note, 99% eerie and terrifying, 99% fatal. The Zoo, 100% eerie and terrifying, 99.99% mortality rate. Mao Daluo, 100% eerie and terrifying, 99.99% mortality rate. Global ranking of selected players. A player's winning streak has been detected to be too high, thus unlocking a special supernatural world. This challenge takes place in the world of ghost stories, a family of 6. This is a family of 6, and as a member of the family, you have the right to assume family responsibilities and care for your family members. Special warning, your family includes your grandmother, father, mother, younger brother, and younger sister. Your family is in danger, 3 of them may want to kill you. Please be careful to identify them. As the ghostly sounds subsided, Su Xiao found herself standing in a clean and tidy room. Su Xiao was speechless. Just imagining his 3 family members chasing after him filled Su Xiao with immense excitement. What a coincidence! Wasn't this a case of the wolf entering the sheep's mouth? Holy crap, it's a brand new dungeon! Boss Su Xiao actually triggered this special dungeon. Is the weirdos deliberately targeting Boss Su Xiao? This time, the outside world didn't even have a chance to give us a hint, so what's the point of playing this game? The other chosen ones are thinking to themselves, they even dragged us down with them when they were being used as scapegoats, we're really grateful. At this moment, some of the chosen ones who heard the strange tale notification couldn't help but curse. Of course, they knew who the man with such an high win rate was. Although the dungeon hasn't started yet, it's obvious that the special dungeon is much more terrifying than the regular dungeon. At this moment, Su Xiao didn't care about the thoughts of the other country's chosen ones. He looked around the room and found a note on the table. On the strip of paper, the blood-red lines were arranged in neat, orderly fashion. Rule 1, do not leave your room except during safe hours. Rule 2, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. are safe times. During these times, you may leave your room to enjoy the food prepared by your family. Rule 3, never trust your grandmother. Her footsteps are usually very light. If you hear her approaching, never make a sound, because she will kill you based on her voice. Rule 4, your younger brother will sometimes knock on the door, usually 3 times. Before he knocks the 3rd time, please cover your ears, otherwise you will become mentally confused. Rule 5, your mother has some mental health issues, she may kill randomly and unconditionally. Of course, sometimes this isn't just directed at you. Rule 6, Dad's footsteps are usually heavy, he's the one who loves you the most in the family, and he'll stand up for you in crucial moments. Rule 7, your younger sister is trustworthy. Please protect her at all times. If she dies, the rest of the family will completely lose control. Rule 8, in an unavoidable situation, a closet in the room might be a good hiding place. Damn it, no wonder it's a special instance, these rules look even weirder than those of regular instances. What the hell is this family of gods? How bizarre. Just looking at these rules gives me the creeps. I wonder if those chosen ones can withstand them. Other chosen ones, you want me to carry this? That's easy for you to say. What am I supposed to carry it with? My shoulders or my head? While countless netizens were discussing this instance, Su Xiao had already found the phone mentioned in the rules under the bed. The phone has 100% battery, the quality is excellent, and it should last for 5 days if you only use it for sending messages. As soon as Su Xiao picked up his phone, before he could even examine it, he noticed a message from his sister. Open this unread message. Time, 9 a.m. Sister, brother, I'm so bored staying at home. Will you come shopping with me? Shop? Su Xiao thought for a moment and then decisively replied, okay. Rule 9 clearly states that you cannot reply to messages to anyone, but Su Xiao is rebellious and just wants to play around. My sister replied very quickly. Sister, wow, brother, you're so sweet. I'll come find you as soon as I change my clothes. You should get ready too. Playful. Rule 1, do not leave your room except during safe hours. Rule 7, your younger sister is trustworthy. Please protect her at all times. If she dies, the rest of the family will completely lose control. Rule 1 states that one cannot go out except during safe hours, while Rule 7 mentions that the younger sister is an ordinary person. However, for Su Xiao, it didn't matter whether these 2 rules were right or wrong. I don't know if my sister can be trusted, but once she arrives, we should be able to find out by testing her. The other chosen ones opted for a steady development strategy, and footsteps could already be heard outside Su Xiao's room. However, just as Su Xiao was about to get up and open the door, the footsteps mysteriously disappeared at the doorway. Su Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that his sister must be standing outside the door, but just as Su Xiao was about to open the door and give his sister a surprise, his phone received another message from his sister. Sister, brother, are you in your room right now? Su Xiao, no. Sister, surprised, where are you? Su Xiao, in your heart. Heart emoji. Sister, ugh, I'm your sister. Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. Su Xiao, guess. Younger sister. Sister, brother, you're so mean. You promised to go shopping with me, what, are you going back on your word? Su Xiao, okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'm in my room now. Sister, really? That's wonderful. Bang. After Su Xiao finished reading the message from her sister, she suddenly heard the sound of an axe chopping at the door outside the room, accompanied by her sister's eerie laughter. Brother, hurry up and hide. This game of hide and seek is going to be so much fun. Hee. Brother, are you scared? Are you terrified? Your adorable little sister is about to break down the door. Little sister, don't blame your brother, I had no other choice. Su Xiao suddenly stood up from the bed, took a few big strides to the door, and opened it with a bang. The door opened, and the sickly-looking younger sister looked completely bewildered. How come this wasn't the story she had imagined? The younger sister stared at Su Xiao for a full 2 seconds, stunned. So you're the one who calls me little sister, huh? You're the one who talks too much nonsense. 2 big blows landed, and the girl was completely dumbfounded. It took her a while to react. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the younger sister's expression was extremely ferocious, her 2 bulging eyes staring at Su Xiao like dead fish eyes. Su Xiao's too big breasts had undoubtedly caused her great harm. Meanwhile, outside the live stream. Holy crap, Su Xiao's move was amazing. Even divine skill isn't enough to describe it. What the hell did I just see? My sister actually ate 2 huge sachets and then ran away crying? Boss Su Xiao is simply invincible. Everything can be used for big tricks, I would call Su Xiao the god of big tricks. Boss Su Xiao's entrapment tactic combined with his ruthless treatment of the young girl has completely stunned me. That's a girl, and Boss Su Xiao's actions were far too lenient. Su Xiao, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Back then, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. Meanwhile, on the side of the chosen ones from the Eastern Island Kingdom, Kento Nakajima, one of the candidates selected by Higashijima National Selection, was fiddling with his phone when suddenly his sister sent him a new message. The message consisted of a picture and a text message. The picture showed 2 long legs wearing black stockings. Sister, brother, are you there? Do you want to see something more exciting? Something more exciting? Kento Nakajima hadn't planned to respond to his sister's message, but the photo of her in black stockings excited him so much that he couldn't take his eyes off it. So, almost as if possessed, he replied to the message. Kento Nakajima, I'm here, little sister. Sister, brother, are you in your room? Faced with his sister's question, Kento Nakajima propped his head up and thought, does my sister have some ulterior motive? Otherwise, why would she ask me if I'm in my room? This seemingly ordinary greeting appears to have no problem, but the problem is, this is a world of ghost stories, and nothing can be judged by appearances alone. Kento Nakajima, sister, is something the matter? Sister, nothing much, I'm just bored and wanted to have a private chat with you, brother. My sister posted another picture of black stockings under her message, her long legs are still so alluring. Sister, brother, if you're in your room, I'll wear this to come find you later, is that okay? When Kento Nakajima saw the picture of black stockings his sister sent, he frowned, but his brows quickly relaxed. Kento Nakajima wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his expression extremely lewd. His lust was about to overwhelm him. Holy crap, no way, is this guy from the East Island trying to hook up with girls? No way, really? This is so extreme? Kento Nakajima's actions have been watched and discussed by countless netizens. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, Kento Nakajima ultimately succumbed to temptation and replied to his sister's message. Kento Nakajima, little sister, I'm in my room. Come see me dressed like this. Overjoyed. Sister, okay. Image. Huh, there are black stockings too? Kento Nakajima thought his sister had sent him another photo of him in black stockings, so he excitedly clicked on the photo. However. Shin Ne. Oh my god. What the hell is that? Just to be casual, so you guys don't find it strange. Kento Nakajima's legs went weak and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Only then did he suddenly come to his senses. What his sister had sent him was not some long, black-stockinged legs, but a terrifyingly rotten and bloody face. Kento Nakajima slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with extreme terror. And as he stared, the once normal cell phone began to seep blood inexplicably. The thought of dying right at the start of the game suddenly triggered a strong will to survive in Nakajima Kento. He covered his mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound, while his body frantically moved backward. During the movement, suddenly, Nakajima Kento seemed to bump into something, his whole body stiffened abruptly, and then he turned his head in horror. But when he saw the object behind him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that what he had bumped into was the wardrobe in the room. Wardrobe? Rule 8, in an unavoidable situation, a closet in the room might be a good hiding place. Brother, are you trying to play cat and mouse with me? He, then guess which one of us is the mouse. Outside the door, the younger sister's laughter grew increasingly sinister and eerie. At this moment, in the conference room of the East Island nation's high-ranking officials. Baka! Kento Nakajima, that fat worm with a head full of delusions, actually made us look foolish in public in the world of ghost stories. Doesn't he have any sense of mission? Doesn't he know he's fighting on behalf of our Eastern Island nation? The highest-ranking leaders of the Eastern Island nation were so enraged by Kento Nakajima's foolish behavior that they nearly suffered a stroke. The inability to use hints undoubtedly makes the already difficult task of clearing the game even more challenging for the Eastern Island nation. In Kento Nakajima's live stream room, countless netizens from the Eastern Island nation were hurling insults at Kento Nakajima in his live stream, and some even started cursing his family. The language was full of foul and obscene words, it was simply unbearable to look at. But just when netizens from various countries thought that Kento Nakajima's career was doomed, the scene in the live broadcast suddenly took a turn for the worse. That sounded like my younger brother's voice. With the crisis averted, Kento Nakajima collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with difficulty, his left hand covering his wildly beating heart. Because the rules already include a hint about the younger brother. Rule 4, your younger brother will sometimes knock on the door, usually 3 times. Before he knocks the 3rd time, please cover your ears, otherwise you will become mentally confused. If Rule 4 is correct, then the younger brother is just as terrifying as the younger sister. Thinking of this, Nakajima Kento looked terrified and stared intently at the seemingly flimsy door. What's going on? If Rule 4 is correct, then my brother should definitely be knocking on the door, but why hasn't he made a sound for so long? Could Rule 4 be wrong? I have a feeling this isn't simple. My brother's appearance seems to be perfectly timed. He just mentioned Dad. Could it be that Dad sent him to rescue Nakajima Kento? Not necessarily. If we make that inference, then both Dad and my brother are good people, which is too simplistic. On Su Zhao's side. After giving his adorable little sister a good beating with his big purse, Su Zhao lay comfortably on the bed, contemplating the rules. Clearly, Rule 7 is incorrect. If Rule 7 is wrong, then the corresponding Rule 3 must also be wrong. However, the method of killing in the rule should be correct. Su Zhao frowned slightly and began to ponder. My sister kills people using her voice, and when she does, she seems to need to confirm that she's in the room. But why is that? The strange tale at the beginning is a clue to help me find a harmonious way to get along with my family. Does this mean that our whole family has to be together? The family of 6 instance gives the selected player 5 days. And the selected player must not die within 5 days, which means that the selected player cannot complete the game in advance and can only complete it automatically after the 5 days are up. Does Dad have mental problems? Looking at the message from her younger brother, Su Xiao frowned. Didn't Rule 5 say that Mom has mental problems? How come it's Dad? It's all messed up. Everything is in chaos. Just as Su Xiao predicted, most of these rules were probably wrong. Dad, son, your younger brother seems to be looking for you. He has mental problems, so please don't open the door for him. What the hell is going on? Looking at the message from her father, Su Xiao's already chaotic thoughts became even more jumbled. However, the interfering messages from her younger brother and father undoubtedly made Su Xiao's judgment more difficult. Right now, Su Xiao only knows that his sister will kill him, but apart from her, he has no way of knowing who among his other 4 family members is the one who truly needs his protection. When Su Xiao received the messages from her younger brother and father, the other chosen ones also received the same messages. After reading these 2 contradictory messages, almost all the chosen ones frowned, and at the same time, they couldn't help but express their heartfelt greetings to Su Xiao in their hearts. When Ruibao, a South African national team contestant, received a message from her father, she instinctively and habitually replied with an emoji. In a panic, Ruibao immediately clicked to recall the message. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Ruibao's phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. Ruibao stared at the screen and saw that it was full of unread messages from his father. The message count is 99 plus. When Ruibao clicked to view the messages, he found that they were all blank. What's going on? Ruibao stared at his phone screen with a puzzled look, not knowing what a blank message meant. But just as he was puzzled by this, his father's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Hearing his father's voice suddenly sound outside the door, Ruibao frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of Rule 6. Rule 6, Dad's footsteps are usually heavy, he's the one who loves you the most in the family, and he'll stand up for you in crucial moments. Rule 6 stated that his father loved him the most and would protect him. However, when Ruibao heard the shouts outside the door, he had a strange feeling that his father was not there to protect him, but rather to punish him. Holy crap, who's lying, my brother or my dad, or are they both lying? Doesn't the rule say that the father is a good person? Why won't Ruibao from South Africa open the door for his father? Open the door? What a joke! Don't you feel that Dad's tone of voice sounds off? Not normal? Really? My dad always talks to me like that? Countless netizens watched Ruibao's live stream, eager to see what choice he would make, as they couldn't determine which side his father belonged to. Inside the room. Hearing his father's voice outside the door, Ruibao sensed something was wrong, so he didn't open the door for his father. He thought that nothing would happen if he didn't open the door, but he didn't know the consequences of doing so, which directly angered his father. You brat, you think you're all grown up now? How dare you defy your father? I'll beat you to death today, you unfilial son. The father outside the door seemed very angry. Seeing his father storm in angrily and so fiercely, Ruibao was so frightened that he knelt down before his father. Overwhelmed by the fear of being dominated by her father, Ruibao even forgot that the correct thing to do at this moment was to hide in the closet. The father stared intently at Ruibao with his grayish-white eyes, and a surge of anger rose within him. You unfilial son who defies his father. I knew you were born rebellious. The terrifying scene that unfolded in Ruibao's room was witnessed in its entirety by viewers in the live stream. Damn it, what sins did I commit to deserve witnessing this? It sent chills down my spine. Mommy, I'm so scared. Daddy, you're so scary. One blow from that big shovel could send Ruibao's head flying. The power of that shovel is simply unbelievable. Isn't this how it is in the world of ghost stories? There doesn't seem to be anything strange about it, right? Just watch the video and send some free gifts, it'll only take up a little bit of everyone's time, thank you. While the South African national treasure was mysteriously swallowed up, in the real world, several notification sounds rang out. In the skies around the globe, announcing the elimination of the chosen ones. Holy crap, what's going on? Wasn't it just South Africa's Ripa that got eliminated? It seems like Dad randomly picked other chosen ones, and without exception, all of them were eliminated by Dad. Didn't the chosen ones from other countries not reply to Dad's messages? How come? Dad doesn't need any conditions to kill. Rule 5 is probably half wrong. The one who kills without any rules or conditions isn't Mom, but Dad. It seems that some chosen ones escaped from Dad's clutches. These chosen ones hid in the closet, so they were not discovered. It seems that Rule 8 is correct. In case of danger, you can indeed hide in the closet. Su Xiao was pondering who in his family needed his protection when his father's voice rang out from outside the door. You unfilial son, why don't you reply to my messages? Do you think you're all grown up now and can disobey your father? Open the door for me right now, or I'll give you 2 big slaps when I get in. Su Xiao frowned slightly as she heard her father's voice outside the door. Rule 6 is undoubtedly wrong. Just based on the tone of her father's voice, Su Xiao wouldn't believe that he would protect her. My father should be in the same camp as my sister, who wants to kill me. My sister kills people with her voice, so replying to her messages should also be considered a form of voice. The fact that Dad didn't knock suggests that he didn't kill by knocking, rather, he killed randomly and without any apparent reason. After sorting through her chaotic thoughts, Su Xiao quickly confirmed her father's method of murder. Killing without any pattern or condition? Interesting. While Su Xiao was thinking, her father outside the door seemed to have lost his patience. He was about to kick the door open, but Su Xiao didn't give him the chance. Su Xiao decisively tore the door apart. Staring at the door that Su Xiao had torn down, the father, like his sister before him, was suddenly dumbfounded. However, just as her father was gathering his strength to strike Su Xiao's face with his large penis, Su Xiao struck first. Smack! A large, sharp slap landed precisely and quickly on Dad's face, though not very powerful, it was extremely humiliating. Dad! As the loud noise of the big slap echoed, the father was dumbfounded. You unfilial son, you actually dare to hit your father now? I knew you had 99 pounds of rebellious bone in your body out of 100 pounds. The father looked furious, his already terrifying face became even more ferocious, and his dead fish-like eyes stared intently at Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked on with a mocking expression, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Seeing the wicked smile on Su Xiao's lips, the father was momentarily flustered. At that moment, he didn't know who the father was. Ha ha ha, even Dad is dumbfounded. Viewers outside the live stream were all amazed by Su Xiao's actions. Although they knew this was just Su Xiao's usual routine, they felt inexplicably excited every time they saw Su Xiao beat up the strange creature. Perhaps, apart from Su Xiao, no one else could have made such a heroic move. Su Xiao unleashed a furious attack on her father, beating him mercilessly before handing him over to Black General, who promptly swallowed him whole. On the other side of Nakajima Kento in Higashijima country. At this moment, Kento Nakajima had not yet recovered from the shock of his sister. Looking at the tempting messages his sister kept sending him on his phone, he dared not reply even if he were beaten to death. My sister wants to kill me. She's not someone I need to protect at all. She's only messaging me to find me and kill me. If I stay in my room, will I be safe? Yes, as long as I don't leave the room, I'll be fine. Kento Nakajima had just decided to stay in his room when, a second later, there was a knock on his door. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Kento Nakajima jumped out of bed as if facing a formidable enemy. Because he knew that one of his family members was capable of killing someone by knocking on the door. Although he didn't know who this person was, Kento Nakajima's expression was extremely tense at this moment. The second knock sounded, and Nakajima Kento was just about to cover his ears as instructed in Rule 4, but at that moment, he suddenly heard his sister's voice from outside the door. Brother, are you in your room? The voice of his younger sister outside the door struck Nakajima Kento as incredible, because the tone of his sister's voice was completely different from that of the sister who had tried to kill him just moments before. My sister is like a completely different person. Kento Nakajima was frowning, wondering if the person outside the door was really his sister, when a third knock sounded. What happened? At that moment, Kento Nakajima realized something was wrong and was about to cover his ears with his hands, but he suddenly found that his body was no longer under his control. His body seemed to be under some kind of spell, stiffening up in place, unable to move at all. At that moment, the fourth knock sounded, and Nakajima Kento suddenly went limp and knelt on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. After receiving a set of Teacher Ma's lightning 5-strike combo yesterday, my fever broke today, and my body aches all over. Apart from still feeling a little dizzy, I'm fully recovered. When Kento Nakajima encountered the strange knocking sound, the other chosen ones also heard the knocking sound outside their doors. However, most of the chosen ones covered their ears the moment the knocking sounded, and only a small number of them were lured by the sound outside the door. The enticing voice outside the door didn't seem to be just her sister's voice, it could imitate anyone. The voice is so deceptive that it's hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake. As some of the chosen ones, like Kento Nakajima, coughed up blood, their live streams gradually blurred, and then, chilling ghost stories echoed across the globe. Do you think it's possible that he's the younger brother? Maybe Rule 4 is completely correct. If he really is the younger brother, then why did he let Nakajima Kento go before? On Su Xiao's side. Su Xiao sat up with a frown. When he looked up at the door, he was surprised to find that the door he had taken down had somehow been reinstalled. What kind of crazy thing is this? The door can actually reinstall itself automatically? As Su Xiao frowned in thought, a second knock on the door interrupted him. Then, Su Xiao recalled Rule 4. Rule 4, your younger brother will sometimes knock on the door, usually 3 times. Before he knocks the 3rd time, please cover your ears, otherwise you will become mentally confused. Although Rule 4 clearly states that you must cover your ears when you hear a knock on the door, Su Xiao did not do so. He felt that the person knocking on the door might not be his younger brother. The 3rd knock came. Unlike the other chosen ones, Su Xiao did not feel anything unusual, in fact, he was quite energetic. The 4th knock came as expected. Hearing the incessant knocking on the door, Su Xiao felt a bit annoyed. Damn it, is this never going to end? Su Xiao quickly got up, walked to the door, and was about to drag the person who knocked in and beat them up, but when he opened the door, he found that there was no one outside. Hey, where is everyone? Damn it, if you've got the guts to knock, then don't just leave. Su Xiao guessed that there must have been someone outside the door just now. After 4 knocks, the person knocking probably thought he was dead and left. Damn it, you got away fast this time. Don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you every time I do. At noon, the other selected participants left their rooms and went to the living room to have lunch. Rule 2: 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. are safe times. During these times, you may leave your room to enjoy the food prepared by your family. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All the other chosen ones had finished their food and returned to their rooms. Only then did Su Xiao leisurely prepare to leave her room to find something to eat. However, before leaving the room, Su Xiao received a message from her grandmother. Grandmother? Seeing the message from his grandmother, Su Xiao frowned slightly, but he didn't react much. He opened the door and walked towards the living room. Stepping out of her room for the first time, Su Xiao carefully looked around her home. The decor wasn't luxurious, but it was clean and tidy. Moreover, Su Xiao also discovered that apart from the living room, the only other room on the first floor seemed to be her own bedroom. Could there be some secret on the second floor? Su Xiao shook his head. He had no plans to go to the second floor for the time being. Anyway, this dungeon couldn't be cleared in advance, so he had plenty of time. Upon entering the living room, Su Xiao noticed several dishes that had been set aside separately on the table. The food was still steaming, indicating that it had been taken out recently. Su Xiao frowned, then buried her head in her food. Strangely, Su Xiao stayed in the living room for about 20 minutes, but no one else in the family appeared in her sight. It is clear that rules 1, 2, and 9 are correct. Rules 3, 5, 6, and 7 are all rules that are half right and half wrong. Su Xiao cannot yet determine Rule 4, nor has he yet tried Rule 8, so he is unsure whether the wardrobe can guarantee his safety. After organizing the rules, Su Xiao lay on the bed feeling a bit bored. He was about to pick up his phone and open Douyin when he realized that his old phone couldn't do anything except send messages. Damn, no wonder it has such a long standby time. Su Xiao sighed, abandoning the idea of using his phone to kill time. However, he quickly found a new way to play and sent a message to his sister. Su Xiao, wanna go? Smile. Sister, get out. Angry. There's no way around it, it seems my sister isn't falling for it anymore. Su Xiao was a little annoyed. Who knew her sister would be so easily teased? She was just joking with her, and she actually got angry. Since her sister wasn't falling for it, Su Xiao had no choice but to try sending the message to everyone in the family. Su Xiao, Mom, do you eat fried dough sticks? Su Xiao, hey bro, wanna grab a couple of drinks? Su Xiao had barely sent out his message when he quickly received replies from the three of them. Mom? Shocked. Younger brother? Confused, terrified. Grandma? Frowning. What do you mean by 3 question marks? At least give me a word of explanation. Looking at the replies from her mother, younger brother, and grandmother, even though Su Xiao was quick-witted, she couldn't understand them at first. Should I send another message to test the waters? Su Xiaowei frowned, holding her phone and considering whether to send a few more messages. But then, the door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. Su Xiao turned around and saw that the door had been kicked open. Su Xiao looked puzzled, then saw a familiar figure appear in the room. It still has that familiar taste. Rebellious son. That's right. The person who appeared was my father. Su Xiao was stunned. Holy crap, wasn't Dad supposed to be digested by the Black General? What's going on now? Does this mean we have 2 dads? Etc. The damaged door was restored to its original state, and now Dad is back to normal. Could there be some connection between the two? Su Xiao rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Seeing that Su Xiao was ignoring him, the father's angry expression suddenly turned ferocious. You unfilial son. How dare you ignore your father? I'll skin you alive today. Su Xiao stared at the wall that her father had smashed and deformed, and was about to go forward to check the situation when something strange happened. To Su Xiao's astonishment, the wall miraculously returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and even her father, who had been pasted on the wall, mysteriously disappeared. What was happening before Su Xiao's eyes shocked and puzzled him? What on earth is going on? Compared to the other chosen ones, Andre was a bit unlucky this time, because he encountered his sister, his father, and a strange knocking on the door at the same time. Dad arrived first. My dad always makes his entrance in a unique way. He's either kicking down a door or on his way to do so. Andre was preparing to conduct a simulation in his room, but his father's arrival disrupted his plans. Fortunately, Andre already knew that hiding in the closet would prevent his father from finding him, so he hid in the closet without hesitation. But then, a second problem arose. The noise in the room attracted her younger sister. At the same time as the sister's terrifying voice came, a strange knocking sounded on the door. Oh no, could I be that unlucky? Hiding in the closet, Andre frowned deeply. He knew very well that he had ways to deal with either his father or sister appearing alone, or with strange knocking. But this time, things didn't go according to plan at all, which greatly surprised him. Moreover, at such close range, he dared not easily use his infinite deduction talent. This talent is equivalent to a mental journey, where the consciousness and body are temporarily separated during the deduction process. Looking at his father pacing back and forth outside the wardrobe, Andre sighed softly and then took out the little frog helium balloon. The little frog helium balloon is a reward that Andre received after completing the 5-star challenge at the amusement park. The little frog helium balloon serves 2 purposes. Function 1, when you place a hydrogen balloon near you, it can temporarily block out strange perceptions and prevent it from attracting strange attention. Function 2, in life-threatening situations, you can pop the hydrogen balloon, and the frog doll will appear to help resolve the crisis, but at the cost of the hydrogen balloon being completely destroyed. Inside the wardrobe, Andre placed the little frog helium balloon aside, and just as the 3rd knock was about to sound, he tightly covered his ears with his hands. Not long after, Andre saw his sister, carrying an axe, enter the room through the gap in the wardrobe. This is why Andre was willing to use the little frog helium balloon. It's never wrong to be cautious. Inside the closet, after confirming that he was completely safe, Andre began to use infinite deduction. He really wanted to know who the person who knocked on the door was. Meanwhile, outside the live stream. Did Andre hit the jackpot? Others can't even handle one, but he's facing 3 at once. Does Andre hiding in the closet prove that the rules about closets are correct? Holy crap, why is my sister completely ignoring Andre in the closet? Does hiding in the closet prevent everyone from finding her? It shouldn't be the wardrobe. Judging from Andre's actions and reactions, hiding in the wardrobe should only work on Dad. If I'm not mistaken, the helium balloon should have the same effect as the wardrobe, which is why my sister ignored him. Wow, you can use a frog-shaped helium balloon like that? In the live stream footage, Dad and my sister wandered around the room several times. Watching his father and sister walk away, Andre quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't immediately put the helium balloon away. Only after confirming that his father and sister wouldn't suddenly turn back did he put the balloon away and walk out of the closet. At 7 p.m., Su Xiao went out of her room to find food. Upon leaving the room, Su Xiao found the living room completely dark, a deep darkness that seemed like an abyss capable of evoking endless imagination. The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat oppressive and eerie, but Su Xiao, who was used to such things, didn't take it seriously. Su Xiao calmly walked to the dining table and was about to sit down when he found a note on the table. Don't turn on the lights. Looking at the note, Su Xiao frowned slightly, but he quickly turned around and turned on the living room light. As the bright lights illuminated the entire living room, the 2 candles flickered violently and then went out with a poof. Hot pot? It really is hot pot. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised, not expecting that his grandmother would actually make him hot pot after he had only casually mentioned it. Looking at the hot pot in front of him, which was simmering on a low flame, Su Xiao didn't seem very happy. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. If the first message my grandma sent me was out of fear that I would get hurt, then this hot pot meal is enough to prove how much she cares for and loves me. If nothing unexpected happens, the note on the table should also have been left by Grandma. After writing the note, Su Xiao placed it in a conspicuous spot on the dining table, then turned around and smashed the vase on the coffee table. After doing all this, Su Xiao slowly returned to her room. Late at night. For Su Xiao, there was no difference between day and night, but for the other chosen ones, night was an absolute nightmare. Can you imagine your dad kicking open your bedroom door in the middle of the night, dragging you out of bed, and slapping your buttocks repeatedly? This scene is not only realistic, but also extremely terrifying. In the early morning, Su Xiao opened his eyes in bed, and his first reaction was to open his phone to check if he had missed any messages. There are 2 unread messages on my phone. One message was from my grandmother, and the other was from my younger brother. Grandma, my dear grandson, the cornbread you wanted is at the door. Remember to eat it when you wake up. You're really making cornbread? Looking at the empty plates outside the door, Su Xiao was speechless. Hey, where are the cornbread buns you promised? 4 cornbread buns for 1 yuan. Su Xiao looked around the door in frustration, and soon his gaze fell on his younger sister who was passing by. Su Xiao was about to question her sister when her sister saw Su Xiao, wiped her mouth in alarm, and then ran away in a flash. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Su Xiao was covered in sweat. It wasn't you who ran so fast, only a fool would believe that. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly, and returned to her room after a moment. Actually, even if her younger sister hadn't stolen the cornbread, Su Xiao wouldn't have eaten it. Back in her room, Su Xiao opened her phone and checked the message her brother had sent. Message retracted? What's the meaning? Su Xiao discovered that his younger brother had sent 3 messages to his phone last night, but all of them were deleted immediately after being sent. Looking at the 3 retracted messages, Su Xiao frowned. What could have been retracted? Is there something important they want to tell me? Thinking of this, Su Xiao immediately sent a message to her younger brother. Su Xiao, bro, what was that message you retracted last night? Su Xiao had just sent the message when her younger brother replied immediately. Younger brother, it's nothing, I just pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button? At this moment, Su Xiao felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Damn it, I've been speculating for so long, and you're telling me that you pressed the wrong button? Are you getting cocky, or do you think I can't handle a knife anymore? Su Xiao put down her phone, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed that there seemed to be another note on the table. Su Xiao frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that there was no note on the table just now. Did I miss something just now? The rules are written in bright red font. Rule 10, kill your sister, and you can pass the level instantly. Rule 11, killing your brother will still allow you to pass the game directly. Rule 12, trust your mother, she will always protect you. Rule 13, trust your grandmother, she is someone who needs your protection. After reading the rules, Su Xiao frowned, kill your sister and brother, and trust your mother and grandmother? If killing my sister and brother would allow me to clear the game immediately, would the 5-day time limit for the dungeon still apply? As he analyzed the situation, Su Xiao suddenly seemed to have discovered a breakthrough, and his pupils contracted sharply. I understand the meaning now, unless one of my younger brother and sister cannot be resurrected.